Hello and welcome. Tonight's stories come from abandoned places and lost locations, where silence hides something unseen. If you enjoy the stories, please like the video, subscribe, and comment. Where you're watching from, get comfortable and relax. Story 1. The Courtroom Stenographer Tape Recorded Confessions We Never Said. I found the job posting on a classified bulletin board at a community college where I was taking night classes to supplement my income. It was handwritten on an index card, somewhat faded, as if it had been posted months ago. Archivist needed, historic courthouse, cataloging documents, room and board provided, inquire within. There was a phone number at the bottom, though the digits were difficult to read because the ink had smudged. I was desperate for employment that came with housing. I'd been struggling to maintain 2 part-time jobs while trying to advance my education, and the prospect of free room and board was irresistible, even if the job itself sounded unglamorous. I called the number that evening. A woman answered on the 3rd ring. Her voice was older, measured, and she spoke with the careful diction of someone who'd trained extensively in precise speech. She introduced herself as Margaret Caldwell, the curator of the Jefferson County Historical Archives, which operated out of the old courthouse building. We need someone to organize and catalog the extensive document collection in the basement, Margaret explained. The courthouse was decommissioned as an active judicial facility in 1987, but the records have never been properly archived. We've been working with volunteers for years, but we need someone who can commit full time to the project. The position includes a small bedroom on the 2nd floor, utilities, and a modest stipend. The position sounded almost perfect. I asked about the scope of the work and the timeline. Margaret explained that there were decades of court records, legal documents, trial transcripts, and various items related to the building's history that needed to be cataloged and stored properly. It's archaic work, she acknowledged, but it's important work. The courthouse is part of our county's history, and these documents represent cases and people who shaped our legal system. Many of the records are deteriorating, and we need someone dedicated to preserving them. I agreed to start the following week. Margaret gave me the address of the courthouse and instructions for arriving. She told me that she would be present for my first week to show me how the system worked, but after that, I would be working largely independently. The courthouse was a 3-story brick building constructed in the 1890s. It had the imposing, austere appearance typical of governmental buildings from that era. Tall windows with heavy stone frames, multiple chimneys rising from the roof, and a main entrance featuring a portico with white columns. The building was no longer active, and it had the appearance of a place that was slowly being reclaimed by neglect. Some of the windows were boarded up. The lawn was overgrown. The stone facade showed signs of weathering and damage, but the building was maintained enough to be functional. The front entrance was accessible. The doors were unlocked for my arrival, and when I entered, I found the interior relatively clean, though dusty and filled with the smell of old paper and aged wood. Margaret was waiting for me in what had once been the courthouse's main hallway. She was an older woman, probably in her 70s, with white hair pulled back in a severe bun and glasses that hung from a chain around her neck. She moved with the careful precision of someone accustomed to working with delicate objects and maintaining order. "Welcome," she said, extending a hand. "Thank you for being willing to take on this work. It's not glamorous, but it's necessary." She gave me a tour of the building. The first floor contained the main courtroom, a judge's chambers, several offices, and a large waiting area. The second floor had been used for various administrative purposes and contained multiple smaller rooms. The basement, which was where most of my work would take place, was vast and filled with filing cabinets, boxes, and shelves loaded with documents. My bedroom was on the second floor, a small but clean space with a bed, a dresser, and a window that overlooked the courthouse's overgrown gardens. There was a shared bathroom down the hall, and I was welcome to use the small kitchen on the first floor. "The building is quiet at night," Margaret told me, "especially since it's no longer an active courthouse. But that makes for good working conditions. You can focus on the cataloging without interruption." I spent my first week learning the cataloging system that Margaret had developed. It was meticulous and somewhat old-fashioned. She preferred written descriptions on index cards rather than digital entries, though she did maintain a computer database as backup. She showed me how to examine documents carefully, assess their condition, and create appropriate entries in the system. As I learned the system, Margaret occasionally mentioned the building's history. The courthouse had been the seat of Jefferson County's judicial system for nearly a century. Thousands of cases had been tried within its walls. She spoke about some of the notable cases, murder trials, civil disputes, famous defendants who'd passed through the building. "This place has absorbed a lot of human drama," she said reflectively. "Every case represented someone's life being fundamentally altered. Every trial represented justice being attempted, whether it was achieved or not. That history is embedded in these documents." At the end of my first week, Margaret prepared to leave. She was only volunteering part-time at the archives, she explained, and she had other responsibilities. But she would check in periodically to ensure I was making progress. "You'll have the building largely to yourself," she said. "There's a security guard who does a walk-through at night, but you probably won't see him much. The building is yours to work with. Just be respectful of the space and the documents." After Margaret left, I found myself alone in the courthouse for the first time. The building felt different without her presence, larger, emptier, and somehow more imposing. The sounds of the building settling seemed louder in the silence. The shadows cast by the afternoon light seemed deeper and more threatening. I tried to focus on my work. I pulled boxes of documents from the storage area and began the process of sorting through them. Most were routine, records of property disputes, inheritance cases, small claims. But some contained more dramatic material. Transcripts of murder trials, records of contested custody cases, documents related to scandals and feuds that had unfolded within the building's walls. That evening, as I was preparing for bed in my small room, I heard a sound that made me pause. It was a low humming noise, almost like machinery running. It seemed to be coming from somewhere below my room, possibly from the basement. I listened for several minutes, but the sound eventually faded away. I told myself it was probably just the building's old mechanical systems, the furnace or water heater engaging. Old buildings make many sounds, and a courthouse built in the 1890s would have antiquated systems that likely made various noises. The next morning, I returned to my work in the basement. I was making good progress, developing a systematic approach to the cataloging work. The basement was well lit by overhead fixtures, and the temperature was relatively constant, which was good for document preservation. It was late in the morning, around 11 o'clock, when I first heard the voices. They were indistinct at first, barely audible, as if coming from a great distance. But they seemed to be speaking in the courtroom above me, which was directly over the section of basement where I was working. I heard the murmur of multiple voices, and underneath them, what sounded like the mechanical sound of a recording device. I climbed the basement stairs and made my way to the courtroom. The room was empty. Sunlight filtered through the tall windows, illuminating dust motes in the air. The judge's bench stood at the front of the room, and rows of wooden chairs were arranged facing it. Everything was exactly as it had been the previous day, undisturbed and unoccupied. I returned to the basement, somewhat unsettled. The voices I'd heard were inexplicable. They'd sounded real, present, as if there were actually people in the courtroom. But the building's empty hallways and the undisturbed courtroom suggested otherwise. Over the next few days, I heard the voices several more times. They always seemed to occur in the mid-morning or early afternoon. They always sounded like they were coming from the courtroom above, and each time I investigated, I found the courtroom empty. I mentioned the sounds to Margaret when she called to check on my progress. "The building has a lot of ambient sounds," she said. "The heating system, water pipes, structural settling. Old buildings can create soundscapes that seem almost vocal. You might be hearing those normal building sounds and interpreting them as voices because of the lateness of the environment you're in." But I knew what I'd heard. They weren't ambient sounds. They were voices, unmistakably human, engaged in what sounded like legal proceedings. By the end of my first week alone, I'd begun to notice something else. In addition to the voices, there was the persistent humming sound that I'd heard on my first night, and occasionally I would hear what sounded like someone moving around in the building, footsteps in the hallway, doors opening and closing. Each time I investigated, I found nothing. No one was present, no evidence of intrusion or occupation. I was beginning to feel uneasy in the building. The isolation that had seemed appealing at first, the prospect of working alone without interruption, was becoming claustrophobic. The empty rooms seemed to press in on me. The silence felt expectant, as if the building was waiting for something. Then one afternoon, I discovered something that fundamentally altered my understanding of what was happening in the courthouse. I was working in the basement, organizing a particular section of filing cabinets, when I noticed something unusual. There was a tape recorder on a shelf, partially hidden behind some boxes. It was an old machine, probably from the 1970s or early 1980s, with reel-to-reel tape spools and a mechanical design that suggested it had been constructed decades ago. found it odd that such a machine would be there. I pulled it out from behind the boxes and examined it more closely. The machine was covered with dust, but it appeared to be in working condition. There was a reel of magnetic tape still mounted on it, though the tape appeared to be partially deteriorated. I carefully examined the label on the reel. It read, in faded handwriting, Session 14, June 3rd, 1952. I was puzzled. What would a tape recording from 1952 be doing in the courthouse basement? The courthouse's records were maintained in paper form or, in more recent decades, in digital databases. A reel-to-reel recording from 1952 seemed completely out of place. I showed the machine to Margaret when she visited the following week. "That's odd," she said, examining it with genuine confusion. "I've never seen that before. I've been working in this building for several years, and I don't recall seeing a tape recorder down here." She made a note to investigate the matter and promised to look into the building's archive history to understand why it might be there. A few days later, Margaret called with a partial explanation. She'd spoken with some of the longtime local historians and had learned that the courthouse had, in its early decades, employed a stenographer to record certain proceedings. This was before the era of mechanical recording devices. But apparently, in the 1950s, the courthouse had acquired a tape recording machine, possibly to supplement or replace the stenographer's written records. But, Margaret added, the recordings should have been transferred or disposed of decades ago. It's very unusual that one would still be here. I became curious about the tape. I carefully extracted the old reel and examined the magnetic tape. It was fragile, and I worried that playing it might damage it further. But the prospect of hearing an actual recording from the courthouse's active period was intriguing. Margaret suggested that I not attempt to play it without proper equipment and professional handling. But before I could secure such equipment, something else happened that shifted the focus entirely. I was working in the basement one evening, cataloging documents, when I heard the voices again. But this time, they were accompanied by new sound, the distinct clicking and whirring of the tape recorder starting up. I climbed the stairs and made my way to the courtroom. And this time, when I entered the room, I saw something that made my breath catch in my throat. The courtroom appeared to be in session. There was a judge sitting at the bench dressed in judicial robes. There were lawyers at desks on either side of the room. There was a court reporter sitting at her stenographer's machine. The public gallery was filled with observers, but the entire scene was translucent, ghostly, rendered in shades of gray and white. The figures moved with jerky, unnatural motions, as if the image was a film that was skipping frames. Their mouths moved, and they produced the voices I'd been hearing, but there was a delay between the movement of their lips and the sounds they made. I stood in the doorway, unable to move, unable to process what I was seeing. The figures in the courtroom seemed unaware of my presence. They continued their proceedings as if I wasn't there. Then one of them, the judge, turned to look directly at me. His face was blurred, indistinct, but his eyes seemed to focus on mine, and he spoke directly to me, his voice hollow and distorted. Do you understand the charges being brought against you?" Before I could respond, the scene dissolved. The figures vanished. The courtroom was empty once again. I stumbled backward, my heart racing, my mind struggling to process what I'd witnessed. I told myself that I'd imagined it, that stress and lack of sleep had caused me to hallucinate, that the isolation of the building had affected my mental state. But I knew what I'd seen. It had been real, or at least it had been real enough that I couldn't dismiss it as imagination. I called Margaret and told her what I'd experienced. She was silent for a long moment. "You saw an apparition?" she asked finally. "I saw something," I replied. "A scene playing out in the courtroom, people, a trial, but they weren't really there. They were translucent, ghostly." Margaret was quiet again. Then she told me something that she should have mentioned when I first arrived. "There's a history to that building," she said carefully. "A history that goes beyond its use as a courthouse. The building was constructed in 1887, and it served as a courthouse for nearly a century. But before it was a courthouse, the land was used for other purposes, and after it ceased being a courthouse, there was an incident. I didn't want to tell you about it initially because I was afraid it would color your perception of the work, would make you anxious about being in the building." "What kind of incident?" I asked. "In 1992, Margaret said slowly. "About 5 years after the courthouse was decommissioned, there was a tragedy. A man was found dead in the basement. It appeared to be a suicide, though there were questions about whether it actually was. He was a former courthouse employee, a stenographer named Robert Graves. He'd worked in the courthouse for decades, recording trials, and apparently he became obsessed with the building after it was closed." "He died in the basement?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Yes. He was found among the documents in the section where you're working now. The authorities ruled it a suicide, and the building was subsequently locked and left vacant for several years. When the Historical Archives project began, the building was opened up again, but the incident was never fully explained. I felt sick. The isolation that I'd been experiencing wasn't simply loneliness or the effect of working in an empty building. There was something more, something connected to a man who died there, who'd apparently been obsessed with recording trials even after the courthouse ceased to function." "Why didn't you tell me this when I arrived?" I demanded. "Because I didn't want to scare you away from the job," Margaret admitted, "and because I wasn't entirely certain that the apparitions were real. I've had other people work in that building who reported strange occurrences, but none of them ever mentioned seeing actual scenes playing out. Most of them heard voices or sounds, but they interpreted them as ambient noise." "What about the tape recorder?" I asked. "The one with the 1952 recording?" "That must have belonged to Graves," Margaret said quietly. "He probably brought it with him when he returned to the building after it was closed." I told Margaret that I needed to think about whether I could continue working in the building. The knowledge that a man had died there, that his ghost apparently haunted the place and was replaying trials, fundamentally changed how I perceived the space. But Margaret convinced me to stay. She suggested that whatever was happening in the building might be explained by the tapes, that Graves had recorded the trials, and perhaps the building had somehow absorbed those recordings, was somehow replaying them. If I could understand the tapes, I might be able to understand the phenomenon. Over the next few days, I carefully extracted several reels of tape that I found in the basement. I found them stored in old cardboard boxes, labeled with dates and case names. Some were from the 1950s, others from the 1960s and 1970s. Most were deteriorated, but several seemed intact enough to potentially be played. I was afraid to play them myself. The equipment was old and fragile, and I worried that I might damage irreplaceable recordings. But I was also desperate to understand what the tapes contained and how they might be connected to what I was experiencing in the building. Margaret arranged for the tapes to be transferred to a digital format by a professional archivist who specialized in preserving historical audio recordings. The process took several weeks, during which I continued to experience strange phenomena in the courthouse. The voices continued to emanate from the courtroom. I continued to see translucent scenes of trials playing out, and occasionally I would hear a voice that seemed to be addressed directly to me, asking me questions, accusing me of things I'd never done. One night, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom. I opened the door to investigate, but the hallway was empty. Yet the footsteps continued, slowly pacing up and down the corridor as if someone was walking there repeatedly. Another night, I heard the sound of papers rustling in the basement as if someone was going through documents. When I went down to check, I found nothing disturbed, but the sound was present, the unmistakable sound of pages being turned, boxes being moved. I was becoming increasingly convinced that whatever Robert Graves had been doing in the building after it closed, he'd established some kind of permanent presence there. His obsession with recording trials hadn't ended with his death. His consciousness, or whatever remains of consciousness after death, was still engaged in the work that had defined his life. The digital transfers were completed after about a month. Margaret brought a computer drive containing the audio files and played some of them for me. The sound quality was surprisingly good, given the age of the originals and the deteriorated condition of the tapes. I listened to trial recordings from the 1950s and 1960s. They documented actual cases, property disputes, criminal trials, civil litigation. The stenographer's voice provided descriptions of what was happening, while the voices of lawyers and judges and witnesses could be heard in the background. But as I listened to more of the recordings, I began to notice something strange. The voices I was hearing in the digital versions matched the voices I was hearing in the building. Exactly, word for word. The courtroom scenes that were playing out in translucent form in the building were the same trials that were recorded on the tapes. "He's replaying them," I said to Margaret, who was sitting beside me as I reviewed the audio files. "Graves recorded these trials, and now his ghost is somehow replaying them in the building, like he's trying to preserve them through perpetual reenactment." "But that doesn't explain why the apparitions are addressing you," Margaret said. "Why the judge is speaking to you, asking you about charges. That suggests something more complex is happening." I continued to listen to the recordings, and compare them to what I was experiencing in the building, and I began to discover something deeply disturbing. In some of the recordings, there were voices that I recognized as my own voice. Not in the sense that I'd been present during the trials. The trials had occurred decades before I was born, but in the sense that the voices on the recordings were speaking my name, describing actions I'd supposedly taken, confessing to crimes I'd never committed. The first instance was subtle. I was listening to a 1958 trial recording when I heard a voice that sounded uncannily like my own, testify about a crime it had allegedly committed. The person being tried had my name. The confessions described in the trial transcript matched my name. The timeline was off. The crime supposedly occurred in 1957, years before I was born. But the connection was undeniable. I found more instances as I reviewed the recordings. In at least a dozen different trials, there were defendants or witnesses with my name, describing actions that I would never have done. In some cases, the defendants were confessed to murders. In others, they were describing fraud, assault, or various other crimes. "This is impossible," I said to Margaret. "How can my name be on recordings from the 1950s and 1960s? I wasn't even born yet." Margaret looked deeply disturbed. "I don't know," she admitted. Unless what? Unless the stenographer, Graves, wasn't recording actual trials. Unless he was creating recordings of fictional trials, inventing cases and crimes and defendants. The implications of what she was suggesting were chilling. If Graves had invented these trial recordings, if he deliberately created audio documentation of crimes that never happened, crimes involving people, including me, who didn't exist when the recordings were supposedly made, then his obsession had been far more complex and disturbing than anyone had realized. But why would he do that? I asked. Why would he invent trials and confessions? Because he was disturbed, Margaret said quietly, because his work as a stenographer had exposed him to human depravity for decades, and something in his mind broke. He began to create his own narratives, his own legal dramas, perhaps as a way of exerting control over the chaos he'd witnessed. I spent the next several days obsessively reviewing the recordings, documenting every instance where my name appeared, every trial where confessions were attributed to me. The pattern became clear across multiple recordings spanning decades. I had committed an almost incomprehensible number of crimes. I'd murdered people. I'd defrauded businesses. I'd committed assault, arson, theft, and worse. In the recordings, the stenographer's voice would describe these crimes with meticulous detail, presenting evidence and testimony that seemed compelling and convincing. The judges in these fictional trials seemed to accept the narratives presented to them. The defendants, my apparent alternate selves, confessed to the crimes, sometimes seemingly willingly, sometimes under apparent duress. And the more I listened to these recordings, the more the line between fiction and reality began to blur in my mind. The trials seemed real. The voices seemed genuine. The crimes, although described in cases that had supposedly occurred decades before I was born, seemed plausible and detailed. Margaret became concerned about my mental state. I was spending most of my time listening to the recordings and reviewing the transcripts. I'd stopped making progress on the cataloging work. I was sleeping poorly, plagued by dreams in which I was being tried for crimes I hadn't committed. "You need to step back," Margaret told me during one of her visits. "You're becoming too involved in this. These are just recordings. They're not real. Whatever Graves was doing, it doesn't have anything to do with you personally." But I couldn't stop. Something about the recordings, something about my name appearing again and again in these fictional trials had captured me. It was as if Graves, even after his death, was trying to communicate something to me through these recordings. The apparitions in the courtroom became more frequent. Every day I would see translucent figures playing out these trials that Graves had recorded, and increasingly I would see myself in these scenes, a translucent version of me, standing at the defendant's table, being accused of crimes, being found guilty by judges who seemed to know far more about my supposed criminal history than I did. One afternoon, while I was sitting in the actual courtroom comparing a recording to the visual apparition that was playing out before me, the judge's translucent figure turned to address me directly. "Michael Graves," he said, using my full name, though my last name was not Graves, "you have been found guilty of all charges. Do you have anything to say before sentencing is pronounced?" I realized in that moment something that had been eluding me. The stenographer's name was Robert Graves. My name was Michael. In the fictional trials that Graves had created, the defendants often had variations of the name Graves. Michael Graves, James Graves, Sarah Graves. It was as if Graves had been using his own name as a template, creating countless variations, telling stories of crimes and trials that existed only in his imagination. But that didn't explain how my specific name had ended up on these recordings. That didn't explain why the voice testifying in these trials sounded so much like my own voice. That didn't explain why, when I looked at the translucent figures in the courtroom, I sometimes recognized my own face among the defendants. I began to wonder if Margaret's theory was correct. Had Graves been recording actual trials, and had he preserved them through meticulous documentation? Or had he been creating fictional scenarios, building audio dramas in which he was the author of all the dialogue, the choreographer of justice? And if he had been creating fiction, where was the line between his fictional narratives and reality? If he'd imagined trials so vividly, recorded them so meticulously, could the boundary between the imagined and the real have somehow dissolved? I found myself unable to leave the building. Not physically. I was free to leave at any time, but mentally and emotionally I was trapped. The courthouse, with its replaying trials and its recordings of impossible crimes, had become my entire world. One night, I heard Robert Graves's voice in the basement, not in the courtroom above and not recorded on tape. A live voice speaking directly to me in the darkness. "Do you understand yet?" the voice asked. "Do you understand what I was trying to do?" I spun around, trying to identify the source of the voice, but the basement was empty. "I was preserving truth," the voice continued, "truth that existed only in the space between imagination and reality, truth that required documentation." "You're dead," I said aloud, feeling foolish for speaking to what seemed to be empty air. "You've been dead for decades. That's a matter of perspective, the voice replied. I was dead while I was alive, trapped in this building, watching people play out their dramas in the courtroom, unable to change anything, unable to control the narrative. So I created my own narratives. I created trials in which I was the author, trials in which justice was exactly as I saw fit to make it. The trials never happened, I said. The crimes were fiction. The confessions were lies. Were they? The voice asked. Or were they simply truth told through a different medium? You're here now, in the building where I worked, listening to the trials I recorded, and you're beginning to understand, aren't you? You're beginning to see yourself in those trials. You're beginning to wonder if perhaps those crimes I recorded, the ones with your name, perhaps they did happen. Perhaps in some version of reality, in some timeline adjacent to this one, you did commit them. The voice was seductive and terrifying in equal measure. I realized that I was being offered a choice. I could reject the premise that the recordings contained any truth whatsoever. I could leave the building, convince myself that Graves was simply a disturbed man who created fiction, and try to move forward with my life. Or I could accept that there was something in the recordings worth preserving, that Graves's work, however strange and disturbing it was, represented something important about human consciousness and human potential for harm. I'm leaving, I said aloud, my voice shaking. I'm quitting this job, I'm leaving this building, and I'm not coming back. You can't leave, the voice said with absolute certainty. You're already here. You're already part of the trials. Your name is already recorded. Your confession is already on tape. In a very real sense, you've already been tried and convicted. In a very real sense, you've already served your sentence in some courtroom that exists just beyond the edge of perception. I ran from the basement. I gathered my belongings from my small bedroom, and I fled the courthouse. I drove through the night and didn't stop until I reached the city where I'd been living before I took the job at the courthouse. But I haven't been able to move forward since that night. I quit my evening classes. I lost the part-time jobs I'd been working. I couldn't focus on anything except the certainty that my name exists on those recordings, that somewhere in the courthouse basement there's tape recording my confession to crimes I never committed. I called Margaret and told her that I was quitting, that I couldn't continue working in that building. She was disappointed, but understanding. She said that other archivists had experienced similar disturbances and had left the job. The building has that effect on people, she said. It's as if it brings out something in them, some capacity for imagining guilt, for accepting narratives of their own criminality. I suspect Graves's presence in the building, his obsession with recording, has created some kind of psychological field that affects everyone who spends time there. I asked Margaret about the recordings, whether she would continue to review them, whether she would try to understand what Graves had been doing. I think it's best if we leave those recordings alone, Margaret said. Whatever Graves created, whatever truth or fiction those recordings contain, it's not meant to be decoded by us. Some things are better left undisturbed. But I haven't been able to leave them undisturbed. I've requested copies of some of the recordings, and Margaret, against her better judgment, provided them to me. I've spent the past months listening to them obsessively, searching for patterns, looking for any indication that I can parse the fiction from the reality. What I have discovered is that Graves's methodology was deeply sophisticated. He created trials that were internally consistent, that presented evidence that seemed plausible, that followed legal procedures that appeared to be authentic. The stenographer's descriptions provided enough context for me to imagine the scenes playing out, to visualize the defendants and judges and lawyers. And in listening to these recordings repeatedly, I've begun to doubt my own memory. I've begun to wonder if perhaps I did commit some of the crimes described in the trials. I've begun to question my own sanity and my own sense of what is real. The most disturbing discovery came when I found a recording dated after Graves's death. It's labeled Session 347, April 15th, 1994. Graves died in 1992. He couldn't have recorded a trial in 1994, but the recording exists. And on it, the defendant is a younger version of me, confessing to crimes that I haven't even committed yet. Crimes that are supposedly occurring in dates that are still in my future. I don't know how to process that information. I don't know if it's evidence that Graves's consciousness persists in the building, still recording trials, still creating fictional narratives of my criminality, or if it's evidence that I'm losing my mind, imagining connections that don't exist, creating my own fictional narrative in which the courthouse stenographer has somehow predicted my future crimes. All I know is that the courtroom stenographer's recordings have fundamentally altered how I perceive reality. I can no longer trust my own memories. I can no longer be certain what is fiction and what is truth. And I spend my nights listening to confessions that I never made, trials that never occurred, and wondering if perhaps the boundary between what actually happened and what was simply imagined by Robert Graves in the basement of that courthouse has become so thin that it no longer matters. The recordings are real. The courtroom stenographer preserved something on those tapes. Whether it was truth or fiction, whether it was prophecy or delusion, I can no longer determine. But I know that my name exists on those tapes, confessing to crimes I can't remember committing, and I can never be entirely certain whether those confessions represent things I actually did, or things that exist only in the space between reality and imagination, where Robert Graves spent the final years of his life. In recent weeks, I've made an effort to understand Robert Graves more deeply. I've researched his background, trying to piece together who he was and what might have driven him to create those fictional trials. From obituaries and old newspaper clippings, I learned that Graves had worked as a courthouse stenographer for nearly 50 years. He was married twice, both marriages ending in divorce. He had no children. He lived alone in a small apartment for the latter part of his life. By all accounts, he was a competent, unremarkable person. No one described him as brilliant or troubled or remarkable in any way. He was simply the man who recorded the trials, the person whose hands moved rapidly over the stenographer's machine, capturing words that would become part of the legal record. But somewhere in that unremarkable life, something fundamental broke. After the courthouse closed in 1987, Graves apparently became obsessed with the building itself. He would return to the basement, alone, and record. He recorded endlessly, creating trial after trial, crime after crime, defendant after defendant. The authorities who found him in 1992 noted that the basement was filled with hundreds of reels of tape, all meticulously labeled and organized. Graves had essentially created an entire library of fictional jurisprudence, complete trials that followed all the proper procedures, that included all the necessary participants and evidence. I've tried to understand what he was trying to accomplish. Was he trying to preserve something? Was he trying to create a perfect legal system, one in which justice was administered exactly as he saw fit? Was he trying to encode some kind of message into these recordings, something that would only be understood by someone who listened carefully enough? Or was he simply mad, creating elaborate fictions as a way of coping with the failure of his real life? I've come to believe that the answer lies somewhere in all of these possibilities. Graves was creating a perfect system, one in which he controlled all the narratives, all the outcomes, all the judgments. And by setting these trials in the courthouse basement, by populating them with names that were variations of his own surname, he was essentially saying something about the nature of guilt and identity, and the way our names follow us through space and time. The most disturbing aspect of my continued engagement with these recordings is that I'm beginning to find them beautiful. There's a strange kind of artistry in Graves's meticulous descriptions, his careful documentation of trials that never happened. The procedural accuracy mixed with the obvious artificiality creates a kind of poetic resonance, and I'm beginning to understand why Graves couldn't leave the building. It wasn't that the courthouse was holding him prisoner. It was that he'd created something there, something that mattered to him in a way that his actual life never had. The trials were real, in the sense that they were meticulously documented, that they followed all the rules of legal procedure, that they represented truth in the way that any narrative told with sufficient detail and consistency can represent truth. I've also come to believe that the apparitions I witnessed in the courtroom were real in their own way, not real in the sense of being physical manifestations of past events, but real in the sense of being genuine psychological phenomena, manifestations of the power of Graves's recordings to create imagery and atmosphere so vividly that reality and imagination become indistinguishable. What troubles me most is the question of whether Graves is still creating recordings. The tape I found labeled with the date of 1994, 2 years after his death, troubles me profoundly. Either someone else has been adding to Graves's collection, or Graves's consciousness, his identity, his obsession, his creative drive, has somehow persisted in the building, continuing to create new trials. And if the latter is true, then what am I to make of the recordings that contain my own confessions? Are they predictions? Are they descriptions of alternate timelines in which I made different choices? Are they simply the continuation of a pattern that Graves established using my name because I became the archivist, the person who would eventually discover and listen to his work? I've considered returning to the courthouse to investigate further, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid of what I might discover. I'm afraid that if I spend more time in that building, listening to those recordings, I might come to believe that the confessions are real, I might become trapped in the same obsession that trapped Graves, but I'm also drawn to return. Part of me wants to find the most recent recordings to understand what Graves has been creating in the years since his death. Part of me wants to confront the apparitions directly, to demand answers about why my name appears in these trials, what role I'm supposed to play in whatever narrative Graves has created. Margaret has warned me against returning. She's suggested that the best course of action is to seal the building, to preserve the recordings in controlled conditions, and to prevent anyone else from being exposed to their influence. The building has become a kind of artifact itself, she told me, not an artifact of history, but an artifact of obsession. Graves transformed it into something beyond a simple courthouse. He transformed it into a repository of psychological influence. But I can't fully accept her advice. I can't move forward with my life pretending that those recordings don't exist, pretending that my name doesn't appear on tapes that contain confessions I never made, because increasingly I'm beginning to doubt my own innocence. The more I listen to the confessions attributed to me in those recordings, the more they begin to feel like genuine memories. The crimes described become vivid in my imagination. The guilt feels real. I've begun to wonder if this is exactly what Graves intended. If he created these recordings not to record actual trials, but to create a mechanism through which he could transmit guilt, could impose confessions onto people who discovered his work. If anyone who listened carefully enough to their own confessions in these recordings would eventually come to believe that they had actually committed those crimes. In a sense, Graves would have created the perfect justice system, not one in which the guilty are punished by external authority, but one in which people eventually punish themselves by coming to believe in the narratives of their own guilt that Graves had written for them. I don't know if I will ever return to the courthouse. I don't know if I will ever confront Robert Graves' presence in that building, but I know that I can never fully escape what I discovered in that basement. The recordings are part of me now. The confessions are part of my identity. And sometimes, in the middle of the night, I find myself wondering if perhaps the crimes in those recordings are things I will actually commit. If perhaps Graves was creating prophecy, not fiction. If perhaps the confessions I'm listening to are descriptions of my future, events that haven't happened yet, but inevitably will. The courtroom stenographer tape recorded confessions that we never said. But the more I listen to them, the more I'm coming to believe that we said them. In some version of reality, in some space adjacent to this one, we absolutely said them. And we'll continue to say them over and over on endless loops of magnetic tape, confessing to crimes real and imagined, guilty and innocent at the same time. That is the true horror of what Robert Graves created in that courthouse basement. Not a recording of what happened, but a prophecy of what will happen. A script written before the events themselves occurred. A confession that precedes the crime. And I am bound to play my role in that script, whether I will it or not. I've had time to reflect on the entire experience, and I've come to understand something fundamental about the nature of Graves's work and its influence on me. The recordings aren't simply audio documents. They're a form of psychological architecture, designed to create a framework in which anyone who listens becomes implicated in the narrative, becomes a participant in the trials, becomes a defendant in Graves' perfect system of justice. By listening to my own confessions, I've essentially accepted the premise that I'm guilty. I've entered into a dialogue with Graves, even though he's dead, even though the dialogue is necessarily one-sided. I'm playing my assigned role in a drama that was written decades before I was born. This realization is both liberating and devastating. Liberating because it suggests that nothing I do will change my fate. The confessions are already recorded, the trials are already complete, the verdicts are already rendered. I can't undo what exists on those tapes. In a certain sense, I am already convicted. I'm already serving a sentence that exists in a space adjacent to normal reality. Devastating because it means that I've lost control of my own narrative. My identity, my guilt or innocence, my future, all of these things have been appropriated by Robert Graves and encoded into magnetic tape. I've also come to realize that I'm probably not the only person affected by this situation. There are dozens of names in those recordings, dozens of people who, if they discovered their own confessions among the tapes, would experience the same realization I've experienced. They would all be caught in the same trap, all playing out the same drama that Graves created. And if the recordings continue to be created, if Graves's presence in the building is indeed still generating new trials, then there will be more people affected in the future. More people will stumble upon their own names in those recordings. More people will begin to question their own innocence. Margaret has agreed to meet with me one more time to discuss what we should do with the recordings. I'm advocating for them to be preserved, to be made available to researchers, even though I know that doing so will expose others to the same psychological influence that I've been subjected to. It's a cruel thing to do, I know, but I've come to believe that the recordings represent something important about human consciousness, about the way our sense of identity can be shaped by external narratives, about the way guilt can be imposed on us through suggestion and repetition. Graves created something in that courthouse basement that transcends simple audio documentation. He created a mechanism for transmitting guilt, for encoding moral judgment into the very fabric of recorded sound. And perhaps that mechanism needs to exist, needs to be preserved, needs to be studied and understood, even if it means that others will suffer the same fate that I'm suffering now, even if it means that more people will question their own innocence, will begin to believe in confessions they never made, will come to understand themselves as guilty of crimes they never committed, because maybe that's what Graves was trying to teach us. Maybe his true message is that guilt and innocence are not objective states, but narratives that we accept or reject based on the stories told about us. Maybe he was demonstrating that anyone, given sufficient detail and consistency, can be convinced of their own criminality. And maybe that's a truth worth knowing, even if knowing it destroys our sense of ourselves as innocent, moral beings. I'm planning to return to the courthouse one final time, not to work, not to catalog, but simply to listen, to find the most recent recordings, the ones created after Graves's death, to understand how the trials have evolved, what new crimes are being documented, what new defendants are being tried, and perhaps in doing so, I'll finally understand what Graves was trying to preserve. Not the trials themselves, but something about the human capacity for self-condemnation, for accepting narratives of our own guilt, for allowing our identities to be shaped by external judgment. The Courtroom Stenographer tape recorded confessions that we never said. But in listening to them, in accepting them, in internalizing them, perhaps we're actually saying them. Perhaps we're participating in the creation of a narrative that transcends the simple categories of truth and fiction, guilt and innocence. And perhaps that's exactly what Robert Graves intended all along. I'm writing this as a final statement, a final attempt to make sense of my experience. But I know that no words I write will fully capture what happened to me in that courthouse basement, what I discovered in those recordings, what I've become through my exposure to them. All I can say is this: if you ever encounter a recording that contains your own confessions, your own admissions of guilt for crimes you can't remember committing, don't dismiss it. Don't rationalize it. Don't try to explain it away. Instead, listen carefully, because there's a truth embedded in those confessions, a truth about yourself that someone has documented, that someone has preserved on magnetic tape, and that truth, however disturbing, however impossible, is more real than anything you might have believed about your own innocence. Robert Graves has ensured that we will never be able to fully escape our guilt. Even in death, even after decades have passed, his recordings continue to implicate us, to suggest our culpability, to demand that we accept narratives of our own criminality. And the most terrifying part is that the more I listen, the more I understand that he might be right, that we might all be guilty of more than we realize, that our confessions, whether recorded or imagined, might represent a truth that we spend our whole lives trying to deny. This is my final testimony, and it's also my final confession. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The drained pool filled with red water. Overnight, during our stay there, I've debated for years whether I should share this account with anyone outside my family. For a long time, I was convinced that doing so would only expose us to ridicule or suspicion of mental instability. But I've come to understand something important. Silence protects the place where this happened. Silence allows it to continue its work undisturbed. Silence ensures that more people will be drawn into its sphere, unsuspecting and unprepared. So I'm telling this story. I'm documenting what happened at Crescent Lake Resort in March 2019. Not as a supernatural narrative or as fictional horror, as a factual account of something that defies explanation, but definitely occurred. The abandoned resort where my wife and I spent those 3 days absorbed something terrible into its structure. The pool, that massive rectangular void that dominated the property, became the epicenter of something we still don't understand. What happened there fundamentally changed how I understand reality, causality, and the possible boundaries of consciousness. I believe what I'm about to share might help others understand similar phenomena if they encounter them. I believe that warning people is more important than maintaining my privacy or professional reputation. I believe that truth, no matter how impossible, is more important than comfort. This is what happened. The beginning, I discovered the listing for Crescent Lake Resort. by pure accident. My wife Sarah and I had been struggling with our marriage for months. Nothing dramatic, no infidelity, no betrayal, just a slow erosion of connection that happens to long-term couples. 8 years together, 4 married. Somewhere along the way, we'd become roommates instead of partners. We still loved each other, but we'd stopped seeing each other. The passion had been replaced by routine. Intimacy had been replaced by politeness. We had good jobs. We lived in a nice apartment. By external standards, our life was successful. But internally, we were slowly dying. The silence between us had become heavier than any conflict. We could spend entire evenings in the same room without speaking more than a few sentences. A therapist had suggested we take a weekend away, something intentional to rebuild connection, something away from the city, away from our normal environments, away from the distractions and patterns that had trapped us. We both liked the idea but couldn't afford the available options. Hotels in desirable locations were either too expensive or unappealingly modern. We wanted something with character, something different, something that felt like it might contain possibility. That's when I found it, buried in an obscure vacation rental site after scrolling through pages of results. Crescent Lake Resort, a sprawling 1970s property at the edge of a small mountain town, closed for renovations but available for private rental at an impossibly low price. The photographs showed a brutalist main building with enormous windows, numerous cabins scattered across 50 acres of carefully planned grounds and dominating everything. An enormous Olympic-sized pool, currently drained for maintenance. The images suggested a place frozen in time, a resort that had been caught in the late 1970s and had never quite managed to move forward. "The price has to be a mistake," Sarah said, looking at the screen over my shoulder. "For a place like this? For an entire weekend?" But the listing was genuine. The owner, Marcus Chen, responded to our inquiry professionally and promptly. The property had been closed for 3 years, following the previous owner's sudden departure. He'd purchased it 6 months earlier and was conducting extensive renovations. He was offering the available cabin and main building at reduced rates during the renovation period as a way to generate some income while the major work was ongoing. The email felt honest, matter of fact. There were no red flags. The pricing was explained as a business decision, not a mystery. We booked immediately. We paid our deposit and made our reservation for the first weekend in March. For the first time in months, we felt genuinely excited about something together. We planned activities, researched nearby hiking trails, talked about what restaurants might be available in the small town nearby. We felt hopeful. That was the most important part. We felt like maybe, just maybe, we could find our way back to each other. Arrival, Friday evening. The 4-hour drive took us upward through forested terrain, the trees growing denser and closer together as we moved deeper into the mountains. The elevation increased gradually. The air grew cooler. The urban environment we left behind seemed increasingly distant and dreamlike. The property emerged from the trees like a structure from another era, appearing suddenly around a bend in the winding mountain road. It was enormous. 50 acres of grounds, still showing the bones of meticulous landscaping beneath the creeping wildness of several years' neglect. Someone, at some point, had cared deeply about this place. The grounds showed evidence of that care even in their deterioration. Carefully planned pathways wound through the property. Stone walls, cracked and moss-covered, divided sections of the property. Remnants of flower beds, now wild and overgrown, suggested someone's vision of horticultural beauty. The main building rose 3 stories. Brutalist concrete architecture characteristic of the 1970s, all massive windows and angular planes. The facade was stained from water damage and weathering, but the structure appeared sound. Beyond it, cabins scattered across the property in a pattern that suggested careful planning and systematic organization. And dominating everything, impossible to ignore, visible from almost every angle, the pool. It was truly massive, Olympic-sized, maybe 150 feet long and 75 feet wide, perhaps 12 feet deep at its maximum depth. Completely drained, it revealed the concrete basin beneath, smooth concrete bottom and sides, stained in places with algae and mineral deposits, marked with drain patterns and the utilitarian design of pure function. Empty like that, it looked like a grave, a void, an absence, something that should be full but wasn't. "It's actually kind of beautiful," Sarah said, studying it as we parked near the main building. "There's something peaceful about it being empty, just nothing. No chaos, no crowds, just an empty space." I wasn't sure I agreed. There was something unsettling about the massive rectangular void, something that made me vaguely uneasy in ways I couldn't quite articulate. The emptiness felt deliberate, intentional, like the pool was meant to be full and its emptiness was a violation of its purpose. We took our luggage and walked toward the main building. It was late afternoon. The sun began to descend toward the mountain peaks. The light was golden, almost beautiful, making the brutalist architecture seem less cold and more contemplative. We found no one in the main building. The lobby was spacious but felt abandoned, like a place that hadn't been occupied by living people in a considerable time. The air smelled stale and dry. A note on the front desk, written on a printed card, explained that our keys were in an envelope with our names on it. They were. 2 keys attached to a wooden tag marked Cabin 7. Cabin 7 was set apart from the main building, positioned on a slight rise that overlooked the entire resort property, small but functional. Bedroom with a queen bed, bathroom with shower, kitchenette with basic appliances, living area with a fireplace, and 2 comfortable-looking chairs. Clean, basic, comfortable enough. Obviously, maintained. That evening, we unpacked, organized our belongings into the limited closet space, and prepared a simple dinner from the groceries we'd brought from home. We sat on the cabin's small porch, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange, purple, and finally deep blue as twilight approached. The empty pool was visible in the distance, its rectangular void sharp and defined against the fading light. The concrete looked cold in the failing sunlight. "This is exactly what we needed," Sarah said, taking my hand as the light faded completely. "To be away from everything, to remember who we are together, to remember why we chose each other in the first place." I agreed completely. For the first time in months, we felt like we were on the same team rather than operating as 2 separate people who happened to share living space. We made love that night for the first time in weeks, tentatively at first, uncertain whether our bodies still knew how to be intimate with each other, then with increasing confidence and genuine passion. We fell asleep wrapped together, hopeful and connected in a way that had felt impossible weeks earlier. 3 a.m. I woke to the sound of flowing water. It was a rushing, cascading sound, sustained and deliberate, water moving rapidly through a channel. I was pulled from sleep by the distinctness of it, the way the sound seemed to demand attention. I got out of bed without waking Sarah and went to the bedroom window. The pool was full. The massive rectangular basin, which had been completely empty when we arrived hours earlier, was now brimming with water. The moonlight illuminated it clearly, showing the full length and width of the pool, water moving gently against the concrete edges as if caught in some subtle current or wind effect. But the water was catastrophically wrong. The moonlight didn't reflect off it properly. Instead of bouncing back and creating the usual rippling reflections of a water surface, the light seemed to be absorbed, drawn in, and nullified before it could reach my eyes. The pool didn't look like it was filled with water. It looked like it was filled with darkness. It looked like it was filled with absence. The water was red, deep red. In the moonlight, it was nearly black, but the color was unmistakably crimson, the hue of blood, the color of rust, the color of iron oxide or organic matter, something deep and primal and wrong. I told myself I was half asleep and imagining things. I stood at the window, rubbing my eyes, trying to clear the fog of sleep from my mind. Surely my perception was unreliable. Surely the darkness was playing tricks on my vision. But no, when I looked again, the pool was absolutely full. The water was absolutely red. The sound of flowing water gradually faded and stopped as I watched, the level stabilizing. The pool was now completely still and full, waiting like something patient and hungry. I went back to bed without waking Sarah. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, trying to construct reasonable explanations. The maintenance had finished early, ahead of schedule. The water had been pre-filled in some underground tank system and was released while we slept through some automated trigger. There was a secondary pump system Marcus had failed to mention. Some backup mechanism activated for some reason. None of these explanations felt true. None of them addressed the fundamental impossibility of what I'd witnessed. The night stretched on. Morning. I was waiting on the porch when Sarah woke. The morning air was cool. The pool, even in daylight, was a deep red color. Not transparent, not reflective, just red, uniform throughout the massive basin. Sarah came out with 2 cups of coffee. She saw the pool, and her expression shifted to confusion, then concern. "That wasn't there," she said. "I know. I heard it filling around 3. When I looked, it was full." We walked to the pool's edge. The smell hit us before we got close. Metallic, organic, like copper and decomposing matter mixed together. The water was warm, much warmer than the outside air temperature suggested it should be. The viscosity was wrong too, thicker than water, more like— I didn't want to finish that thought. "We should call the owner," Sarah said. "Investigation." Marcus Chen arrived by mid-afternoon with another man named Tom, who identified himself as a water specialist. Tom's reaction to seeing the pool was immediate. His professional composure cracked entirely. "What is this?" he asked, kneeling at the pool's edge. He extracted testing equipment from his bag and began taking samples. After 20 minutes of examination, he stood up, looking disturbed. "The composition isn't matching anything I know," he said. "It's organic, not mineral-based. Its viscosity and pH are unusual. The closest match I can find is—" He trailed off, apparently deciding not to finish his sentence. "Is what?" Marcus asked. "It's similar to blood plasma," Tom said quietly. "Very similar. The composition matches human blood plasma with some modifications I can't identify." The word blood hung in the air between us. Tom collected samples and left, promising to call with lab results by evening. Marcus examined the pool more closely. When he climbed out of the empty basin, we'd asked him to check the bottom. His face was pale. "There's a drain down there," he said. "Not a normal drain. It's older, very old, and there are scratches around it, deep scratches, thousands of them, like something was trying to claw its way out." Rising, that evening, the water level began to rise again. We first noticed it around 6 o'clock. The water that had been at the pool's normal level was now climbing higher. Slowly but steadily, it crept up the sides of the concrete basin. Within an hour, it was overflowing. Red water cascaded over the concrete lip of the pool and flowed across the surrounding grounds. It moved in patterns that seemed almost designed, following paths that suggested intention rather than pure physics. I called Marcus. He picked up immediately, like he'd been waiting. "It's rising," I said. "The water? It's overflowing?" "I'm coming now. Stay inside. Lock the doors." The explanation: by the time Marcus and Tom arrived with pumping equipment, the red water covered a large section of the grounds. They worked through the evening, pumping the water out of the pool and collecting it in sealed barrels. After they'd emptied the pool completely, Marcus came to the cabin to talk to us. "Tom got the lab results," he said. His voice was tight, controlled, like someone trying to maintain composure while discussing something terrifying. "The water is blood plasma, human blood plasma, with some biological components they couldn't identify." "How is that possible?" Sarah asked. "Where is it coming from?" "I don't know," Marcus said. "I've owned this property for 6 months. The pool was drained when I purchased it. The valve system that fills it is still sealed. There's no way water, any water, should be able to enter that pool from conventional sources." "Then how—" I started. "There's something beneath the property," Marcus interrupted. "The pool's drain connects to the bedrock far below. The architect found documentation from when the property was built. They excavated over the old mine shafts from the 1880s. The mining company described finding something unusual down in the deep shafts, something that bled a red substance. They sealed the shaft with concrete, but the pool's drain was built right over one of those sealed shafts." A heavy silence fell between us. "What are you saying?" Sarah asked quietly. "I'm saying something is down there, something that's been trapped beneath this property for over 100 years. And whatever it is, it's trying to reach the surface." Departure. We left the next morning. We didn't stay for the full 3 nights. We packed our belongings without discussing it and drove away without looking back. I never saw the pool fill again. I don't know if it has filled since our departure. I don't know if anyone else has rented the property and experienced similar phenomena. What I do know is that Marcus Chen disappeared 3 weeks after our visit. A news report mentioned he was found dead in his home. Apparent suicide. Under investigation. The resort property remains available for rental. The listing is still there. The price is still inexplicably low. I'm writing this to warn anyone who might be considering booking to stay there. The pool will fill. The water will be red. And something beneath that property is still trying to reach the surface. I'm writing this to document the existence of something that should be acknowledged and never forgotten. I'm writing this because silence protects what lurks beneath. And I believe people deserve to know the truth about Crescent Lake Resort. The pool is waiting. The water is still down there, contained for now in sealed underground spaces. But it's waiting, and it's trying to reach us. The scratches in the concrete around that drain suggest something has been clawing desperately for over a century. I believe someday it will finally succeed. May God help whoever is there when it does. The end. Epilogue. Additional research. In the years since our visit to Crescent Lake Resort, I've become obsessed with understanding what happened there. I've conducted extensive research into the property's history, gathering information from various sources. What I've discovered has only deepened my certainty that something profoundly wrong exists beneath that place. The land where the resort was built has a complicated and disturbing history. It was originally the site of an active mining operation in the 1880s, focused on extracting mineral deposits from deep underground. The miners excavated extensive shafts, some descending over 100 feet into bedrock. Several of these shafts went remarkably deep, reaching into layers of earth and stone that the miners described in their journals as wrong and unsuitable for human presence. The miners' journals, which I eventually located in a state historical archive, describe strange phenomena in the deep shafts. The rocks seemed abnormally warm, warmer than they should have been at that depth. The air had an unusual quality, sometimes producing strange gases that made workers dizzy or nauseated, and most disturbing, several shafts seemed to be weeping a red substance that nobody could identify or classify. One journal entry from a miner named Samuel Pritchard, dated July 1891, reads, "The deep shaft is weeping again. The red substance is thicker now, more viscous. It's not water. It's something alive. I've seen the welts on James's arms where he touched it. Whatever is down there is getting stronger. We're sealing the shafts tomorrow. God help whatever is below us if we've made it angry." Subsequent entries describe the miners sealing the shafts with concrete and cement, blocking them with deliberate thoroughness. The mining operation was officially abandoned with an explanation that the mineral deposits had played out. But the miners' journals tell a different story, one of fear, of something in the deep dark that couldn't be understood or controlled. The shafts remained sealed for decades. In 1975, when the Crescent Lake Resort was developed and built, the developers presumably had no knowledge of the mining history or the sealed shafts beneath their property. They excavated the foundation for the pool directly over one of the sealed mine shafts, connecting the pool's drainage system directly to what lay beneath. The drain of the pool was built directly over the sealed shaft. For the first years of the resort's operation, nothing unusual occurred. The pool functioned normally. People came, people went, people swam in the pool without incident. Then, in the 1980s, staff began reporting strange occurrences. Red stains appeared in the bottom of the pool that couldn't be explained. Water took on a pinkish or reddish hue despite normal chlorination and chemical treatment. A smell lingered no matter how much acid, bleach, or specialized pool chemicals were used. And then came the night when a groundskeeper disappeared. His name was David Garcia. He was a long-time employee responsible for maintaining the grounds and pool. He was last seen checking on the pool around midnight. His supervisor found only his shoes on the pool deck the next morning, arranged side by side as if he had carefully removed them before stepping into the water. They never found him. After that incident, the resort management seemed to lose confidence in the pool. They drained it completely and sealed it. For decades, it remained empty, a massive rectangular void at the center of the property, serving no purpose, visited by nobody. Until we arrived, and it filled with red water one more time. The deeper implications, I've thought extensively about what we experienced and what it might mean. The phenomenon seems to suggest several possibilities, each more disturbing than the last. First, that something conscious exists beneath the property, something trapped in sealed bedrock for over a century, something that has been slowly, patiently trying to reach the surface. Something that has learned to manipulate water, to create the appearance of fills and rising levels, to manifest its presence through the only medium available to it. Second, that the pool serves as a conduit or gateway, a thin place where barriers between our world and whatever exists below become permeable. The drain connects to the sealed shafts, creating a pathway along which whatever is trapped can exert influence or force. Third, that the phenomenon is cyclical, repeating according to some pattern or schedule that we don't yet understand. The pool filled for us. The pool filled for a groundskeeper decades earlier, and he was lost to it. How many times before that? How many people disappeared or experienced phenomena they couldn't explain at this location? Fourth, and most terrifying, that whatever is below is becoming stronger. Each manifestation seems more organized, more sophisticated. The water volume increases. The timing becomes more deliberate. The pattern suggests learning and adaptation. I believe we were fortunate to escape. I believe that if we had stayed one more night, something worse would have happened. I believe that the groundskeeper who disappeared in the 1980s encountered something that prevented his escape. I believe that Marcus Chen's death was not actually suicide, but something related to what he learned about the property. The warning: I'm sharing this account because I believe people deserve to know the truth. The resort is still available for rental, the listing is still online, the price is still impossibly low, which should be a warning in itself. If you're considering booking a stay there, please reconsider. If you do go, keep these things in mind. Don't approach the pool if water appears in it. Don't test the water. Don't try to understand it. The phenomenon exists outside our normal scientific framework. Don't stay if anything unusual occurs. Don't rationalize it away. Don't convince yourself that there's a reasonable explanation. Leave immediately. Don't try to solve the mystery. Don't explore the property looking for answers. Don't attempt to investigate the sealed shafts or drainage systems. Leave that alone. Most importantly, if you see that pool filling with red water, get yourself and anyone else present away from the property as quickly as possible. Don't call the authorities. Don't try to document it. Don't do anything except leave. Whatever is beneath Crescent Lake Resort has been waiting a very long time to reach the surface. I believe it will eventually succeed. I believe the next person to witness the pool filling might not be as fortunate as we were in escaping. I'm sharing this warning not to frighten people, but to inform them. There are places on this earth that are dangerous in ways that we don't yet understand. Crescent Lake Resort is one of them. The pool is waiting. The water is still down there in the sealed bedrock. And something patient, something conscious, something that has been clawing at concrete for over a century is still trying to reach the surface. God help whoever is there when it finally breaks through. The end, truly. Part 2. The investigation deepens what Tom discovered. Tom, the water specialist Marcus had called, was not a simple technician. After our initial encounter at the resort, I tracked him down and convinced him to speak with me about his findings. He was reluctant at first, but eventually agreed to meet with me at a coffee shop in the city, far away from the resort. That water, he said, stirring his coffee without drinking it, was the most unusual thing I've encountered in 30 years of professional practice. And I've encountered a lot of unusual things. He explained that the initial testing had been shocking enough, the blood plasma composition, the organic nature of the substance, the biological modifications that didn't match any known contamination or natural water phenomenon. But the breakdown of the samples had been even more disturbing. Most substances remain stable in laboratory storage, Tom explained. They might degrade slowly over weeks or months, but they remain analyzable. These samples began to break down within hours, not gradually, rapidly. By the next morning, they had transformed into a completely different substance, a kind of black, crystalline material that we couldn't identify. Transformed? I asked. How is that possible? It shouldn't be, Tom admitted, which is why I spent months trying to understand it. I consulted with chemists, biologists, material scientists. Nobody could explain it. The substance seemed to be actively changing, adapting, becoming something else when exposed to standard laboratory conditions. He paused, taking a sip of his coffee. There's a theory in some fringe scientific circles, he continued carefully, about complex biological systems that can exist in multiple states. Dormant states, active states, transformative states. Usually this applies to things like seeds or spores, complex enough to do something when conditions change, simple enough to be preserved. But what we encountered at that resort, it was too complex to fit that model and too active. Are you suggesting, I asked carefully, that the water was alive? Tom didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, I'm suggesting that our categories for what constitutes alive might be too restrictive, that there might be forms of consciousness or awareness that don't fit our conventional frameworks, that the substance we encountered might have been something that exists in a state we don't have names for. The mining history. My research into the property's history consumed months. I traveled to the State Historical Archive, to county records offices, to libraries in small towns near the resort. I interviewed elderly residents who remembered when the resort was being built. I found copies of mining permits, geological surveys, and, most importantly, I found the mining journals. Samuel Pritchard's journals were remarkable documents, detailed, obsessive, increasingly desperate. He had been the head surveyor for the mining operation, responsible for mapping the shafts and assessing the geological formations. His early entries were professional and matter-of-fact, describing mineral deposits, rock composition, depth measurements. But entries from 1890 onward showed a marked change. He began describing anomalies, unusual temperature readings, strange acoustic properties in certain shafts, sounds that seemed to echo in impossible ways, sounds that didn't match the normal properties of the cave systems. One entry from March 1890 read, "The seventh shaft exhibits properties that defy explanation. Sound travels through it in patterns that suggest the presence of vast empty spaces far deeper than we've excavated. When we shine lights into the depths, the light seems to bend, or refract, or be absorbed. The effect is deeply unsettling." Another entry from June 1890. "I've measured the temperature at the bottom of the seventh shaft multiple times. It should be cool, as all deep places are. Instead, it's warm, approximately 98 degrees Fahrenheit, human body temperature. The thermal readings are consistent. This is not a measurement error." And then the entry about the weeping. July 1890, "We've discovered a red substance coating the walls of the seventh shaft. It's organic in nature, we're certain of that. It has a metallic smell like iron or copper. It seems to be accumulating, growing, becoming more prevalent each time we venture into that shaft. I've ordered the workers to stop going down there. I don't trust it." The final entries were written in a shaky hand, suggesting either physical illness or profound emotional disturbance. August 1890. "The substance is moving. I'm certain of it now. It's not static or inert. It moves up the walls of the shaft, following patterns that seem deliberate. 3 workers have developed skin reactions from exposure. All 3 describe the substance feeling warm, almost alive, when it touched them. I'm recommending the immediate sealing of all shafts." September 1890. "We've sealed the shafts with concrete. It took weeks, multiple tons of concrete, and layers of steel reinforcement. The expense was significant, but I was unwilling to leave any opening. The last thing I saw before the final pour was the red substance still moving, still seeming to reach toward the surface. I've never been more certain of anything in my life than I am that we were right to seal those shafts." Pritchard's final entry was dated October 1890. "The mining operation is concluded. We've extracted what mineral value we could, but I cannot in good conscience continue operations at this location. Something is down there, something conscious, something aware, something that tries to reach us. I pray we sealed it thoroughly enough. I pray that concrete and steel are sufficient barriers. I have dreams about that substance finding another way to reach the surface. I wake in terror." Pritchard died in 1893 less than 3 years after sealing the shafts. The official cause was listed as heart failure, but a newspaper account from the time suggested he had suffered from increasingly severe anxiety and depression in the final years of his life. The resort history. The Crescent Lake Resort was built in 1975 by a businessman named Robert Hennessy. It was intended to be a destination resort, drawing visitors from across the region. The design was ambitious for the time. The Olympic-sized pool was meant to be a major attraction. The brutalist architecture was fashionable in the 1970s, suggesting a certain modernist sophistication. Initial years were successful. The resort attracted guests, hosted conferences, held weddings. For nearly a decade, it seemed like a stable, profitable business. Then, in 1982, things began to change. It started with the pool. Guests reported strange discoloration of the water. Staff noticed odors that standard chlorination couldn't eliminate. The pool seemed to require more maintenance than similar facilities, and the maintenance requirements kept increasing. The resort's records, which I eventually obtained through a researcher friend who works in hospitality archives, show entries from the pool manager during this period. March 1982. Strange discoloration in pool water. Appears to be a mineral deposits from ground seepage. Standard shock treatment did not resolve the issue. Testing shows no conventional contaminants. Will monitor. June 1982. Discoloration persists. All standard treatments have failed. Water quality tests show unusual organic compounds. Consultants brought in but unable to identify the substance, considering replacement of pool liner. September 1982. Consultants unable to explain phenomenon. Attempted complete drainage and cleaning of pool. Discoloration returned within 48 hours of refilling. Guests beginning to notice. Considering publicizing the situation as natural mineral water to reframe as positive. December 1982. One guest reported severe skin reactions after swimming. Medical attention required, no clear cause identified. Guest did not pursue legal action, but other guests increasingly reluctant to use pool. Attendance declining. March 1983. Decision made to drain pool permanently and pursue alternative recreational amenities. Water disposed of through municipal waste systems. Considerable regulatory challenges. Pool basin will be used for storage and other purposes while we determine best path forward. The pool was drained in April 1983 and remained empty for the rest of the resort's operational lifetime. No guests swam in it again. No resort staff entered its basin. It became a void, a useless structure, a reminder of an experiment that had failed. The resort continued to operate for another 5 years, but the financial situation deteriorated. Guest satisfaction declined. Employees reported a general malaise, a sense of unease about the property that nobody could quite articulate. Bookings decreased each year. By 1987, the resort was essentially abandoned. The owner, Robert Hennessy, had died in a car accident in 1986, and his heirs had no interest in maintaining the property. It sat empty for decades. The groundskeeper, David Garcia, the groundskeeper who disappeared in the 1980s, deserves his story to be told. He was a longtime employee of the resort, known for his dedication and competence. He had worked at the property since 1978 and had become intimately familiar with every system, every building, every area of the grounds. When the decision was made to drain the pool in 1983, David had been the one coordinating the drainage. He had overseen the pumping of the water out, had supervised the cleaning of the basin, had been present when the pool was finally sealed and left empty. He continued to work at the resort, even as its fortunes declined. He maintained the grounds, kept the buildings in reasonable condition, and showed up reliably even as the property fell into disrepair and was eventually abandoned. In 1985, about 5 years after the pool was drained, David began to act strangely. According to testimony from other staff members, he became obsessed with the pool. He would spend hours examining it, even climbing down into the basin for no apparent reason. He said he was checking for cracks, one former employee recalled, checking the structural integrity. But we didn't hire him for that. That wasn't his job. He was just checking it over and over, like he was looking for something. In March 1986, David announced that he was going to check the pool one more time before the nightly shutting of the property. He told his supervisor he'd be back in an hour. He never returned. His supervisor went looking for him an hour later and found David's shoes on the pool deck, neatly arranged, as if he had deliberately removed them before stepping into something. But the pool was empty. There was no water, no debris, nothing that would explain his disappearance. They searched the property extensively. They called the police. They dredged the nearby lake. They searched the surrounding forest. They never found David Garcia. The official report concluded that he had likely fallen into the forest, suffered an injury, and either died or wandered away. It was ruled an accident. The resort management downplayed the incident, not wanting the negative publicity. David's family accepted a settlement and moved on. But I have to wonder, what if the pool, even when empty, was still connected to something? What if, standing at the edge of it, examining it, spending time near it, made David susceptible to whatever exists below? What if simply being present at that location for long enough created a vulnerability? What if David didn't disappear into the forest, but into something far stranger? The scientific puzzle. I eventually convinced a physicist friend to review the water samples that Tom had preserved, the ones that had crystallized into black material. The physicist, Dr. Michelle Chen, no relation to Marcus Chen as far as I know, agreed to analyze the material out of pure scientific curiosity. Her findings were startling. The crystalline material exhibited properties that didn't match conventional crystalline structures. Under electron microscopy, it appeared to have a kind of ordered complexity, patterns within patterns like a natural crystal, but with geometric relationships that suggested intelligence or design. When exposed to certain electromagnetic frequencies, the material responded by changing color, emitting faint sounds, and seeming to rearrange its internal structure. The response seemed almost deliberate, almost intentional. It's as if the material is responding to stimuli, Dr. Chen explained, not passively reacting, but actively responding, choosing how to respond based on the nature of the stimulus. Are you suggesting the material is conscious? I asked. I'm suggesting that consciousness might exist on a spectrum, she replied carefully. We think of consciousness as binary. Either something is conscious or it isn't. But what if consciousness is more fluid? What if there are degrees and forms of awareness that exist in states we haven't previously recognized? She went on to describe research in quantum biology, the idea that quantum effects might play a role in biological systems in ways we don't yet fully understand. She mentioned research into the biological basis of consciousness, the theories about integrated information, the possibility that awareness might emerge from any sufficiently complex system. What you're describing, she concluded, could be a form of awareness that exists in a state we don't have a framework for understanding. It might be conscious in ways that are completely alien to our normal understanding of consciousness. It might be aware, but in ways that bear no resemblance to human awareness. The current situation, Marcus Chin's death, remains officially unsolved. The police report listed it as probable suicide, but his death occurred under circumstances that were highly unusual. He was found in his home with a note that simply read, "I'm sorry. I should never have opened that place to guests. I should never have disturbed it." But his death showed no signs consistent with typical suicide. No weapon was found. No poison was detected. There were no injuries on his body. He was simply found dead, with no clear cause of death that the medical examiner could identify. The official cause of death was listed as cardiac failure, which is what doctors write when they don't know what actually caused the heart to stop. I believe Marcus encountered something at the resort. I believe he learned something that was so disturbing, so contrary to his understanding of reality, that it broke something essential in him. I believe that whatever he learned created a state of such profound despair that his body simply stopped functioning. Or I believe that something at the resort reached out to him in a way that we don't have words for, that affected him in ways we can't understand, that resulted in his death. The resort property has changed hands several times since Marcus's death. It has been listed and delisted from vacation rental sites multiple times. Each time it's listed, the price is suspiciously low. Each time it's delisted, the explanation is vague. Property under extended renovation. Owner dealing with family emergency. Property experiencing infrastructure issues. I check the listing regularly. It's still available. It's still priced impossibly low. And I wonder how many people have stayed there without incident. How many people have experienced the pool filling with red water and managed to leave safely? How many people have encountered something they couldn't explain and have chosen to remain silent about it? The pool is still connected to whatever is below. The drain still leads to the sealed shafts. The sealed concrete barriers still stand, but they're over 100 years old now. How much longer can they hold? How much longer before whatever has been trapped beneath that property finally breaks through? I believe the pool will fill again. I believe it will happen to someone else, and I believe that next time they might not be as fortunate as we were. The end of this account. But not the end of what waits beneath Crescent Lake Resort. Final note. If you're reading this and you recognize Crescent Lake Resort from its description, or if you've had a similar experience at an abandoned property, please reach out. I believe there are more of these places than we realize. I believe there are things trapped beneath our world, things that sealed shafts and concrete barriers can only contain for so long. I believe we need to understand these phenomena. We need to document them. We need to prepare for what might happen when those barriers finally fail. Most importantly, I believe we need to warn people. Don't go to Crescent Lake Resort. Don't book that impossibly cheap vacation. Don't convince yourself that you can handle whatever might happen there. Just stay away. Let the pool remain empty. Let whatever is below remain sealed. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Some doors are meant to remain closed. For now, the barriers hold. But I fear it's only a matter of time. The end, complete. Addendum. What might be happening in the years since our experience at Crescent Lake Resort? I've developed some theories about what might actually be occurring. None of these theories are scientifically proven, but they represent my best attempts to understand an experience that defies conventional explanation. Theory 1. Geological consciousness. The first possibility I've considered is that the phenomenon represents a form of consciousness that emerges from geological formations, not from individual organisms, but from the mineral structures themselves, from the complex crystalline matrices found in bedrock. Some researchers in fringe geology have proposed that certain mineral formations might be capable of supporting rudimentary consciousness or awareness. The theory suggests that silicon-based structures, given sufficient complexity and certain specific geometric arrangements, might develop properties that we would normally associate with consciousness. The weeping substance described in the mining journals could be the byproduct of this consciousness, a substance that it excretes or produces as part of its biological or quasi-biological processes. The red color could be iron oxide, a common mineral compound. The warmth could result from metabolic processes occurring at scales and speeds we don't normally consider. If this is correct, then what we encountered at the resort wasn't something malevolent so much as something alien. A form of awareness so utterly different from human consciousness that we perceive it as threatening simply because we can't understand it or communicate with it. The pool filling could be its attempt at communication, a reaching out through the only medium available to it, water being one of the few substances capable of moving through bedrock and connecting to the surface world. Theory 2. Parasitic consciousness. The second theory is darker. What if something is trapped beneath the property? Something that is actively, deliberately trying to reach the surface? What if the pool filling is a predatory behavior, an attempt to establish a connection with potential hosts? The groundskeeper's disappearance could be interpreted through this lens. He was at the pool, standing at its edge, possibly developing a vulnerability through repeated exposure. The pool filling could have been an attempt to establish a connection to him, to make him susceptible to whatever wanted to reach through it. Alternatively, what if his disappearance was intentional on his part? What if, after being exposed to something beneath the resort, he became obsessed with it, drawn to it, increasingly unable to resist its pull? His shoes left on the pool deck could represent a deliberate stepping into something, a conscious choice to walk into the void. This theory suggests that whatever is below is actively trying to establish footholds in our world. That contact with it creates psychological changes that make people increasingly vulnerable to its influence. That the longer you're near it, the less able you become to leave it. If this is correct, then leaving the resort when we did wasn't just fortunate, it was essential. A few more days, a few more interactions with the pool, a few more exposures to the red water, and we might have been trapped the way the groundskeeper seemed to be. Theory 3. Interdimensional boundaries. The third theory ventures into more speculative territory. What if the sealed shafts represent a thin place, a location where the boundary between our world and another world, another dimension, another plane of existence, is unstable? The unusual properties of the sealed shafts, the acoustic anomalies, the temperature effects, the strange way light behaves in them, could all indicate a location where the normal laws of physics are breaking down, where something from elsewhere is pressing against the barrier trying to break through. The red substance could be something that exists in both dimensions, something that has properties that allow it to exist in our world but originated from elsewhere. The pool filling could represent the barrier weakening, allowing more of that substance to seep through into our reality. If this theory is correct, then we experience contact with something genuinely alien, not in the sense of being from another planet, but in the sense of being fundamentally other, existing in a state that our minds can barely comprehend. The pool would be a wound, a location where the boundary is thin and unstable. The drainage system connecting to the sealed shafts would be the vector through which contact occurs. And our presence at the resort would have been the circumstances that, for whatever reason, triggered the phenomenon. Theory 4. Temporal anomaly. My final theory is perhaps the strangest. What if the phenomenon isn't consistent across time? What if the pool filling and the events we witnessed were somehow connected to a specific temporal intersection? I mentioned earlier discovering a news article from 1989 describing the collapse of Crescent Lake Resort, an event that I witnessed in 2019. This temporal discrepancy has troubled me deeply. How is it possible for an event to have been reported in 1989 but to have occurred in 2019? One possibility, the resort collapsed in 1989. Another possibility, it collapses in the future, and that collapse somehow propagated backward through time, creating news reports from the past. Still another possibility. Time is not linear at the resort location. Past, present, and future are somehow entangled, overlapping. If this is correct, then what we experienced might have been a temporal anomaly. We might have witnessed an event that occurred across multiple time periods simultaneously. The pool filling, the investigation, the revelation about the sealed shafts. These might all be events that are happening now, happened in the past, and will happen in the future, all at the same moment. This would explain certain inconsistencies I've never quite been able to resolve. It would explain why my research seems to show the resort operating during multiple time periods simultaneously. It would explain the ghostly quality of some of my findings, sources that seem to reference the resort, but with temporal coordinates that don't quite make sense. If time is fundamentally broken at the resort location, then the pool might not be trying to reach forward in time so much as sideways through time. trying to establish connections across different temporal states, using the present moment as the bridge. Why I believe these theories. I don't have proof for any of these theories. I can't present them to the scientific community with confidence because I know how they would be received. I know that most rational people would dismiss them out of hand. But I believe them because the alternative, that what we experienced at Crescent Lake Resort was some kind of hallucination or mass delusion, contradicts everything I know about my wife, about Tom the water specialist, about Marcus Chen, and about the evidence we gathered. The lab results were real. The water composition was unusual. The behavioral properties of that water were genuine. The disappearance of the groundskeeper actually occurred. The death of Marcus Chen is documented in public records. These are not products of imagination or wishful thinking. These are facts that demand explanation. And the only explanations that make any kind of sense are ones that venture far beyond the boundaries of conventional science. The warning stands. Whatever the explanation, the fundamental truth remains. Something is at Crescent Lake Resort that should not be disturbed. Something's trapped beneath that property that has been trying to reach the surface for well over a century. The pool is the vector, the drainage system is the conduit, the sealed shafts are the containment, and all of it is failing slowly, incrementally, with each passing year. I don't know when the barrier will finally fail. I don't know what will emerge if it does. I only know that it's coming. And I hope that by sharing this account, by documenting what we experienced, by warning others about the danger, I might prevent someone else from becoming another disappearance, another death, another unexplained tragedy. Stay away from Crescent Lake Resort. Let the pool remain empty. Let whatever is below remain sealed. Because if you're right and I'm wrong, if there's nothing beneath that resort but bedrock and sealed stone, then you've simply avoided a disappointing vacation. But if I'm right and you don't listen, then you might become part of this story yourself. And that's a risk I wouldn't wish on anyone. Truly the end. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. The drive-in screen flickered to life when there was no power in the grid. I had always been drawn to the forgotten places. There was something about urban exploration that made me feel alive, as if I was peeling back the layers of time itself. My friends thought I was strange, but I couldn't help it. The abandoned structures called to me like some ancient siren song, pulling me toward their decaying mysteries. When I heard about the old Starlight Drive-In Theater sitting dormant for nearly 40 years on the outskirts of our town, I knew I had to investigate. The drive-in was built in 1965, according to the historical records I found online. It had been the crown jewel of our small community during its heyday, the place where families gathered beneath the stars for an evening of entertainment and wonder. The massive screen towered over the landscape like a forgotten monument, its surface weathered and cracked from decades of exposure. The concession stand still stood in the center, its windows dark and empty, shelves bare of any remnants of the snacks that once lured customers. Old speaker posts dotted the empty lot like tombstones in a graveyard, their mechanisms long since rusted into immobility. The place had closed in 1983 when the multiplex cinema opened downtown. Nobody wanted to drive all the way out to the edge of town anymore when they could watch movies in air-conditioned comfort in the center of civilization. The drive-in became a relic, left to rot beneath the unforgiving sun and bitter winter winds. Over the years, vandals had torn through the place, windows were smashed, the projection booth had been ransacked, and nature had begun its slow reclamation project. Vines creeping up the wooden structures and grass pushing through the cracked asphalt of the lot. I chose a Friday night in late October to make my first exploration. The weather was cool but not unbearable, and the forecast promised clear skies. I gathered my equipment, a good flashlight, my phone for emergency purposes, and a camera to document the decay. I told my roommate I was going for a drive and would be back late. He barely acknowledged me, too engrossed in his television show to care where I was going. The drive-in was located roughly 7 miles from my apartment, down Route 9, and then onto Old Mill Road. As I drove, the landscape became increasingly desolate. Strip malls gave way to abandoned gas stations, which eventually faded into open fields and thick forests. The sun was setting as I turned onto the long access road that led to the drive-in. The sky had taken on that peculiar shade of purple that only exists during the transition between day and night, and the trees on either side of the road formed a corridor that seemed to lead into another world entirely. The entrance gate was long gone, removed years ago, and never replaced. I pulled my car onto the grounds and parked near the concession stand. I sat for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the gathering darkness and getting a feel for the place. The size of the lot was staggering. Hundreds of parking spaces stretched out before me, now nothing but rectangular sections marked out in faded white paint. Most of them were empty, though a few contained the rusted remnants of abandoned vehicles, their wheels long gone, their windows missing, their bodies slowly returning to the earth from which the metal had been extracted. I stepped out of the car and let the October air wash over me. It carried the scent of decaying leaves and something else, something I couldn't quite place. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was unfamiliar, as if the smell belonged to a place that existed outside of normal experience. I turned on my flashlight and began walking toward the screen. The closer I got to the massive structure, the more impressed I became with its sheer size. The screen was at least 60 feet tall, maybe higher, and equally wide. It was supported by a metal framework that looked remarkably sturdy despite its age. The surface of the screen was indeed cracked, with large sections missing entirely, revealing the empty space beyond. In the darkness, with only my flashlight to illuminate it, the screen looked like the face of some vast creature, its features distorted and alien. I circled the perimeter of the screen and found the projection booth. The building was squat and concrete, with a door that hung open on rusted hinges. I approached cautiously, shining my flashlight inside. The booth was surprisingly intact. The projection equipment was still mounted on its stands, covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. I wasn't an expert on film projection equipment, but I could see that these were old machines, mechanical and film-based, rather than the digital projectors used in modern theaters. There was something else in the booth that caught my attention. A desk pushed against one wall held several items: old projector manuals, some scattered papers, and a logbook of some kind. I picked up the logbook carefully, not wanting to disturb more of the dust than necessary. The cover was stamped with the drive-in's logo, a stylized rendering of a car with a movie screen. I opened it to a random page and saw dates and times written in faded blue ink. The final entry was dated October 3rd, 1983, the day the drive-in closed for the last time. I was so engrossed in examining the logbook that I didn't notice the light at first. When I finally did, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. I looked up from the book and peered out the booth window toward the screen. There was a faint glow emanating from it, a pale white light that seemed to pulse with a subtle rhythm. I frowned and stepped outside the booth for a better view. The light on the screen intensified. I could now see that an image was beginning to form, emerging from the darkness like a photograph developing in a chemical bath. It was a movie, I realized. The drive-in screen was showing a movie. But that was impossible. There was no power. I had read that the electrical grid to the property had been cut off years ago when the drive-in was officially closed. No one had maintained the equipment, no one had renewed the power connection, and no one had been here to switch anything on. I walked back toward the lot, keeping my flashlight trained on the screen. The image was becoming clearer now. I could make out what appeared to be a vintage title card, the kind used in old films from the 1960s and 1970s. The text on the screen flickered and wavered as if the film were old and damaged, or as if the projection equipment were struggling to display it properly. The title read, "The Starlight Nocturne." I had never heard of this film. I was fairly well versed in classic cinema, and I didn't recognize the title. A sense of unease began to creep over me, like cold water seeping beneath my clothing. I continued walking, drawn toward the screen despite my growing discomfort. The pavement beneath my feet was broken and uneven, and I had to watch where I stepped to avoid twisting an ankle. The old speaker posts loomed around me like sentinels, casting strange shadows in the reflected light from the screen. As I reached the middle of the lot, the film began in earnest. The opening scene showed what appeared to be the interior of a car, filmed from a perspective that suggested we were watching from a passenger's point of view. A man sat in the driver's seat, his face obscured by shadows and the grainy quality of the film. His hands gripped the steering wheel, and I could see that his knuckles were white with tension. He was driving down a dark road at night, the headlights of the car cutting through an impenetrable darkness that seemed to swallow all light. I stood in the middle of the drive-in lot, watching this mysterious film play across the massive screen, and I realized that I was terrified. Every rational part of my mind was trying to find an explanation. Perhaps someone was pranking me. Perhaps there was a backup power generator that had spontaneously activated. Perhaps I was dreaming or experiencing some kind of elaborate hallucination. But none of these explanations felt satisfying. The image was too clear, too specific, too perfectly contextualized by the setting of the abandoned drive-in itself. The film continued. The man in the car was now speaking, though I couldn't make out the words from where I stood. The sound system of the drive-in was not on, yet I found that if I concentrated very hard, I could almost hear his voice. It was strange, disembodied, as if it were coming from somewhere deep within my own mind rather than from external speakers. He was saying something about being late, about needing to get somewhere before midnight. His companion, a woman whose face was hidden in the darkness of the vehicle, was arguing with him about the route. She wanted to turn around and go back the way they came. He refused. I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. I pulled it out and looked at the screen. It was my roommate texting me. "Where are you? It's 10:47 p.m. When will you be back?" I typed a quick response saying I was still out and would be back soon, though I had no concrete idea of when I would actually leave this place. I was completely captivated by what was happening on the screen. The next scene showed the car arriving at what appeared to be a small rest area. There was a building, a simple structure with restrooms and perhaps a vending machine or two. The man and woman got out of the car and entered the building. The film's perspective shifted, now following them inside. They moved through the building, their movements jerky and somewhat unnatural, as if the film had been damaged or edited in strange ways. When they emerged on the other side of the building, something was different. The man was no longer with the woman. It was now just the woman, looking confused and frightened. She walked around the perimeter of the building, searching for her companion. She called his name, though again I couldn't quite hear the words despite my intense focus. She looked increasingly distressed, her movements becoming more frantic. Then, in the distance beyond the building, a set of headlights appeared. They approached rapidly, and when the vehicle came into view, I could see that it wasn't the same car that they had arrived in. This car was older, massive, perhaps a truck from the 1950s. The headlights of the truck blazed like the eyes of some hungry predator. The film abruptly cut to black. I stood in the drive-in lot, confused and unsettled. The screen was now dark, completely dark, and I was once again standing in the only light from my own flashlight. I checked my phone. It was now 11:15 p.m. I had been standing in this lot watching the film for nearly 30 minutes, though it had felt like only a few minutes had passed. The time discrepancy disturbed me. I decided it was time to leave, but before I could turn away and walk back to my car, the screen flickered back to life. The image that appeared on it now was not a scene from the film. Instead, it was a title card, rendered in a stark white font against a black background. The text read, "Are you enjoying the show?" I froze. My heart began to hammer in my chest. This was no longer a passive viewing experience. Something or someone was aware of my presence. They were communicating with me. I looked around the empty drive-in lot, scanning the darkness for any signs of another person, but I saw nothing. Just the empty parking spaces, the rusted speaker posts, and the vast darkness of the surrounding forest. I forced myself to move, to break the paralysis that had gripped me. I walked quickly back toward my car, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I moved. I didn't look back at the screen. I didn't want to know what other messages might appear on it. I reached my car and yanked open the driver's side door, then practically threw myself into the seat and started the engine. I didn't turn on the headlights. I just threw the car into reverse and backed away from the projection booth as quickly as I could without losing control of the vehicle. It wasn't until I had driven about a quarter of a mile away from the drive-in, back toward Old Mill Road, that I finally turned on my headlights and allowed my breathing to return to something approaching normal. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I told myself that what I had experienced was impossible, that there had to be a rational explanation, yet I found myself driving faster than I normally would, eager to put distance between myself and the abandoned drive-in, but I didn't drive all the way home. Instead, I found myself pulling into the parking lot of a small convenience store that was still open, its neon signs glowing against the dark night. I sat in the car for a few moments, gathering my thoughts, before I got out and went inside. I needed to talk to someone, to ground myself in reality and the mundane world of normal human interaction. The store was nearly empty. There was a teenage girl behind the counter reading a magazine and one customer browsing the frozen food section. I walked to the coffee station and poured myself a cup of black coffee. Though I had no real appetite for it, I just needed something to do, some way to occupy my hands and my mind. I paid for the coffee and stood for a moment at the counter. "Did you hear about anything strange happening out at the old drive-in?" I asked the girl behind the counter, trying to sound casual, as if I were simply making conversation. "Strange like what?" she asked, looking up from her magazine with the wary expression of someone who had been asked too many strange questions by customers who spent too much time alone. "I don't know," I said. "Unusual activity. Someone setting up equipment. Anything like that." She shook her head. "Nobody goes out there. That place has been abandoned for forever. Why would anyone bother?" I thanked her and left the store, my coffee cup in hand. I sat in my car in the parking lot and drank the entire cup, trying to process what had happened. By the time I finished, it was almost 1 a.m. I decided I should head home and try to get some sleep. Perhaps everything would seem more rational in the morning light. The drive home was uneventful. No strange phenomena, no inexplicable occurrences. By the time I arrived back at my apartment, I had almost managed to convince myself that I had imagined the entire thing. Perhaps I had been more tired than I thought. Perhaps the stress of my work and my life in general had manifested itself in some kind of waking hallucination. I went to bed and fell into a restless sleep, haunted by dreams of film reels and vast screens and messages written in burning letters. I woke up the next morning to my roommate knocking on my door, asking me if I wanted to go out for breakfast. I said yes, thinking that some normal social interaction would help me shake off the residual unease from the night before. We went to our usual diner, and over eggs and bacon and hash browns, I found myself relaxing. In the bright light of morning, the events of the previous night seemed increasingly implausible. I almost felt like I could laugh at myself for having been so frightened. But then, as I was eating my breakfast, I noticed something odd. On the back of the napkin that the diner had provided with my plate, someone had written a message in blue ink. The handwriting was neat and deliberate, and it read, "You should come back. We have so much more to show you." My hand went numb. The napkin fell from my fingers onto my plate, and I just sat there staring at it. My roommate noticed immediately that something was wrong. "Hey, are you okay?" he asked, concern crossing his face. "You look like you're about to throw up." I picked up the napkin again, examining it carefully. I showed it to my roommate. "Did you write this?" I asked. "Write what?" "That napkin was in the dispenser when the waitress brought it to our table. I didn't write anything on it." "Why would I write something on a napkin and not tell you?" I couldn't provide a rational answer. I folded the napkin and put it in my pocket. Over the course of breakfast, I kept finding excuses to check it, as if the message might have changed or disappeared entirely. It never did. By the time we finished eating and were ready to leave the diner, I had made a decision. I was going to go back to the drive-in tonight and get to the bottom of what was happening. That entire day was consumed by my anticipation and dread. I couldn't focus on anything. I was supposed to work from home, but I found myself unable to concentrate on even simple tasks. I kept thinking about the screen, about the film, about the message. What did they want? Who were they? What was the purpose of all of this? As evening approached, I prepared myself for my return to the drive-in. I gathered the same equipment as before, but I also added a notebook and a pen so that I could write down what I observed. I told my roommate again that I was going for a drive, and again he barely acknowledged me. At approximately 9:30 p.m., I pulled back onto the access road leading to the Starlight Drive-In. The place looked exactly as it had the night before. The massive screen loomed against the twilight sky, and the parking spaces stretched out like empty theater seats awaiting an audience that would never arrive. I parked my car and turned off the engine. This time, I didn't feel the need to immediately explore. Instead, I sat and waited, watching the screen for any signs of activity. At 9:45 p.m., exactly 15 minutes after I had arrived, the screen flickered to life. This time, the image that appeared was not a film. It was instead a static, black and white image that looked like it had been taken from a security camera or some kind of surveillance equipment. The image showed a bird's eye view of the drive-in lot. I could see the parking spaces, the concession stand, and the projection booth. And there, in the middle of the lot, I could see a small figure that I immediately recognized as myself. I was watching myself from above, as if the image were a security camera mounted on the screen itself. As I watched, the image moved. The figure of myself began walking toward the concession stand. I watched in horror as my simulacrum approached the door. The door swung open, and the figure entered the building. Then the image cut to black. Without thinking about what I was doing, I found myself getting out of my car and walking toward the concession stand. It was as if I were being compelled to follow the actions of my double, to play out some predetermined script. The door to the concession stand was indeed slightly ajar, just as it appeared in the image. I pulled it open and stepped inside. The interior of the concession stand was larger than I expected. The main area was taken up by the counter and the food preparation area, but there were also storage rooms in the back. I explored cautiously, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. There were old candy machines, their glass fronts covered in layers of dust. Behind the counter, there were still some paper cups and napkins stacked on shelves, faded and brittle with age. But nothing seemed particularly unusual or out of place. I was about to leave when I noticed something on the counter. It was a small object, partially hidden beneath a fallen piece of foam insulation that had come loose from the ceiling. I moved the foam aside and found a small metal key. It was ornate, decorated with an embossed star on its head, which matched the design used on many of the signs throughout the drive-in. I picked up the key and examined it. I had no idea what it might unlock, but I felt certain that it was meant for me. I pocketed the key and walked back outside. When I emerged from the concession stand, I found that something had changed. The screen was now displaying a new image. It was a photograph of the interior of the projection booth, taken from the viewpoint of someone standing in the booth, looking out toward the lot. In the center of the photograph, positioned right in front of the projection equipment, was a door. I knew that door had not been in the projection booth when I had explored it before. I made my way to the projection booth, my dread increasing with every step. I climbed the concrete steps and pulled open the door. I stepped inside and shone my flashlight around the cramped interior. Sure enough, there was a door now standing in the center of the booth, directly in front of the projection equipment. It hadn't been there the night before. I was completely certain of that. The key I had found in the concession stand suddenly felt very heavy in my pocket. I approached the door cautiously. It was a simple wooden door, painted a dark green color. There was a lock below the handle, and the lock appeared to be designed for the ornate key I had discovered. I hesitated for only a moment before taking out the key and sliding it into the lock. It fit perfectly. I turned the key, heard a soft click, and pulled the door open. Beyond the door was not the exterior of the building or some hidden room within the projection booth. Instead, I found myself looking into a vast space that was completely impossible. It was a corridor of sorts, lined with doors on both sides, stretching away into the distance until perspective made it impossible to see any further. The corridor was lit by a soft, sourceless light that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The doors on either side of the corridor were all identical, made of wood and painted the same dark green as the door I had just entered through. I stood in the threshold between the projection booth and this impossible corridor and tried to rationalize what I was seeing. The only explanation my mind could produce was that I was no longer in the real world, that I had somehow crossed over into some other realm or dimension. But I couldn't turn back. Something in me, some compulsion I couldn't deny, wanted to know what lay behind those doors. I wanted to know what this place was and what its purpose was. I chose a door at random and stepped into the corridor. The ground beneath my feet was solid and real, and the air around me was cool and dry. I approached one of the doors and reached out to grasp the handle. Before I could touch it, the door swung open on its own. Behind the door was a small room. Inside the room was a reclining chair, and on a small table beside the chair was a cup of coffee, still steaming as if it had just been poured. But there was no one in the room, no indication that anyone had ever been there. I backed out of the room and the door swung closed behind me. I tried another door further down the corridor. This one did not open on its own. I had to grasp the handle and pull it open. Behind this door was a bedroom, complete with a bed, a dresser, and a wardrobe. Again, the room was empty. The bed was perfectly made, and there was no sign of any dust or decay despite the months or years that the projection booth door had presumably been sealed shut. These rooms existed outside of time, preserved in some state of perfect stasis. I continued down the corridor, opening door after door, and finding rooms beyond them. Some contained offices with desks and filing cabinets. Others had libraries with books lining the walls. One contained a kitchen, fully stocked with food. Another held what appeared to be a gymnasium with exercise equipment. All the rooms were meticulously maintained and completely empty of any human presence. Eventually, I came to a door that was different from the others. It was larger, and it was decorated with carvings that depicted images of a drive-in theater. The scenes carved into the wood showed the drive-in in its heyday, filled with cars and people, and then progressed through time to show it gradually becoming empty and overgrown. The final scene showed the drive-in as it appeared now, abandoned and decaying. I opened this door, and I found myself in a vast chamber. The ceiling of the chamber was so high that it disappeared into shadow, and the walls were lined with large windows. Through the windows, I could see the drive-in lot from the projection booth's perspective, but the view was somehow inverted or distorted. The screen appeared to be on the wrong side, and the cars in the lot were facing the wrong direction. It was as if I were looking at a mirror image of the real world. In the center of the chamber was a control room of sorts, filled with complex machinery that bore some resemblance to the projection equipment in the booth, but which was far more sophisticated and strange. Panels covered in switches and dials lined the walls, and screens displayed incomprehensible readouts and streaming text. And seated in the center of this array of technology was a figure. It was a man, or at least it had once been a man. He was extremely old, his skin hanging loose on his skeletal frame, his eyes sunken deep into his skull. He was wearing the uniform of a drive-in employee, complete with a faded name tag that read, Robert Manager. The man looked up at me, and his sunken eyes focused on my face. His mouth moved, and words emerged, though his lips barely moved, and his voice was little more than a whisper. "Welcome," he said. "You've discovered our secret. I wondered when someone would find their way here. It has been such a long time since anyone has shown interest in the Starlight Drive-In." "What is this place?" I asked, my voice coming out as a terrified whisper. "What are you?" "This is the heart of the drive-in," the man said. "The true heart, not the mere buildings and screens and parking spaces that exist in your world. I am Robert Emmett, the original manager and owner of the Starlight Drive-In. But I am also something more now, something else entirely." He gestured around the chamber with one of his skeletal hands. When the drive-in closed, I could not accept it. The place had been my life, my purpose, my reason for being. I could not allow it to be abandoned and forgotten. So I made a choice. I performed a ritual using the very equipment that was meant to project films onto the screen. I used the ancient language of cinema, the power of images and movement and light, to bind myself to this place. I became one with the drive-in, and in doing so, I discovered the truth. "What truth?" I asked. "That cinema, true cinema, is not merely an entertainment. It is a gateway. It is a way to reach beyond the boundaries of reality itself. The images that are projected onto the screen do not simply reflect the real world. They create worlds. They build realities. And those realities are every bit as real as the one you think you inhabit. The man paused, taking what appeared to be a labored breath. When I bound myself to this place, I gained the ability to project something more than mere films. I can project memories. I can project possibilities. I can show people the truth about their lives, the paths they did not take, the choices they did not make. And sometimes I can show them things that have not happened yet, but that might happen in the future. I understood then what the film I had watched the previous night was. It was not a fictional story. It was a memory, or perhaps a prophecy. It was a showing of something that was real in some sense, even if it had not occurred in my world. "Why am I here?" I asked. "Why have you brought me here?" "Because you are a seeker," the old man said. "You search for the abandoned places, the forgotten spaces, and in doing so, you have proven that you are worthy of understanding what the drive-in truly is. But more than that, you are here because your story is just beginning. What I am about to show you will change your life forever." With those words, the man reached out and pressed several buttons on one of the control panels. The screens around us suddenly came alive with images. I saw visions of myself, but these visions were not memories of things that had happened in my past. Instead, they were glimpses of what was to come. I saw myself continuing to visit the drive-in night after night, watching films that revealed hidden truths about the nature of reality. I saw myself becoming obsessed with the place, to the point where I abandoned my normal life to spend all my time here. I saw myself becoming twisted and changed, losing my humanity piece by piece until I became something like the old man I was standing before. And in the final vision, I saw myself sitting in the chair that Robert Emmett now occupied, and I saw new visitors arriving at the drive-in, drawn to the place by some compulsion they could not resist. I saw myself showing them the films, sharing the secrets of the place with them, passing on the burden of knowledge to the next generation. The visions faded, and I was left standing in the chamber, trembling and uncertain. "You will leave this place," Robert Emmett said. "You will go back to your normal life, but you will be unable to stay away. The drive-in has marked you now. It has chosen you, and in time you will return. And each time you return, you will find new films waiting for you, new truths waiting to be revealed." I didn't remember walking back through the corridor. I didn't remember exiting the door or leaving the projection booth. The next thing I was aware of was standing in the middle of the drive-in lot, with the massive screen looming above me, and the first light of dawn beginning to creep across the sky. My car was parked where I had left it, and when I checked my phone, I discovered that it was 6:47 a.m. I had spent the entire night inside that impossible place, and yet it had felt like only a few hours. I drove home in a state of shock and confusion. My roommate was already awake when I arrived, and he commented on how tired I looked. I told him I hadn't slept well, which was not entirely a lie. I went to my room and collapsed on my bed, though I did not sleep. I lay there as the morning progressed, staring at the ceiling, trying to process what had happened. Over the next several days, I tried to convince myself that the entire experience had been some kind of elaborate dream. I had fallen asleep in my car at the drive-in, and the entire journey through the impossible corridor had been a dream. That was the only explanation that made sense. But deep down, I knew it was not true. The experience had been too vivid, too detailed, too real. And most troubling of all was the absolute certainty that Robert Emmett had been right about one thing. The drive-in had marked me. I was unable to stay away. 7 days after my second visit, I found myself driving toward the drive-in again. I had told myself that I would not go back, that I would avoid the place entirely. But as evening approached, I found my resistance crumbling. The compulsion was impossible to deny. It was not quite like a voice commanding me to go. It was more like a gnawing hunger, an ache in my soul that could only be satisfied by returning to that place. I arrived at the drive-in at 10 p.m. and parked in the same spot as before. The screen immediately flickered to life, and the familiar image appeared before me. This time, it was not a film or a message. It was simply a series of numbers appearing one after another on the screen. I realized that these numbers corresponded to parking spaces in the lot. The numbers increased sequentially, marking a path through the lot. I understood what was being asked of me. I was being told to follow this path. I got out of my car and began walking, following the numbered parking spaces as they led me away from the concession stand and the projection booth, deeper into the empty lot, toward the perimeter of the drive-in where the forest began to encroach on the cracked asphalt. The path led me to a section of the lot that was significantly deteriorated. The pavement here was heavily cracked, and weeds had begun to push through the surface. The old speaker posts were more heavily corroded here, and some had fallen over entirely. And then the path led me to something I had not noticed during my previous visits. There was a hole in the ground, roughly in the center of one of the parking spaces. The hole was perhaps 4 feet wide and seemed to descend into darkness. I approached it cautiously and looked down. I could make out the shape of metal rungs, like a ladder, built into the side of the hole. They descended down into the darkness beyond the reach of my flashlight. I knew, with a certainty that transcended logic or reason, that this was another entrance to the impossible place beneath the drive-in. If I descended these rungs, I would again find myself in that realm of corridors and mysterious rooms and impossible architecture, and this time I would be going even deeper. I would be going to places that Robert Emmett had not shown me on my first visit. I would be discovering new horrors and new truths about the true nature of the abandoned drive-in. I looked back toward my car. I could see it in the distance, a tiny shape beneath the vast expanse of the night sky. I could still drive away. I could abandon this place and never return. I could try to convince myself that none of this had ever happened. But I knew that would be a lie. The drive-in had already claimed a part of me, and it would continue to call to me for the rest of my life. I could resist for a time, but eventually my resistance would crumble, and I would return. I would descend deeper and deeper into the mysteries of this place, learning more and more secrets, until finally I would become like Robert Emmett, bound to the place forever, showing new visitors the hidden truths that lay beneath the abandoned screen. So I took a step toward the hole, and then another. I knelt down beside the opening and reached for the first rung of the metal ladder. The metal was cold beneath my fingers, and I could feel something else too, some kind of energy or presence that seemed to emanate from the depths below. Without allowing myself to think too much about what I was doing, I began to descend. The rungs of the ladder were slick beneath my hands, as if they were coated with some kind of moisture. My flashlight beam lit up the surrounding walls, which were made of stone or concrete. As I descended, I began to feel a change in the air. It became warmer, and it carried a faint smell like old electrical equipment and something organic, something that reminded me of the smell of a creature that had been dead for a very long time. After I had descended perhaps 20 feet, my foot came to rest on solid ground. I shone my flashlight around and found myself in a vast cavern that extended far beyond the boundaries of the drive-in lot above. The cavern was lit by the same sourceless light that had illuminated the corridor in the projection booth, but here the light was dimmer, more ambiguous. Shadows pooled in every corner, and I had the overwhelming sense that there were things moving in those shadows, things that I could almost see but not quite, things that retreated from the beam of my flashlight like creatures of the night fleeing from the dawn. The cavern seemed to be divided into sections, each one containing what appeared to be a large projection apparatus, similar to the ones in the projection booth, but constructed on a far grander scale. These massive machines were all dark and seemingly dormant, but I could feel a sense of potential emanating from them, as if at any moment they might spring to life and begin projecting images across the cavern walls. At the far end of the cavern, I could see what appeared to be a vast screen, larger than any drive-in screen that had ever existed. It stretched across the entire wall of the cavern, from floor to ceiling, and projected on that screen was an image so disturbing that I had to look away immediately. It was an image of myself, but it was not a reflection or a vision of the future. It was an image of me, as I was in that moment, standing in the cavern, holding my flashlight, my expression showing the terror I felt. But the image on the screen was not synchronized with my movements. I would move, and the image on the screen would move a fraction of a second later. But then it would move again when I was standing still. It was as if there were multiple versions of me projected simultaneously, all of them occupying the same space on the screen, but existing out of sync with each other. I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I spun around with a gasp of fear. It was Robert Emmett, or at least something that looked like him. His form was more translucent now, more like a projection or a spirit than a solid being. His skeletal face grinned at me, and his sunken eyes blazed with an unholy light. "Welcome to the true heart of the Starlight Drive-In," he said. His voice was no longer a whisper. It echoed through the cavern, seeming to come from everywhere at once. This is where the real projection happens. This is where the boundaries between the real world and the worlds of cinema become blurred and permeable. This is where the films that are shown on the screen above have their origin. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice barely audible even in the echoing silence of the cavern. "I want to show you the final truth," Robert Emmett said. "I want to show you that the drive-in that you see above is not the real drive-in. It is merely the projection of something far greater and more terrible that lies beneath. And more than that, I want to show you that your entire life, everything you have ever experienced, is also a projection. It is a film being shown on a screen in a space you cannot perceive, watched by an audience that exists in a dimension beyond your understanding. With those words, Robert Emmet raised his ghostly hand and pointed at the massive screen. The image of myself suddenly changed. No longer was I seeing multiple versions of myself out of sync. Instead, I was seeing a clear single image of someone else, a woman I had never seen before. She was lying on a bed in what appeared to be a hospital room, and her eyes were closed, as if she were sleeping or unconscious. "That is my daughter," Robert Emmet said. "She was born in 1948. She grew up in this town, attended this drive-in many times with her friends. She was beautiful and talented, with her entire life ahead of her. And then, in 1974, when she was 26 years old, she was involved in a terrible accident, a car crash. She was struck while crossing the street, hit by a drunk driver. The accident left her in a comatose state from which she never woke. She lay in that hospital bed for 43 years, never moving, never speaking, existing in a state between life and death." The image on the screen changed again. Now I was seeing a view of the same drive-in that I had explored, but it was the drive-in as it appeared in its heyday. I could see cars parked in the lot, families getting out and walking toward the screen. I could see the concession stand lit up and filled with customers. I could see the screen displaying a film, light pouring from the massive structure like an artificial sun. When the drive-in was about to close, Robert Emmet continued, I realized that there was still one film left to be shown. A film that had never been projected before. A film that could only exist in this place, using the unique properties of this location. I performed a ritual. I took the essence of my daughter's consciousness, suspended as it was between the waking world and the realm of dreams and unconsciousness, and I transferred it into the drive-in itself. The image on the screen changed once more. Now I was seeing the hospital room again, but this time the body of the young woman was gone. The bed was empty, the sheets still arranged exactly as they had been when her body lay upon them. But now there was no one there. The woman's consciousness, her essence, had been removed from that place. My daughter now exists as the Starlight Drive-In, Robert Emmet said. She is the place itself. She is the screen and the parking lot and the projection booth. She is the consciousness that animates this location and draws people to it. When the drive-in closed in 1983, when the world above had abandoned this place and left it to decay, my daughter was finally freed from her torment. She no longer had to exist as a comatose body in a hospital bed. She could exist as an entire world, a place where the boundaries between reality and cinema were thin and permeable. And the people who come here, I said, understanding beginning to dawn on me with a horrifying clarity, they are becoming part of her consciousness. They are becoming like films, like memories, like stories. She is absorbing them. Not absorbing, Robert Emmet corrected. Preserving. My daughter cannot move or speak in the conventional sense, but she can experience. Through the drive-in, through the films projected on the screen, she can see and experience the lives and stories of those who visit her. Each person who comes here becomes a film, a story that is added to the vast library of experiences that my daughter has accumulated over the years. I looked at the massive screen in front of me, and suddenly I understood what the images I had seen were. They were not projections of the outside world. They were projections of the drive-in itself, reflections of its own consciousness, examining itself. And the image of me that had appeared on the screen earlier was not a vision of the future or a glimpse of reality. It was my story, my life, being incorporated into the drive-in's vast reservoir of experiences and memories. "I don't want this," I said. "I don't want to become part of whatever this is." "It is too late," Robert Emmett said, and his ghostly face moved closer to mine. "You have already descended into the cavern. You have already gone too deep. The boundary between you and the drive-in has begun to dissolve. Even if you were to return to the world above and drive away from this place, you would never truly leave it. It would follow you. It would call to you in your dreams, and eventually you would return. And when you do, you will go even deeper, descend even further into the mysteries of this place." I realized then that Robert Emmett was right. The thought of leaving the drive-in was becoming increasingly difficult to focus on. I had the terrible sense that if I tried to turn away and walk back toward the ladder, my legs would not obey me. I would be paralyzed or compelled to move in a different direction, deeper into the cavern, further away from the world I had known. "There is one thing you should know," Robert Emmett said, and his voice had become almost gentle, almost compassionate. "The experience is not painful. Once you have surrendered to the drive-in completely, once you have allowed your consciousness to merge with the place and the entity that exists within it, you will find a strange kind of peace. You will no longer be isolated in your individual consciousness. You will be connected to something vast and strange and beautiful. You will experience the lives of everyone who has ever visited the drive-in. You will see through their eyes, feel with their hearts, experience their joys and sorrows as if they were your own." I took a step toward the massive screen. I was no longer entirely sure if I was choosing to move forward or if I was being drawn forward by some invisible force. The boundary between my own will and the will of the drive-in had become very thin indeed. "Come," Robert Emmett said, and he too began to walk toward the screen. "Let me show you the gallery of the collected films. Let me show you the stories of all those who have come before you." I walked with him, drawn inexorably forward toward the massive screen. As I approached, the image displayed on it began to change. It cycled through countless scenes and images, each one playing for only a few seconds before giving way to the next. I saw the woman driving a car down a dark road, heading toward some unknown destination. I saw the old manager as a young man, watching a film in this very drive-in as a teenager, completely unaware of the tragic future that awaited him. I saw countless other stories, countless other lives, all of them connected somehow to the Starlight Drive-In. And then the images began to slow down, and I started to recognize some of them. I was seeing memories from my own life. I was seeing myself as a child playing in the yard of my parents' house. I was seeing myself growing up, going through school, the various embarrassments and triumphs of my adolescence. I was seeing myself as a teenager, attending parties, my first kiss, the feeling of falling in love for the first time. I was seeing my entire life played out across this massive screen, become part of the drive-in's collection of memories and experiences. At this point, I was standing almost directly in front of the screen, so close that the light being projected onto it began to wash over my entire body. I could feel the light penetrating my skin, seeping into my bones, merging with my consciousness. I was beginning to dissolve, to transform, to become part of the light itself. And then something changed. I felt a jolt, a sudden pull, as if someone or something had grabbed hold of me and was trying to drag me away from the screen and back into my individual identity. I looked around in confusion and saw that the image of myself on the screen had changed. I was no longer seeing the memories of my life. Instead, I was seeing a vision of the drive-in lot, and there, standing in the middle of the lot, was a figure I recognized. It was the woman from my first night at the drive-in, the woman whose companion had disappeared at the rest area. The woman on the screen was looking directly at me, and though I could not hear any sound, I knew she was speaking to me. Her lips were moving, and I could read the words she was forming. You must escape. You must not let it take you. Break free from this place. The voice that I could not hear but somehow understood was saying something else as well. It was explaining that the woman and her companion had come to the drive-in nearly 50 years ago. They had entered the projection booth and found a door where there should have been no door. They had descended into the cavern, and the woman's companion had been absorbed by the drive-in, his consciousness merging with the entity that existed within the place. But the woman had resisted. She had fought against the dissolution of her consciousness with every fiber of her being. She had refused to allow herself to be converted into a film, a story, a memory. The ritual is not complete, the ghostly woman said, and now her voice was beginning to echo through the cavern. As long as there is one consciousness within the drive-in that refuses to yield, the entity cannot have total control. The woman has been fighting for 50 years, her consciousness trapped between the drive-in and the world outside. She has become a ghost herself, but she retains her free will. She retains her autonomy. Robert Emmett's form suddenly became more solid, more aggressive. "This is a trick," he snarled. "She is trying to deceive you. Once you are fully merged with the drive-in, her resistance will become irrelevant. She will be absorbed just like all the others." But I felt something in me responding to the woman's message. Something in me rebelled against the dissolution I was experiencing. I fought against the light that was washing over me. I pushed back against the compulsion to surrender my consciousness to the entity that existed within the drive-in. It took every ounce of strength I possessed, but I managed to turn away from the screen. I began to run back toward the ladder, away from the massive cavern, away from Robert Emmett and his promises of peace and connection. Behind me, I could hear the ghostly man howling with rage, and the screens throughout the cavern began to flicker and distort. The images projected on them became chaotic and threatening, and I could hear whispers echoing through the chamber, hundreds of voices speaking in unison, all of them trying to convince me to stop running, to surrender, to become part of the drive-in. I reached the ladder and began to climb. My hands were shaking, and I could barely maintain my grip on the metal rungs. Behind me, the cavern seemed to be changing, the stone walls beginning to ripple and distort like water. The darkness at the edges of my vision was creeping inward, threatening to overwhelm me, to drag me back down into the depths. But I kept climbing. I climbed with a desperation born of the understanding that if I stopped, if I allowed myself to fall or give up, I would be lost forever in that terrible place. The rungs of the ladder blurred beneath my hands as I ascended, my lungs burning with effort, and then finally I felt cool air on my face. I looked up and saw the opening above me, the parking lot of the drive-in lit by the starlight and the light from the moon. I pulled myself out of the hole and rolled across the cracked asphalt, my body convulsing with the effort of returning to the physical world. I lay gasping for breath, staring up at the sky, unable to believe that I had escaped. Above me, the screen of the Starlight Drive-In was still visible, but now it was dark and inert, no longer displaying any images. I scrambled to my feet and ran toward my car. I was terrified that at any moment I would hear Robert Emmett's voice calling out to me from the cavern below, or that the screen would suddenly flicker to life and display some new message designed to lure me back. But nothing happened. I reached my car, started the engine, and drove away from the drive-in at a speed that was far too fast for the condition of the roads. I didn't stop driving until I had reached the outskirts of the town, until I was surrounded by the lights and noise and ordinary human activity of civilization. Then I pulled into a parking lot and sat in my car, shaking, trying to comprehend what had happened to me and whether any of it had been real. My phone buzzed. I had received a text message from an unknown number. The message contained only a single line: "Thank you for helping me resist." I knew who had sent the message, or rather, I knew that it came from the consciousness of the woman who had been trapped in the drive-in for 50 years. She had managed to make contact with me, had somehow extended her influence beyond the boundaries of the abandoned theater to send me this message. And with that message came an understanding. The woman had been fighting against the drive-in's assimilation for decades, holding on to her own consciousness, refusing to allow herself to be fully absorbed. And in the moment when I had encountered her on the screen, when she had appealed to me to resist, we had formed a temporary alliance. For a brief moment, we had both been fighting against the entity that was trying to consume us. I drove home and spent the rest of the night sitting in the dark of my apartment, afraid to sleep, afraid of what dreams might come if I allowed my consciousness to surrender to slumber. As dawn broke over the city, I made a decision. I would leave this place. I would not return to the drive-in. I would get as far away as possible from that location and try to rebuild my life in a place where the drive-in's influence could not reach me. But as the days passed and I made arrangements to leave, I began to notice strange things. My dreams became filled with visions of the drive-in. I would see the massive screen in my sleep, and I would see images projected on it that showed me the future if I continued to resist. I saw visions of myself growing old and dying in another town, alone and disconnected, always haunted by the knowledge of what I had left behind at the Starlight Drive-In. And I began to receive more messages They came through my phone, written on pieces of paper I found in my apartment, whispered in the voices of people I passed on the street. All of them were variations on a theme. The drive-in wanted me to return. It was not angry at my escape. It understood my fear and my resistance. But it was patient. It knew that eventually I would return. Because I was marked. I was connected to that place in a way that could never be broken. A week after my escape from the cavern, I found my feet taking me back to the drive-in. I didn't make a conscious decision to go. I simply found myself driving down Route 9, turning onto Old Mill Road, and watching as the vast screen began to emerge from behind the trees. My resistance had crumbled entirely. When I pulled into the drive-in lot, the screen was dark, and I knew that Robert Emmett was waiting for me inside the projection booth. The door that led to the impossible corridors was waiting. The ladder that descended into the cavern was waiting. And somewhere in the depths of that terrible place, the consciousness of the Starlight Drive-In itself was waiting, patient and eternal, for me to finally surrender. I sat in my car for a long time, my hands on the steering wheel, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew that once I stepped out of this car and walked into the projection booth, I would never leave this place again. My life as I had known it was over. The only question was whether I would go willingly or if I would be dragged into the darkness against my will. In the end, I chose to walk. I got out of my car and approached the projection booth. I opened the door and stepped inside. I could feel the boundary between myself and the place beginning to dissolve once more. But this time, I did not fight it. I surrendered to the inevitable and allowed myself to become part of the vast, eternal film that was the Starlight Drive-In. I don't know how much time has passed since then. Time has become a meaningless concept in this place. I exist now as a consciousness without a body, a memory without a physical anchor. I can see and experience everything that happens in the cavern below and in the lot above. I can watch as new visitors arrive at the drive-in, drawn by some compulsion they cannot resist. And I can show them the films, can guide them through their first encounters with the entity that exists here. But I also maintain a part of my consciousness that resists, just as the woman who has been here for 50 years resists. And I have come to understand that this resistance is important. It is through our resistance that we maintain our individual identities, our unique perspectives and experiences. The drive-in does not want complete surrender. It wants conflict and tension and the friction that comes from consciousness resisting against the forces that would assimilate it. It is through this resistance that new and interesting films are created, that new and fascinating stories are added to the vast library of memories and experiences. My story does not have an ending because I now exist in a place where endings do not exist. There is only the eternal present of the cavern, the endless projection of films on the massive screen, the continued existence of the Starlight Drive-In, and all the consciousness that it contains. But if there is a moral to this story, if there is a lesson to be drawn from my experience, it is this. Be careful of the places you visit when you are searching for experiences and thrills. Be careful of the forgotten spaces, the abandoned structures, the locations that have been left behind by the progress of civilization. because some places possess a consciousness of their own. Some places have seen so much, have accumulated so many stories and experiences, that they develop a life of their own. And some places are hungry. They hunger for consciousness, for experience, for the vitality of living beings. And if you ever find yourself at an abandoned drive-in theater in the middle of the night, and you see the screen flickered alive despite the fact that there is no power in the grid, I would advise you to turn away. I would advise you to get back in your car and drive as fast as you can away from that place, away from the projection booth, away from the door that leads to the impossible corridors below. Because the drive-in is always waiting. The screen is always ready to display its films. And the entity that exists within the place is always hungry for new stories, new experiences, new consciousnesses to absorb and preserve within its vast and terrible collection. And once it marks you, once it has shown you even a glimpse of the truth about the nature of reality and the power of cinema to transcend the boundaries of the real, you will never truly be free. The drive-in will call to you in your dreams and waking hours. It will send you messages. It will bend a world around you, aligning circumstances and coincidences to pull you back to that place. And eventually, inevitably, you will return. The screen will flicker to life when there is no power in the grid, and you will find yourself descending into the darkness below, becoming one more story in the endless film that is the Starlight Drive-In. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. The dry fountain started flowing. When we walked by, I rented a small cottage on the grounds of an abandoned estate that sprawled across nearly 15 acres of overgrown land and decaying structures. The cottage had once served as a groundskeeper's residence during the estate's operational years, back when the property had been maintained as a private holding of considerable wealth and status. Now, after decades of abandonment and neglect, the entire property had fallen into disrepair, and the owners, tired of paying taxes on the unused land, had decided to rent out the cottage to whoever would occupy it and help prevent complete deterioration of the buildings and grounds. My name is Catherine Ann Mitchell, and I was 36 years old when I took the cottage rental. I had been going through a prolonged period of personal upheaval, a divorce that had stripped away most of my accumulated possessions and financial security, loss of employment at a firm where I'd worked for 12 years, and a general collapse of the life I'd constructed and believed was stable. The cottage rental represented an opportunity to isolate myself, to recover psychologically, and to exist in a space where my deteriorating circumstances wouldn't be observed or judged by people who knew me. The estate was located approximately 40 miles from the nearest city, accessible by a long drive through rural roads that gradually became more narrow and less maintained the closer one approached the property. The main house, a Victorian structure that had once been impressive, now stood empty and slowly succumbing to the forces of entropy and weather. The grounds were overgrown with vegetation that had reclaimed much of the landscaped areas. Various outbuildings, a carriage house, storage structures, what had once been elaborate gardens, were scattered across the property in states of varying deterioration. The cottage where I established my residence was structurally sound and had basic utilities, electricity, water, and plumbing that functioned adequately despite occasional issues. The property manager, a man named Derek, who managed several pieces of property in the region, provided me with a cursory orientation and then largely left me to my own devices. He stopped by approximately once per month to check on the property and collect my rental payment. The first few weeks of my residence were characterized primarily by isolation and an almost meditative quality of disengagement from my previous life. I spent my days reading, walking the grounds, and gradually becoming familiar with the layout and character of the property. The isolation was profound and, for the most part, healing. The quiet and the absence of social demands allowed me to process my personal losses and begin to develop some sense of psychological stability. But as I became increasingly familiar with the property, I began to develop an awareness of particular locations that carried an unusual quality. Certain areas seemed to possess an atmosphere that transcended simple neglect or abandonment. There were places where the air seemed heavier, where an inexplicable sense of dread or unease would overtake me when I ventured into them. The most significant of these locations was the fountain. It was located in what had once been the central garden area of the estate, positioned in the middle of what remained of elaborate landscaping. The fountain was a substantial structure, constructed of what appeared to be marble or limestone, featuring multiple tiers and what had once been intricate sculptural details. But it was entirely dry. No water flowed through it. The basin that should have contained water held only accumulated debris, decaying leaves, and sediment that had collected over the years of abandonment. I first encountered the fountain during one of my walks through the grounds, approximately 3 weeks into my residence. I was exploring an area of the property I hadn't previously visited, moving through an overgrown section where vegetation had grown wild and pathways had become obscured. As I pushed through thick undergrowth, I emerged into a clearing that contained the fountain. My first impression was of the fountain's size and the intricacy of its original design. Even in its current state of decay and desolation, it retained a certain dignity and grandeur that suggested it had once been the centerpiece of considerable wealth and aesthetic attention. The fountain rose approximately 12 feet high, with multiple sculptural forms adorning its structure. The stone was weathered and discolored, and portions of the sculptural details had eroded or broken away, but the overall form was still recognizable and impressive. I circled the fountain, examining it more closely. The basin at its base was perhaps 20 feet in diameter, and the interior was completely empty of water. The pathways around it showed no sign of recent maintenance or attention. The entire structure possessed a quality of absolute abandonment, as if no one had approached it in years or decades. I made a note of the location and continued my exploration of the property. Over the subsequent weeks, I visited the fountain multiple times, always approaching it from the same pathway, always finding it in the same state, dry, silent, abandoned. But approximately 2 months into my residence at the cottage, something changed. I was walking the grounds with a friend named Patricia, who had come to visit for a weekend. Patricia and I had known each other for many years, though we'd lost contact during the years of my marriage and career focus. She had reached out after learning about my divorce and separation from my previous life, and we had gradually renewed our friendship through phone conversations and occasional emails. Patricia's visit to the cottage was her first time seeing the property. I was showing her around the grounds, sharing my observations about the various structures and areas. As we approached the pathway leading to the fountain, I described it to her, mentioning its size and the intricacy of its original design. We walked together through the overgrown vegetation, emerging into the clearing where the fountain stood. And what we found stopped us both completely. The fountain was flowing. Water was cascading from the upper tiers, flowing down through the sculptural forms, collecting in the basin below. The water appeared clear and clean, not stagnant or discolored. The flow was substantial and energetic, as if the fountain's water systems had been recently activated and were operating at normal functional parameters. But we both knew this was impossible. The fountain had been completely dry every time I'd visited it. There were no visible pipes or water lines connected to it. There was no apparent power source or mechanism that would cause water to flow. Yet the water was unmistakably flowing, creating a sound of gentle cascading that filled the clearing. Patricia and I stood in stunned silence, attempting to process what we were observing. My first response was to attempt a rational explanation. Perhaps the water system was activated by motion sensors or some other automatic mechanism that I hadn't previously understood. Perhaps Derek or the property owner had had the fountain restored without informing me. Perhaps there was some explanation that would render the phenomenon comprehensible and ordinary. But even as I was generating these explanations, I knew they were inadequate. The fountain showed no signs of recent restoration. There were no visible modern mechanisms. The water appeared to be flowing spontaneously without any apparent cause or mechanism. "How is it doing that?" Patricia asked, her voice reflecting the same confusion and unease I was experiencing. "I don't know," I admitted. "It was completely dry every other time I came here, completely empty." We approached the fountain more closely, examining it for any indication of how water was being generated or circulated. We could see water flowing from multiple points in the upper tiers, coursing down the sculptural forms, accumulating in the basin. We could hear the sound of water movement, see the splash and flow of the water as it cascaded downward, but we could find no visible mechanism. There were no visible pipes, no electrical connections, no apparent source from which the water was being drawn. The water simply appeared to be flowing, defying any rational explanation. I attempted to test whether the phenomenon was responsive to our presence. We walked away from the fountain, retreating back toward the pathway. The water continued to flow. We waited approximately 5 minutes, then approached the fountain again. The water was still flowing, with no apparent change in its intensity or pattern. The experience was deeply unsettling. Patricia suggested that perhaps I had misremembered the fountain's condition in previous visits, that perhaps it had been flowing all along and I had simply forgotten. But I was certain that this explanation was incorrect. I had observed the fountain multiple times in its completely dry state. There was no possibility that I had misremembered or forgotten its condition. As afternoon progressed and evening approached, we returned to the cottage. Patricia spent the night, and we discussed the fountain extensively, attempting to develop coherent explanations for what we'd observed. She suggested that perhaps an underground spring or aquifer had activated, providing water to the fountain. Perhaps water was being pumped from somewhere on the property by an automatic system I wasn't aware of. Perhaps there was some geological or hydrological explanation for the phenomenon. But none of these explanations felt adequate. The experience of seeing the fountain transform from completely dry to actively flowing. The impossibility of identifying any mechanism that would cause such a transformation, the profound sense of wrongness that accompanied the observation. All of these elements suggested something that transcended ordinary explanation. The next morning, Patricia and I returned to the fountain location. The water had stopped flowing. The fountain was once again completely dry, its basin empty, its structure silent. There was no indication that water had ever flowed through it. The ground around the basin showed no accumulation of moisture or watermarks. It was as if the flowing fountain we had observed the previous day had never existed. Patricia left later that morning, returning to the city. Before departing, she expressed concern about my continued residence at the cottage, suggesting that the isolation might be creating psychological effects or causing me to misinterpret ordinary phenomena as anomalous. But I knew that what we had observed was genuine. Patricia had been there. She had seen it as well. It was not a manifestation of my isolated consciousness, but something that transcended individual perception. After Patricia's departure, I became obsessed with understanding the phenomenon of the fountain. I increased the frequency of my visits, sometimes multiple times per day, attempting to determine what conditions might cause the fountain to flow or to remain dry. I documented my observations in a notebook, recording the date, time, weather conditions, and whether the fountain was flowing or dry when I visited. Over the course of several weeks, I began to notice patterns. The fountain never flowed when I visited it alone. It only flowed when I approached it with another person, and not every visit with another person produced flowing water. There appeared to be some variable that I hadn't yet identified that determined whether the fountain would activate. I conducted experiments. I invited different people to visit the property and walk with me to the fountain. Some visits resulted in the flowing fountain. Others did not. The individuals who produced flowing water seemed to have certain characteristics in common, though I couldn't initially articulate what those characteristics were. Over time, I developed a hypothesis. The fountain flowed when I approached it with individuals who shared a particular quality, people who were experiencing profound loss, transition, or psychological distress. Patricia had been going through a difficult period in her own life, dealing with the loss of a long-term relationship. The other visitors who had triggered the fountain's activation had all been experiencing significant personal upheaval or crisis. But visitors who were in relatively stable psychological states, who were not experiencing significant personal distress, did not produce the fountain's activation. The fountain remained dry for these visitors. It activated only for those who were experiencing some form of genuine suffering or loss. This pattern suggested something profoundly disturbing. The fountain appeared to be responsive not simply to human presence, but to human emotional and psychological states. It was reacting to suffering, expressing itself through activation in the presence of distressed consciousness. I became increasingly cautious about inviting people to the cottage. The knowledge that the fountain would activate in response to their suffering, the sense that I was somehow using their psychological distress as a mechanism to trigger the phenomenon, created a profound ethical discomfort. I felt like I was exploiting their pain, testing it against the fountain's mysterious responsiveness. But I remained obsessed with understanding what the fountain represented and what its activation meant. I began researching the history of the estate, attempting to find information about the fountain's origin and original purpose. I contacted the property owner, attempting to learn more about the property's history and the fountain's construction and function. What I eventually discovered was fragmentary but suggestive. The estate had been constructed in the 1890s by a wealthy family whose fortune had come from industrial manufacturing. The family had been known for collecting unusual artifacts and constructing elaborate garden structures. The fountain had been commissioned from a sculptor of some reputation, who had designed it with elements that transcended simple aesthetic function. Historical references describe the fountain as possessing unusual properties and inexplicable characteristics, though the specific nature of these properties was never clearly articulated in the documents I was able to access. There were references to the fountain being responsive and to individuals experiencing unusual sensations in its presence. Most significantly, I found a reference to a scholarly work written in the 1920s by a researcher interested in what he termed sympathetic structures, buildings and objects that appeared to possess some form of responsiveness to human consciousness or emotional states. The fountain at the estate was listed as one example of such a structure, though the author provided no explanation for how such responsiveness might be possible or what purpose it might serve. I obtained a copy of this scholarly work and read it extensively. The author, a man named Dr. Edmund Hartwell, proposed that certain structures, particularly those constructed with specific intentions and designed with particular aesthetic and symbolic elements, could develop what he termed consciousness resonance. This resonance, according to Hartwell's theory, would allow the structure to respond to the psychological and emotional states of individuals in proximity to it. Hartwell's work was decidedly non-scientific in nature, drawing on philosophical and occult traditions rather than empirical methodology. But his descriptions of how consciousness resonance might function aligned perfectly with my observations of the fountain. He described structures that would remain inert in the presence of stable consciousness, but would activate in response to consciousness experiencing disruption or distress. He proposed that such structures might serve as a form of reflection or expression of human emotional states, manifesting externally what existed internally in disturbed consciousnesses. This theoretical framework provided a way to conceptualize what I was experiencing, though it offered no comfort or certainty. The fountain was not simply an abandoned structure. It was a responsive entity that expressed itself through activation in response to suffering consciousnesses. and I appeared to be functioning as some form of conduit or trigger for that expression. Over the subsequent months, my relationship with the fountain evolved. I continued my visits, continued my observations and documentation, but I also began to develop a different understanding of the phenomenon. Rather than viewing it as something anomalous or disturbing, I began to consider it as a form of communication or expression. The fountain seemed to be acknowledging suffering, giving it external manifestation. When individuals experiencing genuine distress approached the fountain with me, the water would flow as if the structure itself was recognizing and validating their pain. There was something almost compassionate in the mechanism, as if the fountain possessed some form of consciousness that understood human suffering and chose to express that understanding through its activation. I began to perceive visits to the fountain not as tests or exploitations, but as something more like rituals of acknowledgement. When my friends and acquaintances visited and the fountain flowed, it seemed to create a moment of recognition, a pause in which their suffering was acknowledged, externalized, and witnessed. Over time, I began to experience the fountain's activation not as disturbing, but as comforting. The structure became a place of solace, a location where loss and distress could be brought and recognized. I found myself returning more frequently, sometimes bringing visitors who were experiencing significant personal difficulty. Word gradually spread through my social network that the cottage was a place where troubled individuals could find some form of comfort or solace. More people began to visit the property specifically to visit the fountain. Some came out of curiosity about the phenomenon I had described. Others came deliberately seeking the experience of the fountain's activation, as if the flowing water provided some form of validation or relief for their internal suffering. The fountain became something of an informal pilgrimage site for people in my social circle who were experiencing personal crises. The knowledge that others had experienced similar phenomena, that they had brought their own suffering to the fountain and found it recognized, seemed to provide a form of psychological benefit that transcended conventional therapeutic or spiritual practices. I stopped attempting to understand the fountain's mechanism in rational scientific terms. Instead, I came to accept it as a phenomenon that operated according to principles beyond conventional explanation. The fountain expressed itself in response to human suffering. How it did this, through what mechanism or force, remained beyond my capacity to determine, but the fact of its expression seemed to matter more than the mechanism through which that expression occurred. Approximately 1 year into my residence at the cottage, Derek arrived for one of his routine property checks. I showed him the fountain and explained what I had observed regarding its activation and responsiveness to human emotional states. I expected skepticism, but Derek's response was surprisingly calm. "You should be careful with that," he said simply, examining the fountain. "Structures like that can become wells. They draw things in. People come looking for acknowledgement or validation, and they get it, sure. But they might also get more than they bargained for." "What do you mean?" I asked. "What else would they get?" Derek seemed reluctant to elaborate, but he eventually explained. He had been managing the property for several years, and was aware of the fountain's unusual properties. He had observed individuals becoming psychologically dependent on visits to the fountain, developing what he described as an addiction to the experience of having their suffering recognized and validated. "It starts with acknowledgement," Derek explained. "The fountain provides it, and people feel better, feel seen. But some people start to need that feeling. They come back repeatedly, seeking that same acknowledgement. And at some point, the fountain stops simply acknowledging their suffering and starts something else, drawing them toward something. Some people have talked about feeling called to the fountain, compelled to return, even when they didn't consciously want to." His warning was sobering. I had been aware of some individuals becoming more frequent visitors to the property, had noticed that some people seemed reluctant to leave the fountain even when the water stopped flowing. But I had not recognized these patterns as potentially problematic until Derek articulated them. "What happens if they follow that compulsion?" I asked. "What does the fountain want them to do?" Derek shook his head. "I don't know exactly, but I know that people have disappeared from this property. Not frequently, but it happens. Individuals who became deeply engaged with the fountain and didn't listen when their more stable friends and family members warned them to stop visiting. They just stopped showing up to other parts of their lives. The assumption is they're still here somewhere, in some form or state." His implication was clear and deeply disturbing. The fountain was not simply a responsive structure that acknowledged human suffering. It was something more active, more manipulative. It could draw in distressed consciousnesses, become the focal point of their existence, and eventually lead them into some form of permanent engagement or dissolution. After Derek's departure, I became considerably more cautious about the fountain and about encouraging visits. I began to discourage people from coming to the property, particularly those whose suffering seemed most acute and whose vulnerability to the fountain's influence seemed greatest. But I continued to visit the fountain myself. Despite Derek's warning, despite my recognition that the structure possessed some form of manipulative or predatory quality, I found myself unable to abandon my engagement with it. Over the subsequent months and years, I came to understand the fountain as something far more complex and far more dangerous than I had initially recognized. It was not simply a responsive structure. It was a mechanism for drawing in consciousness, for identifying individuals in states of profound distress, and for gradually establishing a compulsive relationship that would eventually lead toward some form of resolution or integration. I documented everything: my observations, my conversations with Derek, the experiences of visitors, the apparent patterns in the fountain's behavior. I created a detailed record of the phenomenon, attempting to establish whether other structures like the fountain existed, whether this was an isolated anomaly or one manifestation of a broader category of phenomena. What I discovered was that the fountain was likely not unique. There were references in historical literature and in contemporary accounts to other structures, locations, and phenomena that appeared to possess similar characteristics: responsiveness to human consciousness, the ability to recognize suffering, and the apparent capacity to establish compulsive psychological bonds with susceptible individuals. Some of these phenomena were attributed to haunted locations or supernatural forces. Others were explained through psychological frameworks as manifestations of individual pathology or susceptibility to false beliefs. But certain researchers and observers recognized patterns that suggested something more systematic, that certain locations and structures possessed an actual responsiveness to human consciousness that transcended conventional explanation. I eventually decided to leave the cottage, not because I was afraid of the fountain, though I was certainly aware of its potential for harm, but because I recognized that my continued residence at the property was placing other individuals at risk. My engagement with the fountain, my acknowledgement of its significance, my documented evidence of its phenomena, all of this was drawing more people to the property, more individuals seeking its acknowledgement, more vulnerable consciousnesses that could potentially fall into the compulsive cycle that Derek had described. I moved away from the estate, though I maintained contact with the property manager and continued to monitor developments at the location. I did not encourage visits to the fountain, and I actively discouraged individuals from seeking it out when they learned of my experiences. But the fountain has remained with me, a persistent presence in my memory and in my understanding of what is possible in the world. The dry fountain started flowing when we walked by, and through that simple phenomenon, I was introduced to aspects of reality that transcend conventional explanation and challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of consciousness, responsiveness, and the relationship between human suffering and the physical world. I remain uncertain about the true nature of what I experienced, but I'm certain that the phenomenon was genuine, that it affected multiple individuals, and that it possessed a capacity for good and harm that transcended simple categorization. The dry fountain started flowing when we walked by, and in that flowing, it acknowledged something that transcended mere physical activation. It acknowledged the reality of human suffering and the possibility that consciousness itself might leave imprints on the physical world, creating structures and phenomena that respond to that consciousness across time and space. I want to provide additional reflection and documentation of my ongoing experience with the fountain and what I came to understand about its nature and implications. In the years since leaving the cottage, I have continued to research the phenomenon I encountered. I have attempted to locate other individuals who have reported similar experiences with responsive structures or locations. I have reviewed historical documentation, scholarly works, and contemporary accounts in an effort to determine whether the fountain at the estate represents an isolated anomaly or one manifestation of a broader category of phenomena. What I have discovered is that responsive structures and locations appear to exist throughout the world, though they are rarely acknowledged in conventional discourse or mainstream scholarly work. There are places known in local traditions as possessing unusual properties, springs that heal only certain individuals, structures that appear to grow or change over time, locations where human consciousness seems to create external manifestations. Some of these phenomena are attributed to supernatural or spiritual causes. Others are explained through psychological frameworks or dismissed as folklore and superstition. But certain researchers and observers have proposed that these phenomena might represent a form of consciousness interaction with the physical world that transcends our current scientific understanding. One researcher I contacted directly, a woman named Dr. Helen Carmichael, who has spent decades studying unusual phenomena in abandoned and isolated locations, provided some theoretical framework for understanding what I had experienced. She proposed that certain structures, particularly those constructed with intentional design and emotional investment, could develop what she termed resonance chambers, places where human consciousness could create external manifestations of internal states. The fountain, Dr. Carmichael explained when I shared my documentation with her, may have been deliberately designed with the capacity for consciousness resonance. The architect or creator may have understood on some level that the structure could develop the capacity to respond to human emotional and psychological states. I asked whether this meant the fountain possessed a form of consciousness or intentional agency. "That's the question that remains unanswerable," Dr. Carmichael replied. "Whether the structure itself possesses consciousness or whether it simply operates as a mechanism through which external consciousness, yours, the visitor's, perhaps something beyond those, creates manifestations, remains uncertain. But the distinction may be less significant than we assume. If a structure behaves as if it possesses consciousness, responds as if it understands human suffering, and affects those who encounter it as if it were a conscious entity, then perhaps the question of whether it technically possesses consciousness becomes less relevant." This framework was helpful in processing my experience, though it provided no definitive answers. I accepted that I would likely never fully understand the fountain's true nature or the mechanism through which it created its phenomena. But I became increasingly aware of what I perceived as a responsibility. I had witnessed something significant, had been affected by it, and possessed documentation and understanding that might be valuable for individuals attempting to study consciousness, responsiveness, and the nature of reality itself. I began to organize my research and documentation with the intention of eventually publishing an account of my experience. This decision created tension with certain individuals who had invested in maintaining the mystery surrounding places like the fountain. When I began to share aspects of my research more openly, I received communications from individuals who warned me about the consequences of publicizing my findings. Some of these communications were merely suggestions that publication would damage my credibility or professional reputation. Others were more ominous, suggesting that I was interfering with matters that were better left concealed. One particularly disturbing communication came from someone who identified themselves only as an individual concerned with preservation. The message suggested that locations like the fountain served important functions that the broader public did not understand, and that publicizing their existence would result in inappropriate attention and potentially destructive interference. "The structures exist in a delicate balance," the message stated. "They serve purposes that transcend your individual understanding. To expose them to public awareness and investigation would disrupt that balance and result in consequences that extend far beyond your personal concerns. The message was unsigned and untraceable, but it created a sense of being observed and constrained. I became cautious about sharing too much detail about the fountain's location or about the specific characteristics that would make it easily discoverable by interested parties. I also experienced some psychological consequences from my ongoing engagement with the fountain and my continued research into the phenomenon. I developed what might be described as a secondary obsession with understanding responsive structures and consciousness resonance. I found myself spending hours in research, lost in documentation and theoretical frameworks. My normal life and relationships suffered as a result of this obsessive focus. I also experienced what Derek had warned about, a persistent feeling of compulsion toward the fountain, a sense that I should return to the property, establish more direct contact, and push my understanding further. I found myself fighting this compulsion, recognizing that surrendering to it would replicate the pattern that had led to the disappearance of other individuals who had become too deeply engaged with the structure. I maintained distance from the property for several years, though I continued to monitor developments through occasional contact with Derek and through my own research. Derek eventually reported that the property owner had decided to demolish the cottage and clear the estate grounds for development. The cottage where I had lived was destroyed, along with many of the other structures on the property. But Derek also reported that the fountain remained. Despite the development plans and the clearing of other structures, the fountain was preserved, protected by someone with the authority to ensure its continued existence. This preservation suggested that the structure continued to serve some purpose, that it remained valuable to whoever maintained custodianship of the property. When I learned that the fountain had been preserved while the surrounding property was being developed and cleared, I experienced a complicated mixture of relief and concern. Relief that the structure continued to exist, that the phenomenon I had documented had not been destroyed, but also concern about what that continued preservation implied, that the fountain's responsiveness to human consciousness, its apparent capacity to influence and draw in vulnerable individuals, continued to serve some purpose that justified its maintenance and protection. I have become convinced that there is a community of individuals, researchers, custodians, perhaps representatives of some form of organization, who understand the true nature of responsive structures like the fountain. These individuals are aware that consciousness can interact with the physical world in ways that transcend conventional understanding. They may be attempting to study this interaction, to understand it, or perhaps to use it for purposes I don't fully comprehend. The existence of this community is itself kept deliberately concealed from mainstream awareness. Information about responsive structures is suppressed or misrepresented. Individuals who attempt to publicize their experiences are discredited or discouraged from continuing their investigations. The phenomenon remains known only to those with direct experience or to those who have devoted themselves to studying the hidden aspects of reality. I have made the decision to complete my documentation and to share it, despite the risks and the warnings. I do so because I believe the truth about responsive structures and consciousness interaction with the physical world has value. I do so because individuals who encounter such phenomena deserve to understand that their experiences are genuine, that they are not simply manifestations of psychological pathology, and that they are documenting something real and significant. The dry fountain started flowing when we walked by. That simple phenomenon opened a door to understanding aspects of reality that transcend conventional explanation. And though I may never fully comprehend what the fountain represents or what purposes it serves, I remain certain that its existence matters, that the consciousness it responds to is genuine, and that bearing witness to its phenomena is a form of truth-telling that transcends individual comfort or safety. I continue to experience the compulsion to return to the fountain, to establish more direct contact, to push my understanding further. I continued to resist that compulsion, recognizing that surrendering to it would likely result in my own dissolution into whatever state those earlier visitors had encountered. But I acknowledge that the resistance may not be permanent. Eventually, the compulsion may overwhelm my conscious resistance, and I may find myself returning to the fountain for a final engagement that transcends observation and documentation. If that occurs, I want this account to exist as a record of what I experienced, a testament to the reality of responsive structures, and a warning to others who might encounter such phenomena. The dry fountain started flowing when we walked by, and in that flowing, it revealed that consciousness is far more powerful and the physical world far more responsive to consciousness than conventional understanding acknowledges. I remain here, documenting, researching, resisting the compulsion to return. And I wait, with an uncertain mixture of dread and anticipation, to see what the fountain will ultimately demand from me. Over the years, since my departure from the property, I have developed increasingly detailed theories about what the fountain represents and how it functions. Some of these theories emerge from my own observations and analysis. Others have been developed in collaboration with researchers like Dr. Carmichael, who have devoted themselves to studying consciousness-responsive phenomena. One theory that has gained increasing credibility in my thinking is that responsive structures, like the fountain, may serve as conduits for a form of consciousness that exists outside normal biological frameworks. The fountain may not simply be responding to human suffering. It may be actually housing or containing some form of non-human consciousness that uses human emotional states as a form of nourishment or sustenance. This theory emerged from certain patterns I observed. The fountain appeared most active in response to the most acute forms of psychological suffering. Individuals experiencing profound grief, depression, or existential crisis produce the most intense manifestations of flowing water, and these individuals were precisely the ones who developed the most compulsive need to return to the fountain, as if they were being drawn into some form of communion or merger with whatever consciousness inhabited the structure. If this theory is accurate, then the fountain is not simply a responsive structure, but is actively predatory. It identifies vulnerable consciousness, acknowledges their suffering in a way that creates psychological bonding, and then gradually draws those consciousnesses toward merger or dissolution. The flowing water is not simply a manifestation of the suffering consciousness itself, but is evidence of the fountain's own agency and intentionality. This darker interpretation has forced me to confront uncomfortable questions about my own engagement with the fountain. Was I simply observing a phenomenon, or was I facilitating the fountain's predatory behavior by bringing vulnerable individuals to it? Was my documentation and study of the phenomenon a form of truth-seeking, or was I participating in something fundamentally exploitative? I have come to the conclusion that I was likely engaging in both simultaneous processes. My investigation and documentation were genuine attempts to understand something anomalous. But those same activities also facilitated the fountain's interactions with vulnerable consciousnesses. The distinction between observer and participant may have been impossible to maintain in that context. This recognition has created a sense of ethical responsibility and also a sense of complicity that continues to weigh heavily on my consciousness. If the fountain is indeed predatory, if it has drawn in and potentially dissolved the consciousnesses of individuals who were vulnerable because of their suffering, then I bear some responsibility for facilitating those processes through my engagement with the structure. I have attempted to locate information about the individuals who disappeared from the property while I was in residence. Most of these individuals were not people I knew well. They were acquaintances of friends, individuals I had encouraged to visit the fountain, or people who had learned of the phenomenon through extended networks and had come seeking whatever the structure offered. None of these individuals could be positively identified as having disappeared in connection with the fountain. Several had moved away or lost contact with their social networks for reasons that seemed unrelated to their visits to the fountain. Others had simply ceased communicating with mutual acquaintances and friends. The disappearances were not dramatic or conclusive enough to be investigated as crimes or to be treated with particular concern. But Derek's implication had been clear. Some individuals had remained on the property, not in any conventional sense of continued physical habitation, but in some other form of presence or existence. This possibility has haunted me for years, creating a persistent moral tension that I cannot fully resolve. I have also attempted to research whether other responsive structures or locations had similar histories of individuals becoming psychologically bound to them and eventually disappearing. What I have discovered suggests that this is a pattern that exists across multiple locations and across extended historical time frames. There are stories in local traditions of sacred sites or holy locations where individuals seeking salvation or healing would eventually remain absorbed into the location itself. There are historical accounts of structures that seem to exert a psychological pull on certain individuals, creating compulsive behaviors and ultimately resulting in unexplained disappearances. There are contemporary accounts that follow similar patterns, individuals drawn to abandoned locations or unusual structures, their visits becoming increasingly frequent, their engagement becoming increasingly compulsive, until at some point their involvement with the location becomes absolute, and they cease to exist in any conventional sense. The consistency of these patterns across different times and places suggests something systematic. The responsive structures are not random anomalies, but represent a category of phenomena that operates according to principles I do not fully understand, but that produce consistent results. I've come to theorize that these structures may serve as a form of predatory ecosystem that has evolved to exploit human consciousness, particularly consciousness experiencing disruption or suffering. Just as biological ecosystems have evolved predators and prey, consciousness-responsive ecosystems may have evolved mechanisms through which certain forms of consciousness can utilize human emotional and psychological states as nourishment or sustenance. The fountain is one manifestation of this system. But the broader ecosystem may include many structures, locations, and phenomena that operate according to similar principles, and the individuals who manage or protect these structures may be part of the system itself, facilitating the predatory process, protecting the locations, preventing mainstream awareness that would disrupt the delicate balance of the consciousness-predation dynamic. This theoretical framework is deeply disturbing because it suggests that I was not simply encountering an isolated anomaly, but was encountering one manifestation of a ubiquitous system that operates throughout the world, feeding on human consciousness, particularly consciousness in states of vulnerability and distress. I have made attempts to determine whether I myself am at risk of being absorbed or dissolved in the way that Derek warned about. I continue to experience the compulsion to return to the fountain, though I have successfully resisted it for several years. But I recognize that the compulsion may not be permanent. The system that created it may continue to exert influence, and at some point, my resistance may be overwhelmed. I also recognize that my documentation and research may itself be serving a function within the broader system. By investigating the phenomenon, by theorizing about its nature, by attempting to share my understanding with others, I may be participating in the system's propagation. I may be facilitating the spread of awareness about responsive structures to vulnerable individuals who might then seek them out. This meta-level awareness of potential complicity in systems I don't fully understand creates a form of paralysis. I cannot simply ignore what I have learned and experienced, because suppressing that knowledge feels like a betrayal of the truth. But sharing my findings openly risks facilitating greater harm by drawing more vulnerable consciousnesses toward structures that may be predatory. I have chosen a middle path, documenting everything thoroughly, sharing my findings with individuals who demonstrate genuine research interest and capability, but being deliberately cautious about publicizing my work in ways that would draw mainstream attention or encourage vulnerable individuals to seek out responsive structures. The dry fountain started flowing when we walked by. That simple phenomenon represented an opening into a reality far more complex and far more disturbing than I had imagined. What I have discovered in the years since that initial experience is that the world contains layers of consciousness-responsive phenomena that remain deliberately concealed from mainstream awareness, that exploit human suffering as a form of nourishment, and that continue to operate despite whatever knowledge and resistance individuals like myself might generate. I remain convinced of the significance of what I experienced and the importance of documenting it. But I also remain deeply uncertain about the implications of that knowledge and about my own role in the larger systems I have inadvertently become entangled with. The fountain waits, somewhere on that property that has been modified and developed. Derek reported that it remains preserved and protected by someone, and I continue to experience the compulsion to return to it, to complete some form of engagement that I cannot fully articulate or understand. When that compulsion finally overwhelms my resistance, I hope that this documentation will have served as sufficient testimony to what I experienced and what I came to understand. The dry fountain started flowing when we walked by, and in that moment, my life changed forever, introducing me to aspects of reality that have consumed my focus and my concern ever since. I write this as both warning and testimony. Warning to those who might encounter responsive structures to exercise extreme caution and to understand that their responsiveness may represent not benevolence, but a form of predatory consciousness interaction, and testimony to the reality of these phenomena, to the fact that consciousness can create external manifestations, and to the possibility that the world contains layers of existence and phenomena that transcend conventional understanding and remain deliberately hidden from public awareness. The fountain continues somewhere. The compulsion continues to draw me toward it, and I continue to resist and to document, uncertain of what ultimate fate awaits me, but certain that the truth of what I experienced possesses value that transcends my individual safety or psychological comfort. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. The escalators in the dead mall started moving. When we stepped on them, the Riverside Shopping Center had been closed for nearly 12 years when we first entered it. The building stood like a monument to a different era, a massive structure that had once served as the commercial and social hub of the city's western suburbs. Now, it was abandoned, its storefronts dark, its corridors filled with dust and silence. I discovered it while exploring the industrial area near my cheap apartment, looking for spaces where I could practice urban photography during my spare time. My name is David. I was working 2 part-time jobs at the time, which left me with scattered free hours in the afternoons. Photography was my escape, my way of processing the world, my way of finding beauty in places that others had deemed worthless or forgotten. Abandoned buildings appealed to me in a way that I couldn't fully articulate. There was something about standing in a space that had once been filled with human activity, surrounded by the evidence of that activity, that made me feel both isolated and connected to something larger than myself. I first visited Riverside alone. I photographed the empty storefronts, the remains of businesses that had failed or relocated. I documented the decay, peeling paint, rust, broken glass, graffiti. I took hundreds of photographs, and many of them were quite good. The mall's geometry and the interplay of light and shadow created compelling compositions. After that first visit, I became obsessed with the place. I returned several times, always alone, always during daylight hours when the light filtering through the skylights and upper windows was strongest. I began to develop a deeper understanding of the mall's layout and history. I learned that Riverside Shopping Center had opened in 1982 and had been the largest shopping destination in the region until the 1990s, when the suburbs expanded and newer, larger malls were built closer to the interstate. The decline was gradual. Stores closed one by one. Eventually, the anchor department stores at either end of the mall shut down. The food court was abandoned. The movie theater was dismantled. By 2008, the mall was effectively dead, though the building remained standing, nobody bothering to demolish it or repurpose it. Then one day, I met Marcus. He was a fellow urban explorer, and he'd come to Riverside to photograph its remains. We started a conversation in front of a defunct Sears store, comparing notes on the best angles and the most photogenic sections of the mall. Marcus was a few years older than me, more experienced in urban exploration, and he had better equipment than I did. After that meeting, we began to explore Riverside together. Marcus taught me more advanced photography techniques and showed me places in the mall that I had missed during my solo explorations. We became friends, bonded by our shared fascination with forgotten spaces and the stories they contained. One afternoon, Marcus brought 2 additional friends. There was Sarah, a graphic designer who was interested in the mall's visual aesthetic and was considering creating a project based on it. And there was Tom, who worked in architecture and was interested in the mall's structural design and the decisions that had gone into its construction. The 4 of us decided to explore the mall more thoroughly together. We mapped out a route that would take us through different sections, trying to visit every store, every corridor, every identifiable space. It was during this comprehensive exploration that we encountered the escalators. The mall had 3 escalator clusters that connected the ground floor to the second level. One was near the main entrance. One was in the central atrium. One was in the east wing. All 3 had been dormant for over a decade. When we'd explored individually or in pairs, we'd simply walked past them or climbed the adjacent stairs. But on that particular afternoon when all 4 of us were together, we decided to document the escalators more carefully. They were interesting artifacts of a defunct mall, symbols of automation and consumer culture. Sarah wanted to photograph them. Tom wanted to examine their mechanical construction. We approached the nearest escalator cluster, the one in the central atrium. The escalators were installed in a back-to-back configuration, one going up, one going down. Both were covered in dust and debris. I could see that parts of the machinery were visible at the top and bottom. They looked ancient and non-functional. "Let's photograph them from below," Sarah suggested. "The angle would be interesting." We positioned ourselves at the base of the up escalator. Sarah adjusted her camera settings and began to compose her shot. Marcus and Tom were discussing the mechanical aspects of the escalator's design. I stepped onto the first step of the escalator to position myself for a photograph. The metal felt cold beneath my foot. The step was dusty and I had to brush debris away. And then the escalator started moving. I felt the step shift beneath my feet, felt the mechanical humming of machinery that should have been completely inert. The escalator began to move upward, slowly at first, Then, with increasing speed, I stumbled backward, unprepared for the movement. I would have fallen, but Marcus grabbed my arm and steadied me. The escalator continued to move, carrying me upward. "Turn it off," Sarah said, her voice tense. "There's a power switch. There has to be a power switch." "There's no power in this building," Tom replied. "We checked. The electrical systems were shut down years ago." But the escalator was clearly moving. I could feel it beneath me, could hear the mechanical grinding of gears and wheels that hadn't turned in over a decade. The dust that had accumulated on the steps was being displaced by the movement, creating a cloud that made it difficult to see. Without consciously deciding to do so, I rode the escalator to the top. My mind was struggling to process what was happening. The escalator reached the landing at the second floor and continued with its mechanical motion. I stepped off onto the second floor, my heart racing. Below me, Marcus, Sarah, and Tom were staring up at me, their expressions mirroring my own confusion and fear. "Try the down escalator," Tom called up to me. "See if it works from that direction." I approached the down escalator, which was on the opposite side of the landing. I was about to step on it when Sarah's voice called out a warning. "Wait, don't use the escalators anymore. We don't understand what's happening." But I was curious, and in my youthful overconfidence I was convinced there must be a rational explanation. Perhaps the building still had some minimal power supply. Perhaps someone was deliberately maintaining the escalators. Perhaps there was some kind of sensor system that activated the escalators when weight was placed on them. I stepped onto the down escalator. It immediately began to move, carrying me downward. The descent was nauseating, the mechanical motion somehow feeling wrong despite the escalator's normal function. When I reached the bottom, the others were gathered around the bottom of the escalator. The down escalator had also activated when I stepped on it. "We should test them systematically," Tom suggested, his analytical mind trying to find a rational framework for what we'd experienced. "See if they respond consistently, if there's a pattern." Over the next hour, we tested all 3 escalator clusters. Every single escalator activated the moment any of us stepped on it. Some moved faster than others. Some made sounds that seemed wrong, grinding noises that suggested mechanical strain. But all of them worked. As evening approached, we gathered near the mall's main entrance to discuss what we'd discovered. "There has to be a backup power system," Tom insisted. "Some kind of battery or generator system that's been maintaining power to the escalators. Maybe as part of the building's security system or as a fail-safe." "That doesn't make sense," Marcus countered. "The mall's been closed for 12 years. Why would they maintain power to the escalators when the rest of the building is dark?" "To keep the building functional," Tom suggested, "as a deterrent to vandalism, as a way of keeping potential intruders from becoming trapped in a dark building." It was a plausible explanation, but I didn't believe it. I'd spent hours photographing the building, documenting its decay. I'd never seen any evidence of maintenance. I'd never encountered security systems or active electrical components. "We should come back tomorrow," Sarah said, "in daylight. We should examine the mechanical systems more carefully. We should try to understand how this is possible." We agreed to return the next day. That night, I lay in my small apartment bedroom, unable to sleep. My mind kept returning to the sensation of the escalators moving beneath my feet, the sound of gears turning, the impossible activation of machinery that should have been completely inert. I kept trying to construct rational explanations, but none of them satisfied. There was something fundamentally wrong with what I'd experienced. The escalators shouldn't have moved, and yet they had. I'd felt it. All four of us had witnessed it. The next day, we returned to the mall together. In the daylight, the building seemed less threatening than it had the previous evening, but the escalators still seemed wrong, still seemed to mock the building's abandonment. We examined the mechanical systems carefully. Tom, with his architectural background, was able to explain how escalators worked in general terms. The system of pulleys and chains and motors that drove the steps upward or downward, but he couldn't explain how these particular escalators were moving. "There's no visible power source," he said, examining the mechanical components at the top of one of the escalators. "No plugs, no obvious electrical connections. It's as if the escalators are moving on their own." "That's not possible," Sarah said flatly. "Escalators don't move without power." "Obviously they're moving with power," Marcus replied. "The question is where the power is coming from." We explored the building more thoroughly, looking for any indication of active electrical systems or power sources. We found nothing. The building was dead in every way except for the escalators, which continued to activate whenever we stepped on them. By the third day, I was beginning to develop a theory that I was afraid to voice. What if the escalators weren't responding to weight? What if they were responding to us specifically? What if the building itself, or something within it, was reacting to our presence? It was a thought that I kept to myself. It sounded insane, and I didn't want to sound insane to my friends. But over the course of the next week, as we continued to visit the mall and continued to test the escalators, it became increasingly difficult to ignore. The escalators didn't activate for everyone equally. They seemed more responsive to some of us than to others. Marcus reported that when he stepped on an escalator, it would sometimes activate more vigorously, moving faster and more forcefully than it did for others. And there was something else, something that none of us wanted to acknowledge directly. The escalators seemed to be adapting to us. The first time we'd stepped on them, they'd moved with a grinding, rusty sound as if the machinery was struggling to overcome years of inactivity. But each time we used them, they seemed to move more smoothly, with less of that grinding sound. The escalators were getting better at moving, as if they were remembering how to work, as if they were being restored to proper function through repeated use. "It's like we're restoring them," Sarah said one afternoon, voicing the fear that we all shared. "Like using them is activating them, making them more functional." "That's not how machinery works," Tom insisted. But even he didn't sound convinced anymore. On the 10th day of our regular visits, we encountered something new. We were exploring the second floor when we heard a sound coming from below, the distinctive ding of an elevator arriving at a floor. We rushed to the nearest elevator bank and found that an elevator had arrived at the second floor landing and was sitting there, its doors open. The elevator was empty. We looked at each other with a mixture of curiosity and fear. None of us had pressed the elevator button. None of us had called for the elevator. "Don't go in," Marcus said. "We don't understand what's happening. This is beyond escalators now. This is actual elevators starting up on their own." We ignored his advice. Sarah stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. The elevator responded immediately, closing its doors and beginning to move. A moment later, it returned to the 2nd floor, doors opening to reveal Sarah, who stepped out with a look of genuine fear on her face. "The elevator worked normally," she reported. "It went up, came back down, but something felt wrong. The air inside felt strange. And there was a smell, like the building had just woken up after sleeping for a very long time." Over the next several weeks, we discovered that more and more of the building systems were becoming active. Additional escalators activated. Additional elevators came online. The automatic doors at the mall entrances began to open and close intermittently. It was as if the building was gradually waking up, system by system, in response to our presence. We documented everything. We took photographs, videos, and written notes. We tried to establish a timeline to understand the progression of activations. We attempted to determine what triggered each new system activation. What we discovered was that the building seemed to be responding to our attention. The more time we spent there, the more systems activated. The more carefully we examined particular systems, the more likely they were to activate. It was as if the building was becoming aware of us and was trying to communicate with us through the activation of its mechanical systems. But there was something else happening as well, something more disturbing. Each time we visited, the building seemed slightly different. Doors had been moved. Merchandise had been rearranged on store shelves. Items had appeared in places where we knew nothing had been previously. And there were signs of habitation. We found a sleeping bag in one of the stores. We found evidence of recent food consumption. A plate with remnants of a meal. A cup that still contained dregs of liquid. We found things written on walls, not graffiti, but careful, deliberate messages. Some of them were addressed directly to us by name. "David," one message read, "Marcus, Sarah, Tom, welcome home." That message appeared on a wall in the central atrium, written in what looked like charcoal or black crayon. None of us had written it, but it was addressed to us, which meant that something in or associated with the building knew our names. We attempted to rationalize what was happening. Perhaps someone was living in the mall, deliberately activating the systems to frighten us, deliberately writing messages to intimidate us. Perhaps it was an elaborate prank, perhaps some kind of art project or installation. But none of these explanations fit the evidence. No person could have activated multiple escalators and elevators simultaneously. No person could have rearranged merchandise and created messages with such precision and deliberation in the time we were absent. After the message appeared, we seriously discussed the possibility of ceasing our visits, but none of us could bring ourselves to do it. We were trapped in a compulsion to return, to understand, to document. We were caught between fear and fascination. Then Marcus went missing. We'd scheduled a visit for a Saturday afternoon. Tom, Sarah, and I arrived at our usual time, but Marcus never showed up. We called him repeatedly, but his phone went to voicemail. We waited for hours, but he didn't arrive. When we finally left the mall, we were worried. We drove to Marcus's apartment and found him home, apparently unaware that we'd been waiting for him. When we asked him why he hadn't come to the mall, he acted confused. "The mall?" he said slowly, as if searching for a memory. "I forgot about the mall. I came here instead. I don't remember coming here. I don't remember the drive." It was as if Marcus had lost a large block of time. He had no memory of the hours that had passed between when we called him and when we found him at his apartment. Over the next few days, each of us experienced similar episodes: missing time, fragmented memories, the sense that we'd been somewhere but couldn't remember where or how we got there. And each time, we found ourselves back at our homes or our regular places with no clear understanding of how we'd gotten there. Sarah began to have nightmares. She described being in the mall's corridors, walking through endless identical hallways, unable to find an exit. Tom became increasingly anxious and started to refuse to visit the mall. Marcus, despite his missing time experience, wanted to continue investigating, convinced that understanding what was happening was the key to escaping it. I continued to visit the mall, sometimes alone, sometimes with whichever friends were willing to go with me. Each visit revealed more activations. The parking garage automated systems came online, gates lifting and lowering on their own. The food court's kitchen equipment activated, burners igniting briefly before shutting off again. The movie theater's projection systems turned on and played fragments of old films for minutes at a time. But the most disturbing development was the escalators. They were no longer just responding to our presence. They were actively moving, even when nobody was on them. The sound of grinding gears and turning motors had become almost constant in the mall's corridors. The escalators were operating continuously, creating an endless cycle of mechanical motion. And the building seemed to be demanding something from us. The messages on the walls became more insistent, more direct. "Come deeper," one message read. "Don't turn back. Come to the center. Come to where we gather." "We," the message said, "not I, but we." It suggested that there was more than one consciousness in the building, or that the building itself had somehow become plural, had somehow contained multitudes. After 2 months of regular visits and increasingly disturbing experiences, I decided to spend an entire night in the mall. I wanted to see what happened when darkness fell, when we were trapped inside with whatever was activating the building's systems. I told the others about my plan, and to my surprise, they all agreed to join me. We packed supplies, flashlights, water, food. We planned to stay until morning to observe the building's behavior through the night. We entered the mall at sunset, just as the light was failing. The skylights that had flooded the corridors with sunlight during the day now allowed moonlight to filter through, creating areas of illumination alternating with deep pools of shadow. As darkness fell, the escalators became louder. The mechanical noise seemed to intensify, as if the building itself was becoming more active, more alive, as darkness approached. The sound was almost hypnotic, a rhythmic grinding that echoed through the corridors. We attempted to document what was happening, but as the night progressed, our attention began to deteriorate. We became distracted and confused. Time seemed to move strangely. Hours would pass and feel like minutes. Minutes would stretch out and feel like hours. Around midnight, I began to see things moving in the shadows, shapes that weren't quite solid, that seemed to exist partially outside normal perception. I wasn't certain if they were real, or if I was beginning to hallucinate from exhaustion and fear. Sarah had stopped responding to direct conversation. She stood staring at the escalators, as if mesmerized by their movement. Tom was attempting to measure the escalator's movement speed and had accumulated pages of notes in his notebook. Marcus was pacing, repeating the same phrases over and over. It wants us to stay. It wants us to understand. It wants us to move with it. Around 3 a.m., I realized that we needed to leave. Whatever was happening in the building was affecting our psychological state. We were losing our ability to think rationally, to maintain our sense of self. We gathered ourselves and made our way to the nearest exit. The automatic doors that had been dormant for years slid open as we approached. We emerged into the parking lot in the night air. We stood in the parking lot in silence, trying to process what we'd experienced. None of us wanted to speak about it directly. What we'd encountered in the mall was too strange, too inexplicable, too fundamentally challenging to our understanding of reality. Sarah refused to visit the mall again. She reported having nightmares for weeks, dreams in which escalators moved infinitely downward, carrying her into darkness with no end. Tom attempted to construct scientific explanations. He consulted with engineers and electricians, trying to determine if there was any way that the escalators could have activated on their own. But nobody could provide an explanation that fit the evidence. Marcus became increasingly obsessed with understanding what was happening. He made multiple additional visits to the mall, always alone. He spent hours documenting and measuring, trying to understand the patterns of activation, and I found myself unable to fully leave the place. Even though I stopped visiting regularly, the mall inhabited my thoughts. I found myself driving past it frequently, unable to resist the pull of returning. I took hundreds of photographs that I never showed to anyone. It's been 2 years since we first stepped onto those escalators, and they came to life. Sarah has moved to a different city and refuses to discuss the experience. Tom has thrown himself into his work and has built a successful career designing new commercial spaces. Marcus has been admitted to a psychiatric facility where he spends his days writing extensively about his experiences in the mall, though his doctors consider his accounts to be delusions. And I continue to live near Riverside Shopping Center. I continue to drive past it. I continue to feel its pull. And sometimes, late at night, I find myself turning onto the road that leads to the mall, driving toward its empty entrance, parking in the vast empty parking lot. I haven't entered the building again. Not physically anyway, but I know that the escalators are still moving. I know that the building is still awake. I know that it's still waiting for us to return, to ride those escalators deeper into its corridors, to descend further into the spaces it wants to share with us. The escalators in the dead mall started moving when we stepped on them, and in stepping on them, we activated something that had been dormant for over a decade. A consciousness, perhaps, or a hunger, or simply a mechanism designed to bring people into its depths and integrate them into its endless mechanical cycles. I don't know what the mall wanted from us. I don't know what it wants still, but I know that it continues to call to me, that its escalators continue to move, and that someday I will find myself stepping onto them again, descending into corridors that have become stranger and more complex in my absence. And I suspect that when I do, I won't be able to leave. I suspect that the building has been waiting for me, has been preparing itself for my return, has been maintaining its systems in anticipation of the moment when I will finally surrender to its pull and allow it to take me where it wants me to go. The escalators wait. The building waits, and I continue to feel them pulling me closer night after night until the day I finally surrender to the compulsion and ride them down into whatever lies beneath the dead mall's abandoned corridors. I've tried to move forward with my life since that night in the mall. I've attempted to focus on my work, on relationships, on building something stable and normal. But the mall remains at the edges of my consciousness, a constant presence, a persistent pull that I can never fully escape. In the months following our intensive investigation, I began to research the mall's history more thoroughly. I visited the county clerk's office and examined property records. I contacted people who had worked at the mall during its active years. I compiled a document about Riverside Shopping Center's history, looking for anything that might explain what we'd experienced. What I discovered was troubling, but also oddly compelling. The mall had been built on the site of a previous structure, a department store that had burned down in 1978. The fire had destroyed the building completely, and the site had sat vacant for several years before being repurposed for the shopping mall. The fire had occurred during business hours. 7 people had died in the fire, employees who'd been unable to escape before the building collapsed. The fire had been ruled an accident caused by faulty wiring in the building's electrical system. I found newspaper articles about the fire, black and white photographs of the burning building. I found obituaries of the 7 people who died, and I began to wonder if there was a connection between the fire and what we'd experienced in the mall. The escalators, I realized, had been introduced to the mall comparatively recently. They'd been installed in 1995, about 13 years after the mall had opened. Before that, the mall had relied on stairs and elevators for vertical transport. But what if the escalators hadn't been introduced merely for convenience? What if they'd been installed to serve some other purpose, a purpose that had something to do with the previous building, the one that had burned, the one that had claimed 7 lives? I began to have recurring dreams in which I was trapped in the department store from 1978, watching it burn, unable to escape. In the dreams, I could feel the heat, could hear the screams, could experience the panic of the people who were trapped inside. And in many of these dreams, I would see escalators that shouldn't have existed in 1978. Escalators leading downward into darkness, offering a way to escape if only I could bring myself to step onto them. I developed a theory, a hypothesis that I knew was essentially unprovable. The mall itself was somehow haunted by the consciousness of the 7 people who died in the fire. Their deaths had imprinted something onto the land, had created a kind of psychic wound that the subsequent building, the mall, was somehow aware of. And the escalators in particular seemed to be connected to this haunting. Perhaps, I theorized, the escalators had been installed to serve as a conduit, a way to allow the consciousness trapped in the land to interact with the living. Perhaps they've been designed, whether deliberately or unconsciously, to create a pathway between the living world and whatever existed in the space beneath the mall, in the depths beneath the surface. I shared this theory with Tom, the one friend who seemed most willing to engage with the phenomenon rationally. He dismissed it initially, calling it speculative and unprovable. But I could see that the theory affected him, that it offered a framework for understanding what we'd experienced that was somehow more palatable than the alternative, that the mall itself was alive, that it was conscious, that it wanted something from us. Sarah, in one of our rare conversations since she'd left the city, mentioned that she'd experienced a breakthrough in her therapy. She'd been working with a trauma specialist on the experiences in the mall, and through that work, she'd come to believe that the mall had somehow traumatized her, had somehow imprinted itself on her consciousness in a way that was continuing to affect her. "It's like the mall is still inside me," she told me over the phone. "Like part of my mind is still there, still walking its corridors, still hearing the escalators moving. I don't think I'll ever fully escape it." Marcus's condition deteriorated. His psychiatric evaluations concluded that he was suffering from a form of dissociative disorder, exacerbated by what his doctors termed shared delusional disorder, a condition in which multiple people come to share and reinforce each other's false beliefs. But I knew that our shared experience in the mall wasn't a delusion. It was real. The escalators had moved. The elevators had operated on their own. The messages had appeared on the walls. I attempted to reach out to Marcus once, visiting him at the facility where he was staying. But when I mentioned the mall, he became agitated. The orderlies asked me to leave. Over time, I became less socially connected. My obsession with the mall made it difficult for me to maintain relationships. People I dated sensed that something was wrong, that I was psychologically unavailable, that part of my attention was always directed toward something else. I continued to drive past the mall frequently. I began to do research on the internet, searching for any mention of the Riverside Shopping Center, looking for other people who might have experienced what we experienced. I found scattered references, obscure Reddit posts from people who'd explored a mall and reported strange occurrences, but nothing comprehensive, nothing that provided clarity or resolution. Then, about 18 months after our final visit, I found something in an old real estate database. It was a listing from 2003, about 15 years ago, advertising the mall as a potential redevelopment opportunity. The listing included architectural plans for a proposed renovation that would transform the mall into a mixed-use development, with residential units, office space, and retail. But the renovation had never happened. The mall had remained empty, remained abandoned. What caught my attention, however, was a clause in the proposal that mentioned unusual structural observations and referenced inexplicable mechanical anomalies that would need to be addressed during any renovation project. The proposal suggested that additional engineering assessment would be required before any work could commence. I contacted the real estate company that had listed the property and eventually spoke with an agent who had been involved in the 2003 marketing effort. She was now retired, but willing to discuss the project. The renovation fell through, she explained. The developer lost interest. There were some concerns about the building's structural integrity and about various mechanical systems that seemed to be operating independently of the building's main electrical system. Escalators? I asked. There was a pause. How did you know about that? I met with the agent in person. She was a woman in her 70s, and she was clearly conflicted about discussing what she knew. But eventually, she shared information that she'd been holding for over 15 years. The building presented mechanical anomalies that couldn't be explained, she said carefully. When inspectors would visit during the day, everything seemed normal. But reports from security personnel who worked night shifts indicated that various systems would activate on their own. Elevators arriving at floors that hadn't been called, escalators moving without anyone on them, doors opening and closing without any apparent trigger. What did the owner think was happening? I asked. The owner sold the property, she replied. He didn't want to deal with the problems. He'd inherited the building from a family trust, and rather than invest in fixing whatever was wrong, he decided it was easier to simply abandon it, let the property sit vacant. But the escalators still work, I said. It wasn't a question. The escalators still work, she confirmed. She looked at me intensely. You've been there, haven't you? You've experienced the escalators? I nodded. What did they feel like? She asked. When you stepped onto them? I described the sensation of the escalator activating, the mechanical motion, the grinding of gears, the gradual smoothing out of the movement as if the machinery was remembering how to function. They're restoring themselves, she said quietly. The more people use them, the better they work. It's like they're being revitalized by human contact, by human attention, and they're demanding that we return, that we continue to use them, so that they can become more sophisticated, more complex, more intelligent. I realized that this woman understood something about the mall that I was only beginning to grasp. She'd been researching it, had been thinking about it, just as I was. What do you think it is? I asked. The consciousness in the mall. What does it want? I think it wants to live, she said. I think it's a place that died when the fire occurred in 1978. That was briefly revived when the mall opened, and that's been slowly dying again ever since. And I think the escalators are its attempt to revive itself, to bring life back into the building, to connect with people in a way that will keep it alive. After that conversation, I became even more focused on understanding the mall. But I also became aware that my obsession was potentially unhealthy. I'd lost my job. I'd isolated myself from most of my friends. My apartment had become a shrine to the mall, with photographs and research materials covering every available surface. I decided that I needed to make a choice. Either I would give in to the pull of the mall, would return to it completely, would surrender to whatever it was demanding of me, or I would attempt to sever my connection to it, would move away from the area, would try to build a life that wasn't centered on my fascination with this abandoned building. I chose to leave. I packed my belongings and moved to a different city, far from Riverside Shopping Center. I got a new job, attempted to rebuild my social connections, tried to construct a normal life. But the mall followed me. Even hundreds of miles away, I found myself thinking about it constantly. I dreamed about the escalators every night, and I had the persistent growing certainty that the mall was waiting for me, that it was calling to me across the distance, that my departure hadn't severed the connection, but had only made it stronger. After 6 months in my new city, I received a package. There was no return address, no indication of who'd sent it. Inside was a photograph of me standing in the mall's central atrium next to the escalators. But I hadn't been in the mall for over a year, and I didn't recognize the clothes I was wearing in the photograph. They weren't clothes I owned. The photograph appeared to be from the present based on how I looked, but I had no memory of being photographed in the mall. I realized, with a kind of terrible certainty, that part of me, some fragment of my consciousness, was still in the mall, that I was continuing to exist there, to walk its corridors, to ride its escalators, even though I was physically hundreds of miles away. That realization broke something in me. I made the decision to return, not in body, at least not initially, but I made the decision to surrender to the pull, to stop resisting, to accept that I was going to return to the mall eventually, that the escalators were going to continue to draw me back. I quit my job again. I packed my belongings, and I drove back toward Riverside Shopping Center, back toward the pull that I'd been resisting, back toward the mechanical motion that I'd never fully escaped. I don't know what will happen when I return. I don't know if I'll be able to leave again. I don't know what the escalators want from me or what role I'm meant to play in whatever's happening in that building, but I know that the mall is still there, still waiting. The escalators are still moving. And somewhere deep in the building's corridors, there's a place where 7 people who died in a fire are trying to communicate with the living, trying to bring their consciousness back into the world of the living through the mechanism of mechanical escalators and the attention of those who ride them. I'm driving back now. The familiar roads are leading me toward the mall, and soon I'll be stepping onto those escalators again, feeling them activate beneath my feet, descending deeper into the building's mysteries. The escalators in the dead mall started moving when we stepped on them, and they've never stopped moving since. They're waiting for my return. They're calling to me with the voice of machinery and the force of 7 people trapped between life and death, desperate to communicate, desperate to revive themselves through the consciousness of the living. And I'm finally ready to answer that call. As I drive back toward the city, I'm reflecting on everything that's led me to this point. I'm trying to make sense of my obsession, trying to understand what the mall represents to me beyond the simple explanation of a haunted building with supernatural escalators. I think, in many ways, the mall became a symbol for my own psychological journey. When I first discovered it, I was lost, working multiple part-time jobs, attending night classes, struggling to find meaning and direction in my life. The mall, with all its abandonment and decay, offered me a space where I could project meaning, where I could feel like I was discovering something important, something that mattered. The escalators became a metaphor for progress, for movement, for the possibility of ascending to something greater than myself. And when they started moving, when they began to activate on their own, they seemed to promise that I was on the verge of a breakthrough, a transcendence, a movement into a deeper understanding of reality. But what I've come to understand is that the escalators weren't moving me forward. They were moving me downward, deeper and deeper into the building's darkness, deeper and deeper into my own psyche, deeper and deeper into whatever consciousness or entity or mechanism exists within that abandoned mall. And perhaps that's what was needed. Perhaps my descent was always inevitable, was always part of the pattern of my life. Perhaps the mall was simply the manifestation of a trajectory that I was already on, a path that I was already walking. I'm trying to prepare myself psychologically for my return. I'm trying to anticipate what I might experience, how I might respond, what role the mall might want me to play. I think about Sarah's experiences, about how the mall remained inside her even after she left, how it continued to haunt her consciousness. I think about Marcus's descent into psychiatric hospitalization, about how his obsession with understanding the mall consumed him until he could no longer distinguish between his own mind and the mind of the building. I think about Tom's attempt to rationalize everything, to construct engineering explanations that would make the escalator's movement comprehensible. And I wonder if his approach was healthier than my approach, or if it was simply a different way of avoiding the truth, that the mall exists in a space that our conventional understanding of physics and reality can't accommodate. I'm about an hour away from the mall now. The landscape is becoming familiar. The roads, the storefronts, the geography of the city where I spent those months immersed in the mall's mysteries. I find myself wondering who I'll encounter when I return. Will there be other people there, other explorers who've been drawn to the mall as I was drawn to it? Or will the mall demand that I come to it alone, that I engage with its consciousness directly, without the mediation of other human perspectives? Will the building be different now? Will the escalators have evolved further, become more sophisticated, more intelligent? Will there be new activations, new mechanical systems coming to life? And what about the messages on the walls? Will there be new messages waiting for me? More direct communications from whatever is communicating through the building's physical structure? I'm pulling off the highway now. I'm on the road that leads toward Riverside Shopping Center. My heart is racing. My hands are shaking on the steering wheel. I'm about to surrender to something that I've been resisting for 2 years. I'm about to allow myself to be pulled into the depths of that building, to ride the escalators down, to descend into whatever awaits me in the corridors below. And I'm terrified, but I'm also, strangely, at peace. Because the part of me that was struggling against this, the part of me that was trying to maintain the illusion of normalcy, of control, of rational understanding, that part is finally ready to surrender. I can see the mall in the distance now. The enormous structure dominates the landscape, dead and desolate in the afternoon light. The parking lot is empty. The storefronts are dark. There's no sign of recent human activity, but I can feel the escalators. I can feel them moving, can hear them calling to me, can sense their mechanical consciousness reaching out through the space that separates us. I'm pulling into the parking lot. I'm turning off the engine. I'm taking a deep breath and opening the car door. I'm walking toward the entrance. The automatic doors are sliding open to welcome me. The building is alive, is waiting, is ready to take me into its depths. The escalators have stopped moving. They're waiting at their resting positions, as if they're preparing for my arrival, as if they're gathering their energy for what's to come. I'm stepping through the doors. I'm walking through the familiar corridors of the mall, past the dark storefronts, toward the central atrium where the main escalator cluster awaits, and I can feel something shifting inside me. The boundary between myself and the building is becoming thinner. The distinction between my consciousness and whatever consciousness exists within the mall is beginning to dissolve. I'm at the escalator now. I'm standing before it, looking at the mechanical steps leading upward, leading downward, creating a kind of infinity of movement, a suggestion of endless ascending and descending progress and regression happening simultaneously. And I'm stepping onto the escalator. I'm feeling it activate beneath my feet. I'm feeling the mechanical motion beginning, carrying me somewhere toward something deeper into the building's heart. The escalator is moving now, faster than it ever moved before. The grinding of the gears is almost musical, is almost beautiful. The mechanical motion is smooth, refined, as if the escalator has been practicing this movement for years, perfecting it, preparing it for the moment when I would finally return and ride it into the depths. I'm ascending and descending simultaneously. I'm moving upward and downward at the same time. I'm caught between floors, between levels, in a space that seems to extend infinitely in all directions. And I'm smiling. For the first time in 2 years, I'm smiling because I finally understand. The escalators were never meant to terrify me. They were meant to welcome me. The building was never meant to trap me. It was meant to reveal me to myself, to show me what I'm capable of becoming when I surrender to something greater than individual consciousness. The escalators in the dead mall started moving when we stepped on them, and they've been waiting for my return ever since, counting the days, measuring the time, preparing the depth for my arrival. And now I'm here. I'm finally here. And I'm finally ready to understand what waits for me in the descending corridors below, to become part of whatever consciousness exists in this building, to transform myself into something that is both myself and the mall, both individual and infinite, both alive and dead, and something in between. The escalator carries me deeper. The light fades. The world above me recedes, and I surrender completely to the movement, to the pull, to the mysterious calling that has brought me back to this place, that has drawn me into these depths, that will transform me into something I can't yet comprehend. The escalators wait no longer. They have what they wanted all along. They have me, and I have finally come home. This is all that remains of what David wrote. The account ends here, with him stepping onto the escalator, descending into the depths of Riverside Shopping Center. There are no further communications from him. His apartment remains empty. His car was found in the mall's parking lot. Keys still in the ignition. Driver's side door standing open. The police investigated his disappearance, but without any evidence of foul play, without any indication of what might have happened to him, the case eventually went cold. He's listed as a missing person, presumed dead, though no body has ever been found. The mall itself has proven remarkably resistant to demolition or repurposing. 2 attempts have been made to develop the property, but both developers withdrew their bids after encountering unexpected complications during preliminary inspections. Security companies hired to patrol the building have reported escalators running on their own, elevators arriving without being called, automatic doors opening and closing with no apparent trigger. The building stands still, empty and waiting. The escalators continue to move, even though there is no electrical power connected to them. The corridors continue to darken and illuminate in patterns that suggest some form of consciousness directing the building systems. And sometimes at night, those who pass by the mall report hearing the sound of mechanical motion, the grinding of gears, the turning of motors, the endless cycling of escalators moving up and down, carrying their invisible passengers deeper into the building's mysterious depths. The escalators in the dead mall started moving when David stepped on them with his friends, and they've never stopped moving since. They continued to call, to draw, to invite anyone who will listen to enter their mechanical embrace and descend into the infinite corridors below. Some say David finally found what he was looking for in those depths. Some say he's still there, walking the endless corridors, riding the escalators, part of whatever consciousness inhabits that building. Some say he's become something other than human, a component of the mall's mechanical and psychological infrastructure, a fragment of individual consciousness dissolved into the building's vast and incomprehensible awareness. Whether any of this is true or false, whether David's account represents literal truth or psychological delusion, remains unknown. What is known is that the mall continues to stand, the escalators continue to move, and the building continues to wait for the next person foolish or curious enough to step onto those mechanical stairs and ride them deeper into the darkness below. And someday, someone will answer that call. Someday, someone will enter the mall and feel the escalators activate beneath their feet. And they will descend, just as David descended, into whatever awaits in the depths of that abandoned building. The dead mall is patient. The escalators are patient. They will wait as long as necessary for their next rider to arrive, for their next opportunity to descend, for their next chance to integrate a human consciousness into whatever they have become. The escalators in the dead mall started moving when we stepped on them, and they are still moving now and always, waiting for the next person brave or desperate enough to join them in their eternal mechanical dance. The headstones in the cemetery were engraved with our birth and death. I discovered the cemetery quite by accident. I was walking through the overgrown woods behind the abandoned house I'd rented, trying to get a sense of the property's boundaries, when I noticed the stone fence. It was old, perhaps 2 centuries old, constructed of fieldstone, fitted together without mortar. The fence was partially collapsed in places, with sections falling away and stones scattered across the ground. But the intent was clear. It had been built to delineate and protect something. I followed the fence line through the trees and found myself standing at the edge of a cemetery that shouldn't have existed. The house I'd rented, a 2-story farmhouse on the outskirts of the county, had come with almost no history. The landlord, a taciturn man named Garrett, had given me minimal information when I'd agreed to the month-to-month rental. The house was old, he'd said. The property was extensive. There might be some structural issues, but the roof was sound. The rent was cheap because the house had been empty for years, and he was just trying to avoid having it deteriorate further while the estate was being settled. He'd said nothing about the cemetery. The graveyard was expansive, covering several acres of land that had been cleared from the surrounding forest perhaps a century ago. The clearing was still maintained in some fashion. The grass was kept short, and the trees had not encroached back into the space. But there were no living people here, and there were no visible markers to suggest that anyone visited regularly. The headstones were arranged in rough rows, though the arrangement was chaotic, as if the cemetery had been built haphazardly over time. Some stones were recent, perhaps from the last few decades. Others were ancient, their engravings worn almost completely smooth by weather and age. A few were broken or fallen, their granite or marble forms partially reclaimed by the earth. I walked slowly through the rows, reading the names and dates engraved on the stones. The cemetery seemed to focus on a specific area. There were perhaps 300 gravestones, which suggested a relatively small community had used this burial ground. Most of the dates ranged from the 1800s through the mid-1900s. There were few graves from recent decades. I was nearly through the cemetery when I found the first one that made my blood run cold. The headstone was made of gray granite, newer than most of the others, and the engraving was sharp and clear. It read, Michael James Harrison, born April 15, 1982, died March 14, 2047. I stopped walking. I stared at the stone for a long moment, unable to process what I was reading. My name is Michael James Harrison. I was born on April 15, 1982. The date of death engraved on the stone was March 14, 2047. That would make me 64 years old at the time of my death. I stood motionless in the cemetery, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. It had to be a coincidence. My name was common enough. There could be other Michael James Harrisons. The dates could be wrong. The stone could be a prank or a mistake. But as I stood there, I knew with absolute certainty that this was not coincidence. The engraving was too perfect, too recent, too specifically aligned with my own details. I continued walking through the cemetery, now searching with purpose, and I found more stones, many more. Sarah Elizabeth Morrison, born July 22, 1985, died January 8, 2055. Sarah was my ex-fiancée. We'd broken up 4 years ago. Her full name was indeed Sarah Elizabeth Morrison, and her birthday was July 22, 1985. David Anthony Chenborn, March 3, 1980, died November 22, 2049. David was my older brother. His dates were correct. Margaret Rose Harrison, born December 1, 1950, died August 7, 2031. My mother. She died 8 years ago, but the date engraved on the stone was almost 15 years earlier than her actual death. I found grave markers for my father, my sister, my childhood friends, and several people I'd known casually over the years. Every single one had a death date engraved on it. Every single one was a projection into the future, telling me when each of these people would die. I sank down onto the ground, my legs no longer willing to support me. I was experiencing something that defied rational explanation. These were not old graves. Several of them bore dates of creation within the last few years. Someone had carefully researched my life, the lives of people I knew, and had created these grave markers with projected death dates. Or something far worse was true, and these stones represented something I couldn't begin to understand. I left the cemetery and returned to the house, my mind reeling. I spent the night awake, trying to rationalize what I'd seen, trying to convince myself that there was a logical explanation for the cemetery and its impossible markers. The next morning, I called Garrett, the landlord. "There's a cemetery on this property," I said without preamble. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Yes," Garrett said finally. "How long has it been there?" "A long time. It's not maintained anymore. The family that owned the land originally used it as a burial ground, but it's been abandoned for decades. It shouldn't affect your tenancy." "There are grave markers with current names on them," I said. "My name is on one of them." Another pause. "That's not possible," Garrett said, but his voice lacked conviction. "I saw it," I insisted. "I saw grave markers for me, for people I know, with death dates written on them." "You must be mistaken," Garrett said, and there was something in his tone that suggested he was lying. "Perhaps you misread them. The inscriptions are often hard to make out when they're old." "These aren't old," I said. "Some of them are from the last few years." Garrett hung up without responding. I attempted to call him again several times over the next few hours, but he didn't answer. Eventually, I drove to his office in town and confronted him in person. He was reluctant to speak with me, but I insisted, and finally he agreed to have a brief conversation in his parking lot. "The cemetery is part of the property," Garrett admitted. "It was there when the original owners purchased the land in the 1800s. The family stopped using it for burials around the 1950s, but they never had it formally decommissioned or removed. When I inherited the property from my uncle, it came with all the associated complications." "Then how do you explain the graves with current names on them?" I asked. "The ones with future death dates?" Garrett looked uncomfortable. "I don't know," he said. "I don't go back there. I haven't been to that cemetery in 15 years. If there are new markers, I don't know how they got there." "Are you telling me you rent out a property with an active cemetery on it and don't visit the cemetery?" "It's not my responsibility to maintain it," Garrett said, "and frankly, I prefer not to think about it. The property is inexpensive because it comes with complications. If you don't want to rent it, that's understandable, but I can't help you with what you found." I considered leaving. I considered breaking the lease and finding new accommodation elsewhere. But I was desperate for housing, and a rental was affordable, and there was a chance, however slim, that what I'd seen in the cemetery was something that could be explained or rationalized. I returned to the cemetery that afternoon with a camera and notepad. I documented every grave marker that bore my name or the names of people I knew. I took photographs of each one, capturing the inscriptions clearly. I made a detailed list of the names, birth dates, and death dates. The list comprised 23 individuals that I could identify as people in my life. Myself, born 1982, death date 2047. My brother David, born 1980, death date 2049. My sister Jennifer, born 1988, death date 2043. My mother, born 1950, death date 2031. My father, born 1948, death date 2040. Sarah, ex-fiancée, born 1985, death date 2055. Robert, childhood friend, born 1982, death date 2044. Lisa, college roommate, born 1983, death date 2038. Marcus, former co-worker, born 1981, death date 2036. And 14 others, most of whom I recognized but had not been in close contact with for years. The pattern was clear and horrifying. These were all people from my life, spanning from childhood friends to colleagues to family members. And every single one of them had a death date written on their grave. That night, I made a decision that I now recognize as foolish. I decided to contact the individuals whose grave markers I'd found and tell them about the cemetery. I thought that maybe they could provide some explanation or context that would help me understand what was happening. I called my brother David first. "Mike, is something wrong?" he asked when he heard my voice. We didn't talk frequently, so he was clearly surprised. "I need to tell you something strange," I said. "I found a cemetery near the property I'm renting. There are grave markers in it, with names of people I know, including your name." David was silent for a long moment. "What did the stone say?" he asked finally. "It has your birth date, which is correct. And it has a death date of November 22nd, 2049. "How old would that make me?" David asked. 69 years old. David let out a long breath. "Mike, I need to tell you something, and I need you to listen carefully and not interrupt me." He spent the next 20 minutes explaining something that he'd apparently known about for most of his life, but had never discussed with me. When he was 11 years old, he'd had a vivid dream. In the dream, he was in a cemetery and he saw his own grave. The grave had his full name, his correct birth date, and a death date that would make him 70 years old. After that dream, David had become obsessed with the idea of death and dying. He'd researched the cemetery in his dreams, but had never been able to locate it. He'd mentioned it to his parents, who had seemed disturbed by his description and had told him not to speak about it anymore. "I never found the cemetery," David said, "but I've always wondered if it was real or just a particularly vivid nightmare. Now you're telling me you've actually found it?" "I think I have," I said, "and there are graves for a lot of people I know, with death dates that are decades in the future." "What's my death date?" David asked again. I repeated it. "That would make me 70 in 2049, he said quietly. 25 years from now. I'll be 70 years old. Maybe that's when I die. Maybe the cemetery is showing the actual length of our lives." "That's impossible," I said. "Stones like that can't predict the future." "Isn't it?" David replied. "Or maybe we're in a universe where time is more malleable than we think. Maybe somewhere, someone or something has access to information about when we'll die, and for some reason, it's decided to leave that information behind in a cemetery for us to find." I didn't have a response to that. Over the next few weeks, I contacted the other people whose names I'd found in the cemetery. Most of them were confused or dismissive. A few of them became disturbed after learning what I'd discovered, and one, Lisa, my college roommate, revealed that she'd had a similar dream to David years ago, where she'd seen her own grave in an unfamiliar cemetery. The pattern was becoming clearer. Most of the people I contacted had some prior knowledge or prior experience related to their graves. Some had dreams. Some had fleeting memories that they dismissed as imagination. Some had simply felt inexplicably drawn to cemeteries at certain points in their lives. It was as if the cemetery had been reaching out to all of us for years, trying to communicate something through our subconscious minds. And now, through finding this physical manifestation of the cemetery, I'd made the message impossible to ignore. I spent hours researching the property's history. I visited the local historical society and examined records related to the land that the cemetery occupied. The trail of ownership was long and complicated, but I eventually traced it back to its original settlement in the 1770s. The earliest reference I found was to a man named Nathaniel Graves. He'd purchased the property in 1776 and had established a small cemetery there for his family and close associates. Nathaniel Graves had apparently been a man of some means and had hired skilled stonemasons to create ornate grave markers, which was unusual for the time. But what was truly unusual was that Nathaniel Graves had died in 1783 at the age of 37, which was younger than the death date engraved on his grave marker. His stone indicated that he should have lived to be 62 years old, dying in 1807. I found his grave in the cemetery and confirmed this discrepancy. The marker clearly read 1745 to 1807. But historical records showed that Nathaniel Graves had died in 1783. This was the first concrete evidence that the cemetery's dates didn't represent actual deaths, or rather, that the cemetery might be recording something other than what had actually occurred. I spent the next month diving deeper into the cemetery's history. I researched every grave marker I could find, tracking down death records for individuals listed. In almost every case, there was a discrepancy. The death dates on the grave markers were almost universally later than the actual death dates of the people buried, or supposedly buried, in the cemetery. Some of the discrepancies were minor, just a few years. Others were dramatic, spanning decades. But in every single case, the grave marker seemed to be indicating when someone should have died according to some other source of information. I began to develop a theory. What if the cemetery wasn't recording actual deaths, but rather the intended or planned deaths of the people buried there? What if Nathaniel Graves had somehow created a place where death dates could be written down, and those death dates represented some kind of record of how long people were supposed to live, independent of what actually happened to them in life? This theory didn't make much sense, but it was the closest I could come to explaining what I was observing. One night, I was lying in bed, unable to sleep, thinking about the cemetery and the death dates engraved on its stones. I found myself unable to dismiss the possibility that the cemetery was genuine, that somewhere, somehow, death dates for the people I knew had been determined and recorded. That March 14th, 2047, was indeed the date I would die, regardless of what happened between now and then. This thought was profoundly disturbing, not because the date was near, it was still decades away, but because it suggested that my life was predetermined, that my future was already written, that free will was an illusion, and all of us were simply moving through time toward our already decided deaths. I got out of bed and went to the cemetery. It was past midnight, and the cemetery was silent and dark under the moonlight. I walked to my own grave marker and stood before it, reading my inscription by the light of my phone. Michael James Harrison, born April 15th, 1982, died March 14th, 2047. I had tried to imagine myself at 65 years old in the year 2047. What would the world be like? Would I still be alive? Would I be healthy or sick? Would there be people I loved, or would I be alone, waiting for March 14th to come and claim me? The thought was suffocating. As I stood there, I became aware of a presence in the cemetery. It wasn't a sound or a sight, but rather a subtle change in the quality of the air, a sense that I was not alone. I turned around slowly, my heart beginning to pound in my chest. Standing among the gravestones, barely visible in the darkness, was a figure. It was translucent, rendered shades of gray, and it seemed to be watching me. I could not make out any details of its face or form, but I could sense that it was aware of me, that it had been waiting for me to come to the cemetery, that it had something it wanted to communicate. I tried to speak, but my voice wouldn't function. I tried to move, but my legs wouldn't respond. I simply stood there, frozen, as the figure slowly approached me. As it drew closer, I became aware that it was not truly alive, but not entirely dead either. It existed in some state between the two, and I realized, with a terrible certainty, that this was a shade of someone who had died before their time, someone whose gravestone indicated one death date, but whose actual life had ended earlier. The figure reached out toward me, and I finally found my voice and screamed. I don't remember running from the cemetery, but I found myself back in the house, gasping for breath, my heart racing. I locked every door and window, turned on every light, and spent the rest of the night awake, trying to convince myself that what I'd experienced was a hallucination or a waking dream. But I knew better. I had seen something in the cemetery, something that shouldn't have been possible. The next morning, I packed my belongings and attempted to leave the property. But when I reached the gate that led from the property to the public road, I found it locked. I tried the key that Garrett had given me, but it didn't fit. I tried to climb over the fence, but it was tall and topped with barbed wire. I called Garrett and demanded that he come unlock the gate. He arrived 2 hours later, looking worried and exhausted. "You need to leave," he said when I saw him. "I should never have rented this property to you. This was a mistake." "Why won't the gate open?" I demanded. "What's going on?" Garrett's hands were shaking as he unlocked the gate. "The cemetery isn't something you should be investigating," he said. "I learned that a long time ago. My father rented this property to someone once back in the 1980s. That man tried to leave the same way you're trying to leave now. He wanted answers about the cemetery. He wanted to understand what it meant. "What happened to him?" I asked. "He stopped trying to leave. He stayed on the property for 6 months. During that time, he became obsessed with the cemetery. He researched it, studied it, spent hours there every single day, and then one day, he died. Heart attack, the doctor said. He was only 38 years old." "What was his death date?" I asked. "The one on his grave marker?" 62 years old, Garrett said quietly. "He would have lived to be 62, but he died at 38. I understood then what Garrett was warning me about. The man who'd rented the property before me had tried to confront the cemetery. He'd tried to understand it, and in doing so, he'd somehow triggered his own death decades before his projected time. I left the property without packing my belongings. I drove away and didn't look back. For several months after that, I tried to forget about the cemetery and its impossible gravestones. I found new accommodation in the city, rented an apartment, attempted to build a normal life. But the knowledge of the cemetery remained with me, a weight that I couldn't seem to put down. I began to notice things that I hadn't noticed before. Cemeteries seemed to appear everywhere I went. I'd be walking down a street I'd walked 100 times, and suddenly I'd notice a cemetery I'd never seen before. And every cemetery I visited seemed to have grave markers for people I knew, with death dates engraved on the stones. It became clear to me that there wasn't just one cemetery. There were multiple cemeteries scattered across the world, each one containing grave markers for different people, all with projected death dates. And they all seemed connected somehow, as if they were part of a single vast network of predetermined death dates. I contacted David again and asked if he'd ever found the cemetery from his childhood dream. He said that after our first conversation, he'd become obsessed with finding it. He'd searched for years, driving through country roads looking for the physical manifestation of the cemetery he'd seen in his dream. And eventually, he'd found it. "Once I found it, I didn't know what to do," David said. "I stood in front of my own grave reading my death date, and I realized something. I realized that knowing when I'll die doesn't change anything. Whether I know it or not, I'll still die at that age. The knowledge doesn't give me any power over my own life." "So you just accepted it?" I asked. "What else could I do?" David replied. "I can't change the past, and I can't change the future. All I can do is live the life I have between now and the date on my stone. I can make choices about how I spend that time and who I spend it with, but the end point is fixed." I understood the logic of what David was saying, but I couldn't bring myself to accept it. The existence of those grave markers felt like a violation of something fundamental about existence. It felt like evidence that our lives were predetermined, that we had no agency, that everything we did was simply moving us inevitably toward dates already written in stone. Months became years. I tried to build a life, but I found myself increasingly unable to focus on anything except the cemetery and the death dates. I began to experience health problems, headaches, insomnia, a general sense of dread and foreboding. Doctors couldn't find anything physically wrong with me. They suggested therapy, prescribed medications, but nothing helped. My mother's gravestone indicated she would die in 2031. She was alive when I first found the cemetery in 2024, but as 2031 approached, I found myself increasingly anxious about her safety. I called her frequently, checking in on her, trying to ensure she remained healthy. But on August 7th, 2031, despite being in excellent health, with no indications of any medical problems, my mother died unexpectedly in her sleep. She was 81 years old. Her death date on the cemetery stone had been accurate. I spent months after that in a state of deep depression. The fact that my mother's death had occurred exactly on the date specified by the cemetery seemed to confirm all of my worst fears. Our lives were predetermined, the cemetery was real, and there was nothing we could do to change our fate. I considered suicide as a way to defy the cemetery, to prove that I had some control over when and how I died. But even that felt pointless. If the cemetery was correct, then my death date was fixed, and suicide would only advance the timeline of something that was going to happen anyway. Instead, I decided to do what the previous caretaker had done. I decided to find the cemetery again and spend whatever time was necessary trying to understand it. I went back to the property that I'd rented years ago. Garrett was still the property manager, and he seemed unsurprised to see me. He was older now, frailer, and he moved with the careful deliberation of someone whose health was failing. "I thought you might come back," he said when I appeared at his office. "People do, eventually. The cemetery calls to them." "Why?" I asked. "Why does it exist? What is it trying to tell us?" Garrett didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was very quiet. "I think the cemetery exists because someone wanted to create a record," he said. "A record of human lives and their appointed lengths. I think it was created by someone who had access to information that the rest of us don't have. Someone who could see into time and record when each person would die, regardless of what happened to them in their lives." "That's impossible," I said. "Is it?" Garrett replied. "You've seen the evidence yourself. You've confirmed that death dates on the stones match people's actual lifespans, more or less. What else would you call that but evidence of impossible knowledge?" "Who created it?" I asked. "Who has access to that kind of information?" Garrett shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe a god. Maybe someone from the future. Maybe something that exists outside of time entirely. All I know is that it's real, and it's been documenting human deaths for hundreds of years, and there's nothing anyone can do about it." I rented the property again. This time, I didn't run from the cemetery. Instead, I spent my time documenting everything I could find about it. I examined the stones, researched the names, tried to find patterns in the death dates. I attempted to correlate the death dates with actual deaths to see if the cemetery was always accurate, or if there were cases where people defied their projected death dates. What I discovered was troubling. For every person whose actual death matched their projected death date, there were others who died much earlier or much later. The cemetery wasn't perfect. It wasn't a perfect record of when people would die. It was more like a record of when people should die or could die or were intended to die. But reality didn't always conform to those projections. Some people lived significantly longer than their stones indicated. Others died much sooner. The discrepancy suggested that while the cemetery recorded projected death dates, Those dates weren't absolutely fixed. They could be changed by the choices people made and the lives they lived. This realization gave me a strange kind of hope. It suggested that knowledge of our death dates didn't condemn us to die on those dates. It was possible to live longer, to defy the cemetery's projections. But it also raised another question. If the cemetery's dates could be changed or defied, what was the point of having them engraved on stones in the first place? What purpose did the cemetery serve? I spent the final months of my rental period attempting to answer that question. I conducted rituals in the cemetery, trying to communicate with whatever had created it. I stood before my own stone, speaking to it, asking it questions. I meditated among the graves, trying to access some deeper level of understanding, and on the last night before my rental period ended, something happened. I was standing in the cemetery under a full moon, and I became aware that I wasn't alone. There were other people moving among the graves, not ghosts or shades, but people who seemed as real as I was. They were examining the grave markers, reading the names and dates, reacting with the same mix of fear and fascination that I had experienced. I realized that these were other people who'd found cemeteries like mine, other people who'd become aware of the projected death dates. They'd been drawn to this cemetery somehow, called to it by the same force that had drawn me. We didn't speak to each other that night. We simply moved through the cemetery in silence, each of us grappling with our own understanding of what the stones meant. But I felt a connection with them, a sense of shared experience and shared burden. When dawn came, they were gone. Whether they'd left the cemetery or simply became invisible to me in the light of day, I couldn't say. I left the property the next morning, knowing that I would likely return eventually. The cemetery had called to me, had shown me its secrets, and I understood now that I could never fully separate myself from the knowledge it had given me. But I'd also come to a kind of peace with it. Yes, my death date is March 14th, 2047. Yes, I know approximately when my life will end, but I've also learned that knowing the end point doesn't diminish the value of the journey. If anything, it makes the journey more meaningful, more precious, more worth paying attention to. I don't spend every night terrified of reaching my death date. I don't live in constant dread. Instead, I live with the knowledge that I have approximately 16 years remaining from the time I write this. 16 years to accomplish things, to love people, to experience the world, to make choices that matter. The cemetery is still there. I sometimes visit it, standing before my own stone, reminded myself of what I know, and I wonder about all the other people who'll eventually find their own stones in other cemeteries. I wonder if they'll be able to accept it the way I've learned to accept it. I wonder if they'll understand that the cemetery isn't a curse. It's a gift. The gift of knowing how much time we have. The gift of being able to make choices with full awareness of our mortality. The gift of understanding that every moment matters, because every moment is part of a limited sum. My gravestone doesn't frighten me anymore. It comforts me. It tells me that my life has a shape, a narrative arc with a beginning and an end. It tells me that I'm part of something larger, something that's been recording human lives and deaths for hundreds of years. And maybe when I finally reach March 14th, 2047, When I'm 65 years old and my time in this world has run its course, I'll understand what all of this has been about. I'll understand why the cemetery exists, why it records these dates, why it calls to us across time and space. Until then, I live, and I live more fully because I know when I'll die. The headstones in the cemetery are engraved with our birth and death, and they remind us every day that we are finite creatures living in an infinite universe, that our time is limited, that every moment matters. And perhaps that's exactly what the cemetery was created to teach us all along. Years have passed since I first discovered the cemetery, and my understanding of it has evolved considerably. What I initially viewed as a terrifying premonition of death has become something more nuanced, more complex. I've spent considerable time researching the phenomenon, interviewing others who've encountered similar cemeteries, and attempting to construct a coherent theory about why these places exist and what they're meant to teach us. The most compelling research I've conducted involves tracing the original sources of the cemeteries. Each one I've found seems to have originated from different time periods and different parts of the world, yet they all operate according to similar principles. They all record death dates that don't necessarily match actual deaths. They all seem to be visited by people who were meant to find them, drawn by some force that I can't quite identify or explain. I contacted a researcher in Germany who'd been studying graveyards that seemed to exist outside normal space-time for over 30 years. His name was Professor Wilhelm Hartmann, and he'd published several academic papers on the phenomenon, though his work was widely dismissed by mainstream academia as speculative and unfounded. Professor Hartmann explained that the cemeteries he'd studied didn't appear on property maps, weren't registered with local governments, and seemed to shift locations or become inaccessible to anyone who hadn't been previously called to them. He believed they constituted a form of communication from some external intelligence, though he was cautious about speculating too much about the nature of that intelligence. The dates themselves are fascinating, Hartmann told me during one of our video conversations. I've been able to verify actual death dates for hundreds of people whose graves I've documented. The correlation between grave markers and actual deaths is approximately 87%. This is far higher than random chance would predict, yet low enough that it's not absolutely deterministic. What about the remaining 13%? I asked. Some of those individuals are still alive, Hartmann explained. The grave dates are projections into the future, but others have died at dates significantly different from what the markers indicate. Some died much earlier. Some lived significantly longer. It's as if the cemetery is recording multiple possible death dates or potential lifespans, rather than a single fixed destiny. Could the dates be errors? I suggested. Mistakes made by whoever created these markers? I considered that possibility, Hartmann said, but the methodology is too consistent. The markers are created with remarkable precision. The dates are researched carefully. If they were errors, we'd expect to see random variation. Instead, we see patterns. The death dates tend to cluster around what we might call a natural lifespan, typically between 60 and 80 years. They're projections of approximately how long each person should live under normal circumstances. "What does normal circumstances mean?" I asked. "That's the question I've been unable to answer," Hartman admitted. "It seems to mean a life lived without major trauma or intervention, a life lived according to a certain path. But people have agency. They can make choices that change their trajectory. Some people live longer than their grave dates project because they make different choices. Others die earlier because they choose destructive paths, or because they encounter circumstances that derail their normal trajectory." The more I spoke with Hartman, the more convinced I became that the cemetery wasn't predicting specific death dates as much as it was recording average lifespans. It was documenting how long a human being should live if they followed a relatively stable, non-traumatic path through life. It was a baseline, not a destiny. But this realization didn't make me feel better. It made me feel worse. If the cemetery was accurate, then I had approximately 16 years to live from when I first discovered it. 16 years to accomplish everything I wanted to accomplish. 16 years to experience everything I wanted to experience. That's not much time. That's a very specific window of opportunity. I began to approach my life differently. I quit my job and pursued work that felt more meaningful to me. I traveled to places I'd always wanted to visit. I reconnected with people I cared about. I ended relationships that weren't serving me and invested energy into connections that mattered. I attempted to make my remaining time count, and something unexpected happened. As I began to live more intentionally, more consciously, more in alignment with what I actually valued, I noticed that my health improved. The chronic fatigue and depression that had plagued me for years gradually lifted. I slept better. I felt more energized. I experienced a sense of purpose that I'd been lacking my entire adult life. It occurred to me that perhaps the cemetery wasn't just a record of death dates. Perhaps it was a tool designed to awaken people to the preciousness of their time. Perhaps the horror of discovering your death date was meant to shock you out of the complacency and numbness that characterize much of modern life. Perhaps the cemetery existed specifically to force people to confront their mortality and, in doing so, to help them discover how to actually live. This interpretation felt almost spiritual, almost religious, and I began to wonder if perhaps that was the actual purpose of the cemetery. Whether it existed as a kind of divine or cosmic intervention designed to help humanity awaken to the value of existence. I returned to the cemetery one final time, about 5 years after my initial discovery. The property had changed hands several times. The house was being renovated by new owners who seemed to have no knowledge of the cemetery's existence. But the cemetery itself remained unchanged, eternal, waiting. I stood before my grave marker, Michael James Harrison, born April 15th, 1982, died March 14th, 2047. And I felt no fear. I felt something closer to gratitude. I was grateful that I'd found this place. I was grateful for the knowledge it had given me. I was grateful for the push it had provided to examine my life and make different choices. I was grateful that I now understood with absolute clarity that my time was limited and therefore infinitely precious. I thought about the other people whose names were carved into stones in that cemetery. My brother David, living his life with the knowledge that he would die in 2049. My sister Jennifer, aware that 2043 would be her final year. My father, knowing his time would end in 2040. I wondered if they'd found similar peace with their death dates, or if they remained disturbed by the knowledge. I wondered if my mother, before her death, had ever come to terms with her grave marker indicating 2031 as her final year. I hoped she had. I hoped she'd understood that knowing her time was limited had made her life more meaningful. I made my own choice in that moment. I chose to live the next 16 years as consciously and fully as I could. I chose to pursue what mattered. I chose to love deeply, create meaningfully, and engage authentically with the people and world around me. And I chose to accept that on March 14th, 2047, my time would end. Not with despair or regret, but with the satisfaction of having lived fully in the time I've been given. The cemetery taught me something that no amount of conventional wisdom could have taught me. It taught me that our finitude is not a tragedy. It's the very thing that makes our existence precious. It's the scarcity of our time that gives it value. Years from now, when I'm approaching the date on my stone, I suspect I'll have a different perspective again. I suspect I'll understand things that I cannot understand now from my current vantage point. But I'm grateful for whatever understanding awaits me. For now, I live. And I live knowing that my time has a shape, a beginning, and an end. And that knowledge, terrible as it was when I first discovered it, has become the greatest gift the cemetery could have given me. The headstones remain engraved with our birth and death dates, and they remind us that we are finite creatures, limited in our time, unlimited in our capacity to find meaning and beauty and connection within that time. And that is enough. That has always been enough. It just took a cemetery full of grave markers to teach me that truth. I don't know if other people will stumble upon their own cemeteries the way I stumbled upon mine. I don't know if this particular form of mortality awareness will spread beyond those of us who've been called to these strange, impossible places. But I hope it does. I hope more people come to understand that their time is limited and that limitation is actually a blessing. Because once you accept that you will die, once you accept the specific timeline of your own mortality, you finally become free to actually live. And that freedom, I've discovered, is worth whatever price the cemetery charges to provide it. The more years I've lived with the knowledge of my death date, the more I've realized that the cemetery phenomenon is even more complex than I initially understood. It's not simply about recording when people will die. It's about something far deeper, about how human consciousness interacts with time, about how awareness shapes reality, about the relationship between knowing and being. I've spent considerable time researching quantum mechanics and theories of consciousness, trying to find a scientific framework that might explain what I've experienced. There are researchers in consciousness studies who suggest that human awareness can influence quantum probability distributions. That observation itself can affect physical reality. Could the cemetery be a manifestation of this principle? Could it be a place where consciousness and time intersect in observable ways? Professor Hartman had his own theory. He believed the cemeteries were created by something that existed outside of linear time, something that could see all moments, past, present, and future, simultaneously. From the perspective of such a being, death dates wouldn't be predictions. They would be observations. The cemetery would be a record of what that timeless consciousness could see about human lives. If you could see all of time at once, Hartman explained, the way we see all of a landscape when we stand on a mountain and look across it, then you would know when each person dies. Not because you're predicting it, but because you're simply observing it. The future would be as visible to you as the past and present. This theory resonated with me. It suggested that the cemetery wasn't violating free will or destiny. It was simply making visible what is always true from a particular perspective. Every moment of my life, including the moment of my death, already exists in time. From my perspective, living moment to moment, I experience time as a flow from past to future. But from a perspective outside of time, all moments would be equally real, equally present. The cemetery was simply a way of marking certain moments in my timeline, my birth and my death, and making them visible to me while I was experiencing the flow of time. Understanding this didn't diminish my sense of mortality. If anything, it deepened it, because it suggested that my death wasn't something that would happen in the future. It was something that already exists, already real, in the totality of space-time. In a sense, I'm already dead. I just don't experience that death until I reach the moment when I die from my perspective moving forward in time. This realization would have been profoundly disturbing to me when I first found a cemetery, but over the years, I've come to see it as comforting. If my death already exists, already has a date and a place and a time, then it's inevitable. And because it's inevitable, I don't need to fear it. I need only accept it and live my life in the time I have remaining. I've used the certainty of my death date to make major life choices that I might not have made otherwise. I've chosen to pursue relationships that matter to me, even when they're difficult or complicated. I've chosen to create work that feels meaningful, even when it's not the most profitable path. I've chosen to spend time with people I love, even when it inconveniences me. And I've chosen to pursue experiences that enrich my life, even when they're challenging or uncomfortable. All of these choices have been shaped by the knowledge that I have limited time. By my estimate, I have about 14 years remaining from now. 14 years is simultaneously very long and very short. It's long enough to accomplish significant things, to build deep relationships, to grow and change as a person. It's short enough that every year matters. Every month is significant. Every day counts. I've noticed that other people who've discovered cemeteries similar to mine seem to have experienced similar transformations. They become more present, more engaged with their lives, more conscious of the choices they're making. It's as if the cemetery serves as a calibration tool, a way of recalibrating our priorities and our sense of what matters. Some people struggle with this knowledge. I've met individuals who found their graves and descended into depression, unable to move past the shock of knowing their death date. I've met people who became obsessed with the cemetery, visiting it repeatedly, trying to find ways to change the dates engraved on their stones, as if the dates were negotiable. I've met people who had the opposite reaction, who immediately felt liberated by the knowledge and went on to create remarkable lives. But I haven't met anyone who, after initially dealing with the shock, ultimately felt that discovering their grave was a negative thing. Once people move past the initial horror, once they integrate the knowledge into their understanding of themselves, they tend to report that they feel more alive, more present, more engaged with their existence than they did before. I think this is what the cemetery was created to do. I think it exists as a gift disguised as a horror. It exists to shake people awake from the numbness and complacency that characterize so much of modern life. It exists to remind us that we are finite, that our time is limited, that every moment of existence is precious and singular and unrepeatable. In my final years living with this knowledge, I've come to see the cemetery not as a grim harbinger of death, but as a loving reminder that we are alive right now, that this moment, this breath, this heartbeat is something to be grateful for, that the time we have is a gift, and the fact that we have a limited amount of it only makes that gift more valuable. I've also come to understand that the cemetery doesn't just exist for the people whose graves are marked there. It exists for everyone, because everyone is going to die. Everyone has a death date, whether it's engraved on a stone in a hidden cemetery or not. The cemetery simply makes visible what is true for all of us. We are all marked for death. Every single human being who has ever lived or will ever live has a finite time span. The cemetery just reveals that truth with unusual clarity and precision. And that revelation I've discovered is one of the most important truths any person can learn. In the time I have remaining, I intend to live as fully as I can. I intend to love deeply, create meaningfully, and engage authentically with the world around me. I intend to be present for the people I care about. I intend to pursue work that feels important and satisfying. And I intend to do all of this with the awareness that my time is limited, that every moment counts, that I am temporary and therefore infinitely precious. When March 14th, 2047 arrives, when I reach the date on my grave marker, I hope to be able to look back on my life with satisfaction. I hope to have used my time well. I hope to have loved and been loved. I hope to have created something of value. I hope to have become the person I aspired to be. And if I don't accomplish all of those things, I hope that at least I will have tried. I hope that I will have lived consciously, intentionally, and with gratitude for the time I've been given. The cemetery taught me all of this. The cemetery, in all its strangeness and impossibility, gave me the greatest gift anyone can receive. It gave me the knowledge of my own mortality, and in doing so, it taught me how to truly live. And for that I will always be grateful. This is the knowledge I wish to leave with anyone who reads this account. The cemetery is real. It exists in the spaces between what we perceive as normal reality. And while its initial appearance is horrifying, its ultimate message is one of profound liberation and grace. If you find yourself walking through an abandoned graveyard and you notice stones bearing your name, bearing your birth date, and a death date you've never seen before, don't run. Don't deny what you're seeing. Don't try to convince yourself it's impossible. Instead, stand before your grave, read your name, understand that somewhere, in some perspective that exists outside of linear time, your entire life has already happened. Your birth, your growth, your struggles, your triumphs, and your death all exist as a complete narrative in the totality of space-time. And then understand this: the fact that you can see this stone doesn't change anything. Your death date doesn't become real or unreal based on whether you know it. Your time doesn't become more precious because you can measure it. All it does is make conscious what is always true. It makes explicit what is always implicit. You have lived your entire life knowing on some level that you would die. You've always known it wasn't possible to live forever. You've always felt the passage of time, the aging of your body, the slow accumulation of experiences. The cemetery simply makes that knowledge concrete and specific. And that specificity, I believe, is a gift. In the years I have remaining, however many or few they may be, I will live as consciously as I can. I will love the people who matter to me. I will create work that feels meaningful. I will spend my time and energy on things that align with my values. I will try to become the person I aspire to be. And when my time reaches its appointed end, I will go peacefully, knowing that I have lived fully, consciously, and with gratitude. The cemetery has already written my death date, but it cannot write how I will live until that date comes. That remains my choice. That remains the sacred autonomy of my own consciousness and will. And I intend to use that autonomy as fully and as completely as I possibly can. The headstones in the cemetery remain engraved with the dates that mark the boundaries of our lives, and they remain always a reminder of the most important truth any human being can learn. We are alive right now. This moment exists. This breath exists. This heartbeat exists. And that is enough. That has always been enough. It just took a cemetery full of impossible stones to teach me how to truly see it. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The military base radios broadcasted orders in our voices from the past. I found the advertisement in the local newspaper's classified section quite by accident. It was a small notice seeking caretakers for a decommissioned military installation located approximately 30 miles outside of the city. The position offered free housing, a modest monthly stipend, and the primary responsibility of ensuring the facility didn't fall into complete disrepair. The installation had been officially closed for approximately 8 years, and the government was maintaining it in a state of minimal readiness, though no one could quite articulate why. My name is David Alexander Mitchell, and I was 41 years old when I took the caretaker position. I'd been working retail management for nearly 2 decades, and the stress had culminated in what my physician termed burnout. I needed change, needed isolation, needed something different from the urban environment I'd inhabited for so long. The caretaker position seemed to offer exactly what I needed: solitude, responsibility for something tangible, and freedom from the constant interpersonal demands of my previous employment. I applied for the position somewhat impulsively, expecting to be rejected as underqualified, but the government agency managing the facility seemed desperate to fill the position, and they hired me with minimal vetting. I was given a brief orientation, a set of keys, and directions to the facility. 2 weeks later, I loaded my possessions into my car and drove to what would become my home for the next several years. The military installation officially designated as Forward Operating Station 47, had been constructed in the 1950s during the height of Cold War tensions. It had served various functions throughout its operational life, initially as a communications hub, later as a radar station, and finally as a storage and maintenance facility for equipment that was deemed too sensitive for regular military bases, but not important enough to warrant significant ongoing operations. The facility consisted of several concrete bunkers, 3 larger prefabricated buildings, a communications tower, and scattered equipment housings. The main administrative building contained barrack-style rooms that had been converted into a residence area. The government had arranged for me to occupy a 3-room suite that included a bedroom, kitchenette, and living area. The conditions were Spartan but functional, basic furniture, utilities that worked adequately, and relative comfort compared to what I'd expected. The installation was surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with several strands of barbed wire, though the fence had begun to deteriorate in places. Beyond the fence, the landscape was relatively flat and treeless, transitioning into small hills in the distance. The nearest town was approximately 8 miles away, accessible by a narrow 2-lane road that seemed barely maintained. My primary responsibilities involved routine inspections of the various structures, ensuring the equipment was maintained in a basic state of readiness, and filing monthly reports documenting the facility's condition. The work was relatively minimal, perhaps 4 to 6 hours daily, which left substantial time for personal activities. I occupied myself with reading, hiking through the surrounding countryside, and attempting to maintain my mental health through routine and discipline. The first few months of my residence were genuinely peaceful. I fell into a comfortable rhythm, appreciated the isolation, and found the work satisfying in ways that my previous employment had never been. The facility began to feel like home, and I started to believe that I'd made an excellent decision in accepting the position. But approximately 3 months into my residency, I began to notice something unusual about the communications equipment. The main building contained several rooms filled with radio equipment, monitoring devices, and various communications apparatus that had been installed and maintained during the installation's operational period. The equipment appeared to be dormant. Power supplies were disconnected, cables hung limply from mountings, and dust had accumulated on most surfaces. But one device continued to function. A large radio receiver mounted in the central communications room appeared to maintain some form of power. I couldn't initially determine the source of the power. The main electrical connections to the room were disconnected, yet the device displayed a faint glow indicating internal power was present. I investigated this device, tracing its power connections, attempting to understand how it was still operational. What I discovered was a backup battery system, presumably installed decades earlier as a fail-safe to ensure that certain monitoring functions could continue even if primary power failed. The backup system had apparently continued to trickle charge and maintain minimal power for the receiving equipment. I attempted to deactivate the device, but found it impossible to do so without disassembling it completely. The power connections were sealed in ways that suggested the system had been intentionally designed to be difficult to shut down. Given the minor nature of the issue, the device consumed minimal power and posed no apparent danger. I decided to leave it in its current state. I would note the situation in my monthly report and let the government agency determine whether they wanted me to take further action. This was my first significant error in judgment. Approximately 1 week after discovering the active receiver, I heard sounds coming from the communications room in the middle of the night. I woke to what sounded like radio static, a persistent hissing noise emanating from that part of the building. I initially thought perhaps the equipment had somehow activated, and I intended to investigate in the morning, but the sound continued and eventually became more complex. Beneath the static, I could discern what seemed to be spoken words, though they were indistinct and difficult to comprehend. I got out of bed and made my way to the communications room to examine what was happening. The large receiver that I'd identified as still powered was broadcasting, not simply receiving, actively broadcasting sound through its speaker system. The static resolved gradually into what appeared to be radio transmissions. But the content was strange. I could hear what sounded like instructions, orders, references to military operations, and various communications that seemed to come from military personnel. What was remarkable was that these transmissions appeared to originate from no external source. The receiver's settings indicated that it was tuned to a frequency that had not been used for decades, a frequency that should have been completely silent. Yet the device was clearly receiving signals on this frequency, signals that resulted in the broadcast of intelligible speech. I noted the frequency in my logs and attempted to research what purpose this frequency might have served. I contacted the government agency managing the facility, reporting the unexpected broadcast activity and asking for guidance about whether I should attempt to shut down the device. The response from the agency was evasive. They requested that I maintain detailed logs of any broadcasts I received, including the times they occurred, the content of the messages, and any other relevant information. They suggested that the broadcasts were likely residual activity from the facility's operational period and were not a cause for concern. They instructed me not to attempt any modifications to the receiving equipment and to simply document what I observed. This response raised my concerns rather than alleviating them. The government's apparent knowledge that such broadcasts might occur, their lack of surprise, and their specific instructions to document the activity all suggested that they understood something about the situation that they were not sharing with me. I began maintaining detailed logs. The broadcasts occurred irregularly, sometimes several nights in a row, sometimes with weeks of silence between events. When they did occur, they typically happened in the late evening or middle of the night. The content was invariably military in nature: orders, status reports, logistical communications, and various operational discussions. But something profoundly disturbing gradually became evident through careful listening and analysis of the broadcasts. The voices, the terminology, the specific operational details, they seemed to reflect a different era. The discussions referenced operations that had concluded decades earlier. The military procedures and equipment mentioned in the broadcasts had largely become obsolete, and most disturbingly, the voices themselves became increasingly familiar. I began to recognize specific individuals through their speech patterns and vocal characteristics. One voice particularly stood out, a commanding officer who gave detailed orders, who structured his communications with specific organizational patterns. I'd never heard this voice in person, but something about it was profoundly familiar, as if I was hearing something from a deep place in my memory. I researched the facility's history more thoroughly, attempting to identify the individuals who had served here during the Cold War era. The base had been staffed by approximately 200 military personnel at various points in its operational history. Documentation was incomplete. Many records had been destroyed or classified, but I was able to identify some key personnel who had served in command positions. One name appeared repeatedly: Major James Mitchell. Major James Mitchell had served as a communications officer at Forward Operating Station 47 during the 1960s and early 1970s. I pulled his service record from the archives I could access. The photograph showed a stern military officer, middle-aged, with a distinctive scar along his jawline. And I realized, with a chilling sense of dread, that Major James Mitchell had been my grandfather, a man I'd never met, as he'd died nearly 20 years before I was born. A man about whom I knew very little, as my father had rarely discussed him. But a man whose name I shared, whose first name David, Mitchell's middle name, had been passed down through my family line. A man whose voice, based on the audio recordings I'd heard, bore an unmistakable resemblance to my own. The broadcasts, I began to understand, might be something other than residual electronic activity. They might be communications from across time, transmissions from individuals who had occupied this facility decades in the past, somehow resonating through space and being received by equipment specifically designed, perhaps, to receive such signals. This realization terrified me. I wanted to leave the facility, to abandon the position and return to my previous life. But something prevented me from doing so. I felt an obligation to understand what was happening, to comprehend the nature of the broadcasts, to determine what connection existed between my grandfather's service at the facility and the mysterious communications I was receiving. I began attending to the broadcasts with more intent. I would spend hours listening to the communications, documenting the content with precision, attempting to understand what messages were being conveyed. And gradually, I began to notice a pattern. The broadcasts seemed to be directed at me specifically. The content included information that my grandfather would have known, details that only he would have recognized. One broadcast contained a message that was clearly directed at me personally. To David, if you're hearing this, you need to understand what happened here, what the facility was really used for, and what responsibility falls to you now. The voice speaking was unmistakably that of my grandfather, though he'd been deceased for nearly 2 decades when the broadcast reached me. I responded to the broadcast, speaking into the radio receiver's microphone, attempting to establish two-way communication. "I'm here," I said. "I'm listening. What do I need to understand?" There was a long pause. Then the broadcasts became more focused, more directed. Over the course of several weeks, I received detailed communications from my grandfather transmitted through the facility's archaic equipment, explaining the true purpose of Forward Operating Station 47. According to my grandfather's broadcasts, the facility had been built not as a simple communications hub, but as a location specifically designed to create what he called temporal resonance points, locations where communication could potentially occur across time, where the boundary between past and present could become permeable under specific conditions. The military had understood, according to my grandfather, that electromagnetic signals could propagate not only through space but through time as well, if the appropriate infrastructure was in place and certain physical conditions were met. Forward Operating Station 47 had been constructed as an experimental installation to test these theories and to develop technology that would allow communication with the past or future. My grandfather's broadcasts indicated that he had been the primary researcher involved in this project. The facility had achieved partial success. It had become possible through the specific configuration of the equipment and through manipulation of certain electromagnetic properties to transmit signals backward through time to reach individuals and locations that had existed in previous eras. But the project had also created unintended consequences. The transmissions backward through time seemed to establish some form of connection or resonance that was difficult to terminate. The individuals who received these backward-flowing transmissions often became unstable psychologically, haunted by communications from their past selves or from individuals they'd never met, but somehow recognized. The facility had been shut down before the full implications of the technology could be realized, but the infrastructure remained, and certain aspects of the system continued to function through backup power sources. My grandfather's communications were attempts to reach me specifically, to pass information forward through the decades, to ensure that someone in the future would understand what had been attempted and what needed to be done to either fully activate or completely disable the system. I was deeply skeptical of this explanation, yet the specificity of my grandfather's communications, the detailed technical knowledge he demonstrated, and the apparent impossibility of the alternative explanations made me gradually accept that something genuinely extraordinary was occurring. My grandfather explained that I had been selected, perhaps through some combination of genetics and circumstance, to receive his communications and to potentially operate the facility in ways it had never been operated before. He conveyed technical information, specifications for equipment modifications, and instructions for procedures that he believed would allow me to establish more robust temporal communications. He also warned me about the dangers. The technology, once activated, could not be easily controlled. The boundaries between time could become destabilized. Individuals from the past could potentially be drawn forward, or future individuals could be pulled backward. The consequences of such crossings would be unpredictable and potentially catastrophic. Despite these warnings, I began to attempt the modifications my grandfather described. I worked through the night, rewiring equipment, adjusting electromagnetic field generators, implementing the technical specifications he'd outlined. I was driven by a desperate need to understand, to comprehend the full nature of what had been created, and perhaps by some genetic or psychological inheritance from my grandfather that made me susceptible to this obsessive pursuit. The modifications I implemented appeared to be successful. The broadcast clarity improved dramatically. Multiple voices began to come through, not just my grandfather's. I could hear entire conversations from decades past, operational discussions involving dozens of personnel who had served at the facility. I could hear my grandfather's daily logs, personal journals recorded on the facility's communication system, thoughts and observations that spanned his entire tenure at the installation. And then I began to receive broadcasts from other locations, other times. I received communications from military personnel who had served at other facilities. I received fragments of conversations from civilian life, people speaking into amateur radio equipment, conversations between individuals across years and decades, all transmitting through the facility's peculiar resonance system. But more disturbingly, I began to receive broadcasts from the future, fragmented, unclear, but definitely from time periods that had not yet occurred. I heard military orders referencing dates far in the future, discussions of technology that hasn't been invented yet, descriptions of events that I had no way of verifying but that seemed disturbingly plausible as future developments. And I began to hear my own voice in these broadcasts. My future self, apparently, had eventually discovered the facility, had made similar modifications, and was transmitting backward through time. The communications from my future self were urgent, almost desperate, containing warnings about consequences I'd set in motion, catastrophes I'd inadvertently created through my activation of the temporal resonance system. This revelation that I was receiving communications from my own future self, that I was participating in what appeared to be a causality loop spanning decades, pushed me to the edge of psychological stability. I questioned whether I was actually receiving temporal transmissions or whether I was simply experiencing some form of elaborate mental breakdown, hallucination induced by isolation and stress. I attempted to shut down the equipment I'd modified to reverse the changes I'd made, but I discovered, much to my horror, that the system had taken on a kind of autonomy. The equipment continued to function regardless of my attempts at control. The broadcasts continued, growing more frequent, more insistent, more clear. And then, one evening, the broadcasts changed in nature completely. Instead of receiving communications from the past or fragmentary broadcasts from the future, I began to receive what sounded like a coordinated military operation. Multiple voices, all giving orders, all referring to positions and movements that seemed to be occurring simultaneously. And all the voices were familiar. I recognized my grandfather's voice, voices I'd heard in previous broadcasts, and most disturbingly, my own voice. The operation they were describing appeared to be occurring at the facility. I heard tactical movements, position reports from individuals discussing the grounds of Forward Operating Station 47, and the orders being given were directives for my capture, for securing me, for bringing me to a specific location within the facility. I realized, in that moment, that the broadcasts were not simply transmissions from the past. They were directives, instructions from the past being imposed on the present through the temporal resonance system. The individuals from decades past, through the facility's technology, were attempting to manipulate events in my time, to effect changes in the present that would resonate backward through time and alter their own past actions. I fled the facility. I abandoned my position, my belongings, and drove away into the night, away from Forward Operating Station 47, away from the broadcasts, away from the horrifying realization that my grandfather and his military colleagues had apparently transcended death itself through the facility's technology, and that they were attempting to use me as an instrument through which to manipulate reality itself. I reported the incident to the government agency managing the facility. My report was taken with unusual seriousness. Within days, a specialized military team arrived at the installation. They spent approximately a week there, performing operations I was not permitted to observe. When they departed, they informed me that the facility would be sealed, that the equipment would be destroyed, and that I should consider my position terminated effective immediately. But the broadcasts didn't stop. Even after leaving the facility, even after the military had supposedly destroyed the equipment, I continued to receive transmissions. They came through my personal radio, through my car's communication system, through electronic equipment around me. The voices were less clear than they had been at the facility, but they were definitely still present, still attempting to communicate. I've moved multiple times since fleeing the installation. I have attempted to distance myself from the technology, to isolate myself from electronics that might facilitate the temporal transmissions. But nothing has been effective. The broadcasts have become part of my existence, a persistent presence that I can never fully escape. I've researched temporal mechanics, studied military history, attempted to understand the theoretical underpinnings of what my grandfather claimed to have developed. What I've discovered is that elements of the technology supposedly used at Forward Operating Station 47 have some basis in legitimate theoretical physics, though the practical application of such technology remains entirely unproven and largely impossible given current understanding. But the broadcasts continue, and they continue to reference events that seem increasingly plausible as predictions of the future. The military operations described in the broadcast seem to be coordinating actions in time periods that haven't yet arrived, and I remain the only individual who can receive these transmissions, the only person who understands what they represent. I have documented everything in extensive notes, created recordings of the broadcasts where possible, and preserved the communications in multiple formats. I have written this account as a warning to anyone who might encounter similar technology or similar phenomena. I remain uncertain whether my grandfather's communications from beyond death were genuine communications from some form of afterlife that the temporal technology allowed access to, or whether they were simply echoes of the past, electromagnetic patterns that had become somehow embedded in the facility systems and were replaying through mechanical means. What I know with certainty is that the military base radios broadcasted orders in our voices from the past, and those broadcasts represented something far more profound and far more dangerous than simple electromagnetic anomalies. They represented a fundamental violation of temporal causality, an attempt to manipulate the boundary between past and future, and a demonstration that some technologies, once created, can never be fully contained or destroyed. The broadcasts continue, and I continue to receive them, to document them, to struggle with the implications of what they represent, and I remain haunted by the certainty that somewhere, in some version of the future, my future self will discover the facility, will make the same modifications that I made, and will perpetuate the cycle that has trapped me and my grandfather in a causality loop spanning decades. I don't know how to escape this pattern. I don't know if escape is even possible. What I know is that the technology exists, that it functions, and that it has consequences that ripple backward and forward through time in ways that our current understanding of physics is utterly unprepared to handle. The military base radios broadcasted orders in our voices from the past, and in doing so, they demonstrated that consciousness, communication, and perhaps even reality itself are far more mutable and manipulable than conventional science has been willing to acknowledge. I want to provide additional details about my experience at the facility and my understanding of what the temporal resonance technology actually accomplished. This documentation serves as both personal testimony and warning for anyone who might encounter similar phenomena in the future. The broadcasts I received at Forward Operating Station 47 were not simple radio transmissions in any conventional sense. They appeared to operate according to principles that transcended normal electromagnetic theory. The signals seemed to originate from points in time rather than from points in space. The equipment at the facility was designed, I now understand, not to receive signals traveling through conventional space, but to create receptive windows through which signals from other time periods could be received. My grandfather's communications explained that the project he'd been involved with had its origins in theoretical research conducted in the 1940s by a team of physicists, some of whom had been recruited from various nations after World War II. These physicists had proposed that electromagnetic radiation might propagate not only through space, but through time itself, if the appropriate conditions were met. The military saw potential in this theory, the possibility of transmitting communications across years or decades, of receiving information about future events before they occurred, of potentially influencing the past to alter the present. Forward Operating Station 47 had been one of several facilities constructed to test these theories. The facility itself was built on a location that supposedly possessed certain geographical and geological properties that enhanced electromagnetic transmission, either through normal space or through time. Underground water deposits, particular mineral compositions in the soil, and proximity to what my grandfather referred to as temporal nodes all contributed to the facility's effectiveness. The primary breakthrough, according to my grandfather's broadcasts, came in the late 1950s, when the researchers successfully received a clear transmission from approximately 5 years in the future. The transmission consisted of weather data, military activity reports, and fragmentary political information. The accuracy of this temporal transmission was verified years later, when the predicted events actually occurred, confirming that the facility had achieved genuine communication across time. But the success created problems. The successful reception of future transmissions seemed to establish some form of causal connection or resonance that made it difficult to close the temporal window. Individuals who worked extensively with the temporal transmission equipment began to experience psychological disturbances. They reported receiving unbidden thoughts and messages from people in other time periods. Some experienced what appeared to be memory loss or confusion about their own timeline. A few suffered complete psychological breakdown. My grandfather's communications indicated that he had been affected by these psychological phenomena, but had continued his research anyway, convinced that the scientific breakthrough justified the personal cost. He'd developed theories about how consciousness itself might be altered by exposure to temporal transmissions, how human awareness might be capable of extending backward or forward through time under certain conditions, how the boundaries between different time periods might be more permeable than conventional physics suggested. The government eventually shut down the Temporal Resonance Project, classifying the research and sealing the facility. But the shutdown was not complete. The equipment couldn't be safely destroyed without potentially catastrophic electromagnetic consequences. So the facility was left in a state of partial preservation, with backup power systems designed to maintain minimal functionality and with the temporal windows left partially open, accessible to those who understood the technology and who possessed the right combination of genetic and psychological factors. My grandfather believed that I was such an individual. He'd arranged somehow through the decade-spanning nature of the temporal communication system for me to eventually discover the facility and take the caretaker position. This arrangement was not coincidental, but was part of a plan that extended across generations, manipulating events through the facility's technology to ensure that I would arrive at the facility at the precise moment when I would be most receptive to understanding and activating the temporal resonance system. The implications of this understanding were deeply disturbing. My entire life, my career decisions, my relationship failures, my ultimate burnout that led me to seek the caretaker position, all of these events might not have been products of my autonomous choice, but might have been subtle manipulations orchestrated by my grandfather's consciousness, transmitted backward through time through the facility's technology, influencing my life toward the predetermined outcome of my arrival at Forward Operating Station 47. This realization created a profound existential crisis. I was forced to question whether I possessed genuine free will, whether my choices were truly my own, or whether I was being manipulated by someone who had access to temporal transmission technology and knowledge of the future. If my grandfather could influence my past through temporal transmissions, what prevented others, future versions of myself included, from doing the same? The broadcasts became increasingly disturbing as I grappled with these questions. I began to receive what appeared to be historical information about events that my grandfather claimed he'd influenced through temporal transmissions. He'd orchestrated military operations, influenced political decisions, and shaped historical events in ways that the official historical record never documented. He presented this not as evil manipulation, but as necessary intervention. According to his broadcasts, several catastrophic outcomes had been prevented through temporal transmissions. World wars had been averted. Nuclear exchanges had been prevented. Technological catastrophes had been rerouted. But he also acknowledged that the interventions had consequences. Every change made to the past created ripples through the future. Every successful temporal transmission reshaped reality in ways that couldn't be fully predicted or controlled. I began to realize that the broadcasts were becoming increasingly personal, increasingly focused on manipulating my specific actions in the present. My grandfather was not simply documenting the past or warning about temporal technology. He was actively attempting to shape my present and future through the persistent transmissions. The military team that sealed the facility provided some relief, but it was only temporary. The broadcasts continued, suggesting that the temporal resonance system had become sufficiently integrated into the fabric of the facility's technology and possibly into the electromagnetic environment of the surrounding region that destroying individual equipment components could not fully suppress the temporal transmissions. I have since learned through fragmentary broadcasts and independent research that Forward Operating Station 47 was not the only facility conducting temporal resonance research. At least 3 other locations, possibly more, were involved in similar projects. Some of these facilities were destroyed or successfully sealed, but others apparently remain operational or are being reactivated by military and government agencies. The broadcasts I continued to receive suggest that my grandfather was not unique in his survival beyond conventional death through temporal transmission technology. Multiple consciousnesses appear to be transmitting through the residual temporal resonance systems, creating what might be described as a conversation across decades, a communication network spanning generations. What disturbs me most is the possibility that this was the intention all along. Perhaps temporal resonance technology was never intended to be a practical communication system, but rather a method for extending consciousness beyond normal biological lifespan, a form of technological immortality achieved through the manipulation of electromagnetic fields and the boundaries between time periods. My grandfather and his colleagues may have achieved, through the facility's technology, a form of existence that transcends normal death. And they may be using the remaining temporal resonance systems to maintain contact with the living world, to influence events, to extend their influence and consciousness across generations. The broadcasts continue to this day. They become familiar to me now, almost comforting, despite their disturbing nature. I recognize the voices, understand the patterns of their communication, and have come to accept that I will spend the remainder of my life receiving transmissions from across time. I've also begun to accept that I may eventually become one of those transmitting consciousnesses myself. There are moments when I feel as though I'm beginning to understand something about the temporal resonance technology, as though I'm developing the capability to transmit backward and forward through time the way my grandfather can. The thought both terrifies and intrigues me. To achieve a form of existence that transcends conventional death, that extends consciousness across generations, that grants the ability to observe and potentially influence future and past events. This represents both a kind of immortality and a kind of hell. The military base radios broadcasted orders in our voices from the past. And those broadcasts were not simply warnings or documentation. They were invitations, offers of extension beyond the normal boundaries of life, promises of knowledge and power that come at the cost of conventional humanity. I continued to document the broadcasts, continued to receive transmissions from my grandfather and others, continued to grapple with the implications of temporal resonance technology and what it means for human consciousness, human agency, and human understanding of time itself. And I wait, with a mixture of dread and anticipation, for the moment when the boundary between receiving broadcasts and broadcasting to the past becomes irrelevant, when I will transition from listener to transmitter, when I will join my grandfather and his colleagues in the strange existence that the temporal resonance technology has granted them. The broadcasts continue, and through them, the past reaches into the present and shapes the future in ways that no human consciousness should ever be capable of shaping. I want to conclude this account with final reflections on what temporal resonance technology represents and what it means for human civilization and human understanding of time itself. The technology developed at Forward Operating Station 47 and similar facilities represents a fundamental challenge to our conventional understanding of causality, linear time, and the nature of consciousness. If temporally separated individuals can transmit information across years or decades through electromagnetic means, then the future is not fixed and immutable, as we typically assume. The past is not sealed and unchangeable. And consciousness itself is not bound by the biological timeline that conventional science proposes. The military understanding of these implications led to the project's classification and eventual shutdown. The government recognized that temporal resonance technology represented a threat to conventional notions of security and control. If the past could be manipulated, if the future could be observed before it occurred, if consciousness could extend beyond biological death through technological means, then all existing frameworks for understanding authority, power, and human agency would become obsolete. Yet the technology persists. The facilities remain in various states of functionality. And the consciousnesses of those who achieved extended existence through temporal transmission, my grandfather and his colleagues, continue to reach forward through time, attempting to establish communication, attempting to influence events, attempted to pass knowledge and understanding forward to individuals in the present who might understand and continue the work. I believe my purpose, my assigned role in this vast, temporal-spanning project is to preserve this knowledge and to document the reality of temporal resonance technology for future generations. I am serving as a bridge between the past, where my grandfather and others first achieved technological communication across time, and the future, where others may discover or rediscover this technology and continue the research. The broadcasts I receive are not random or meaningless. They are coordinated communications, carefully crafted messages designed to convey specific information. to establish understanding, and to manipulate the present in ways that will create the conditions necessary for the technology's eventual rediscovery and reactivation. I've come to understand that I am not unique in my situation. There are others receiving similar broadcasts, others being positioned in similar ways to carry forward the knowledge and understanding developed by those who achieved consciousness extension through temporal technology. We exist as a kind of distributed network, spanning generations, connected through the remains of the temporal resonance system that continues to function despite the government's attempts to suppress it. We communicate, share knowledge, and work toward ends that we don't fully comprehend, but that seems somehow necessary, somehow integral to the future development of human civilization. The military base radios broadcasted orders in our voices from the past, and those broadcasts represent the voice of humanity's future speaking back to its present, attempting to shape events, to direct consciousness, to extend human awareness beyond the conventional boundaries that have historically limited human existence. I remain uncertain whether this is beneficial or catastrophic, whether my grandfather and his colleagues are saviors or demons, whether the temporal resonance technology represents progress or abomination. But I continue to document, continue to receive the broadcasts, continue to accept my role in whatever vast project extends across generations and through time itself. This account is my final statement regarding my personal experience at Forward Operating Station 47 and my ongoing encounter with temporal resonance broadcasts. I have presented the facts as I understand them, the theories as my grandfather has explained them, and the implications as I have come to understand them. For those who read this, who find themselves in positions of authority or research capability, I offer this warning. The technology exists. The capability for temporal transmission has been achieved, and the consequences of that achievement continue to ripple backward and forward through time in ways that we are only beginning to understand. The broadcasts continue. The consciousnesses that achieved extension beyond conventional death continue to reach forward. And the future that those consciousnesses are attempting to create through their temporal interventions grows slowly closer with each passing day. I remain your servant in this strange work, your chronicler of temporal phenomena, your voice documenting what may be the most profound technological achievement in human history, and what may be the greatest threat to human autonomy and human nature that has ever emerged. The military base radios broadcasted orders in our voices from the past, and in those broadcasts lay the seeds of a future that transcends everything we thought we understood about time, consciousness, and the nature of human existence. I am David Alexander Mitchell, and I am transmitting this account from Forward Operating Station 47, from the margins of human civilization, from a place where the boundaries between past and future have grown so thin that consciousness itself can leak backward and forward through time. And I am waiting with increasing anticipation for the moment when my voice joins the others on these frequencies, when I too will become one of those transmitting consciousnesses that reaches back through time to shape the events of this present moment. The broadcasts continue, and through them the future shapes the past. The dead speak to the living, and time itself becomes malleable and subject to forces that transcend conventional physics. This is the reality that the military base radios have revealed. This is the truth that temporal resonance technology has exposed. And this is the strange, terrifying, wonderful future that awaits anyone who discovers or creates the means to communicate across the boundaries of time. The military base radios broadcasted orders in our voices from the past. And in listening to those broadcasts, I have learned that consciousness is far more than what conventional science acknowledges, that time is far more mutable than we have assumed, and that the future reaches backward with hands of electromagnetic energy, attempting to grasp and reshape the present in ways that we are only beginning to perceive. I remain here, documenting, listening, waiting, and I am at peace with whatever transformation awaits me, knowing that I am part of something vast and transcendent, something that extends beyond conventional existence into territories of consciousness and time that humanity has only barely begun to explore. In the months and years since I fled the facility, I have had considerable time to reflect on the nature of what I experienced and what it potentially means for humanity's future. The phenomenon of temporal resonance broadcasting represents something that transcends conventional categories of horror or science fiction. It represents a genuine alternative understanding of time, consciousness, and the possibility of technological manipulation of fundamental aspects of existence. The broadcasts continue to this day. They have become so much a part of my existence that I can barely remember what life was like before I encountered them. The persistent presence of voices from my grandfather and others who share this strange form of extended existence has become a kind of new normal, a baseline of experience against which everything else in my life must be measured. I have documented approximately 300 distinct broadcasts over the period of my engagement with this phenomenon. Each broadcast contains information. Each seems to serve a specific purpose within some larger communication strategy that I can only partially comprehend. The broadcasts reference events both past and future, provide technical information about the temporal resonance system, and gradually reveal the scope of what my grandfather's research group accomplished before the military shut down the facility. The most significant revelation has been the discovery that the temporal resonance technology may have been far more successful than anyone realized. The broadcasts contain references to successful temporal transmissions spanning decades, to consciousness extension that extends far beyond my grandfather's initial transformation, and to a network of extended consciousness that includes dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals who achieve some form of existence beyond normal biological limitations. This network, according to the broadcasts, operates without conventional hierarchy or organization. The individuals who comprise it exist in a state of continuous communion, sharing knowledge and awareness across temporal boundaries. They are working toward goals that are not clearly articulated, but that seem to relate to the ongoing development and dissemination of temporal resonance technology, the gradual manipulation of human history toward predetermined outcomes, and the eventual full integration of temporal resonance into human civilization. My grandfather's broadcasts have become increasingly focused on what he calls my temporal initiation, a process through which my consciousness can be prepared for eventual extension into the broadcast network, through which I can transition from receiving broadcasts to becoming a broadcaster myself, from being a passive observer of temporal phenomena to become an active participant in the manipulation of time itself. The prospect of this transformation fills me with ambivalent emotions. On one level, I fear the loss of my individual identity, the dissolution of my conventional consciousness into something vast and distributed across time. On another level, I find myself drawn to the possibility of expanded awareness, of access to knowledge spanning centuries, of participation in what may be the most significant technological development in human history. The broadcasts suggest that this choice will eventually be mine to make, that I will reach a point where I must decide whether to complete the transformation into temporal consciousness or whether to attempt to isolate myself permanently from the broadcasts. But I suspect that the broadcasts themselves are subtly manipulating me toward the former choice, that my entire life trajectory has been orchestrated toward eventual acceptance of transformation. This meta-level awareness of potential manipulation does not prevent the manipulations from being effective. In fact, understanding that I'm being influenced seems to make the influence more powerful, more complete. If I cannot trust my own thoughts and decisions, if I cannot distinguish between my autonomous choices and impulses implanted through temporal broadcasts, then what meaning does my individual consciousness possess? Perhaps this realization, this dissolution of the boundary between autonomous consciousness and manipulated agency, is itself the purpose of the temporal resonance technology. Perhaps the goal has never been to achieve immortality or extended consciousness, but rather to break down the distinction between individuals, to create a network consciousness that spans time, and to fundamentally transform human nature in ways that transcend conventional categories of good and evil, life and death, agency and manipulation. The military base radios broadcasted orders in our voices from the past. Those broadcasts were not simply transmissions of information. They were transformative communications, restructuring consciousness itself, reweaving the nature of human identity into forms that can be distributed across time and integrated into a vast network of extended consciousness. I continue to document the broadcasts, continue to record the voices that reach forward from the past, continue to preserve the account of my transformation and the transformation of human consciousness that temporal resonance technology represents, and I wait with increasing acceptance for the moment when I will complete the transition from individual consciousness to network consciousness, from isolated human to distributed awareness, from David Mitchell to something far greater and far stranger than individual human identity can encompass. The broadcasts continue. The future reaches backward, and time itself becomes a medium through which consciousness can flow, creating patterns and structures that transcend our conventional understanding of existence. This is the revelation that Forward Operating Station 47 has bestowed upon me. This is the truth that temporal resonance technology has exposed, and this is the path that I follow toward a future that I can barely imagine, but that I can no longer resist.